There was once a man who wanted only one thing: to reach the very peak of martial arts. Not strength for its own sake, not glory, not power over others. The summit itself. The place where there was nothing left above him. For most of his life, he believed that enough training, enough years, enough discipline would eventually carry him there. But as decade after decade passed, a colder truth settled into him. He was not destined to reach it. Not in this lifetime. No matter how hard he pushed, some final distance always remained between him and the summit he had given everything to chase. Most people would have made peace with that. He did not. His desperation carried him towards something most martial artists dismissed as superstition. An old legend, passed down through generations, about a divine dragon that guarded a golden fruit. The fruit was said to grant immortality to whoever ate it. He chased that legend the way he had chased everything else in his life. Completely, and without looking back. The battle against the divine dragon nearly killed him. It was fierce and long, and it cost him more than he was willing to admit, even to himself. But when the dust settled, he was the one still standing, and ahead of him sat the sacred place where the legend said the fruit would be. It was real. The golden fruit hung there glowing with a soft, radiant light, a quiet and mysterious aura pulsing from it like something breathing. He could hardly process that the legend had been true the entire time. Exhausted, he sat down on the corpse of a dragon he had just killed and simply looked at it for a while, letting his breathing return to something steady. Then he stood. Confidence filled his chest as he approached the tree. This was it. With this fruit, he believed, he would finally reach the peak that had eluded him for an entire lifetime. He picked the fruit and ate it without hesitation. The moment it passed his lips, something enormous moved through him. His veins throbbed. His blood felt like it was boiling beneath his skin. His entire body trembled as though it were being taken apart and rebuilt by something far older and far more powerful than anything he had ever touched in his training. The man's name was Gilfus El Dragon. He would go on to be remembered as the strongest human being the world had ever produced. Decades later, that same man lay weak and dying in his bed, surrounded by the children and grandchildren who had built their lives around him. They spoke to each other in hushed voices about how close the end had become, and how it was time to accept what was coming. His eldest son, Gilliam, held his father's hand tightly. Gilfus, now the head of the El Dragon family in name as well as legacy, told him gently that he did not want to see sadness on their faces. His time had simply come, and that was all there was to it. Gilliam forced a smile through a voice that was already trembling. He said the manor had grown quiet enough when their mother passed. It would be lonelier still once his father was gone too. Gilfus told him not to let weakness consume him, not to be swallowed whole by grief. The room fell quiet after that, and in the silence, Gilfus's mind drifted back to the golden fruit. He admitted to himself, after all this time, that perhaps no one could fully believe in the old myths anymore. Even he, who had lived the truth of one, still felt the strangeness of it. But he also felt fortunate. He had lived long enough to build a family, to watch them grow, to hold their hands the way Gilliam was holding his now. He told the people gathered around him that he had lived a long and fulfilling life and had no regrets. It was a lie. Even now, with his body failing and his breath growing shorter, he could not fully release the dream that had defined every year of his life. If he had more time, even a little more, he would have kept chasing the peak that had always stayed just out of reach. He held on to that desire the way he had held onto everything, until his very last breath. And then his eyes opened again. Confusion hit him first. He wondered if he had simply fallen asleep, if this was some strange continuation of a dream he had not finished. But everything around him felt wrong in a way sleep never did. The room was different. His body felt impossibly light. Nothing about his surroundings matched anything he recognized. He looked down at his hands. These were not his hands. Disbelief crashed in him all at once. Was he a baby? He turned the thought over, trying to make sense of a situation that defied every category he had available to him. As a 10-star level martial artist, the idea that someone could do this to him without his awareness was almost more unsettling than the situation itself. Then the memory surfaced. The divine dragon. The golden fruit. He understood all at once. The fruit's true gift had never been immortality. It was reincarnation. The realization should have terrified him. Instead, it filled him with something close to joy. He had been given a second life. Another chance to climb toward the peak he had spent his entire first existence failing to reach. He noticed, gradually, that he was not alone in the room. Looking around, he recognized the space. The annex of the El Dragon Manor. Somehow, against every reasonable expectation, he had been reborn into the very same family he had once led. The room around him was filled with other infants, rows of them, and before he could begin to wonder why so many had been gathered together in one place, a group of maids entered carrying baby bottles. The liquid inside those bottles was not milk. It was red. He watched the maids pour the crimson substance carefully, methodically, into one bottle after another. He assumed, for a moment, that they were simply about to feed the infants. Then one of the maids lifted a goblin instead and forced the bottle into its mouth. The goblin began to tremble. Violently, a red light burst from somewhere deep inside its small body, and then it exploded into a fine spray of blood that scattered across the room. Gilfus froze. Fear and confusion collided inside him at once. What in the world was happening here? One of the maids spoke calmly, as though nothing unusual had occurred, explaining that the mixture would be safe once they adjusted the ratio of water correctly. The maids continued their work, moving down the row of infants with the same red liquid in hand. Then one of them picked Gilfus up. He looked at the bottle and understood immediately that whatever this was, it was not milk. The energy radiating off, it was terrifying in its density. He could sense, with the clarity of someone who had spent a lifetime reading energy in every form, that this was dragon blood. Far too dangerous for a body as fragile as the one he was currently trapped inside. Before he could do anything about it, the bottle was already in his mouth. Instinct took over the way it does in any infant. He drank. Power surged through him instantly. His small body convulsed under the force of it, and the pain was immediate and total. But underneath the pain, Gilfus recognized exactly what was moving through his veins. The blood of ancient dragons, coursing through a body that had no business surviving contact with something this potent. This is dangerous, he thought. But maybe this is also an opportunity. He considered stopping. For a fraction of a second, the instinct towards self-preservation almost won out. Then another thought arrived behind it, quieter and far more dangerous than the first. If he could absorb this power rather than simply survive it, he might surpass even the version of himself that had eaten the golden fruit centuries ago. He might finally reach the true summit, the one that had stayed out of reach across an entire lifetime of trying. He kept drinking. His tiny veins bulged under strain. His body convulsed again, the agony rolling through him in ways that should have been unbearable for something this small and this new to the world. And still his will held, unbroken, underneath all of it. Don't underestimate me, he thought, somewhere beneath the pain, in a voice that belonged to no infant at all. I am Gilfus El Dragon. He repeated his name in his mind like a mantra, over and over, using it to anchor himself against the pain until somehow, impossibly, he came out the other side of it still intact. The maid holding him stared in open disbelief as he kept drinking, surviving something that should have ended him several times over. Inside his tiny body, two colossal dragon energies were locked in violent conflict, each one fighting for dominance over the other. When one finally broke through and overpowered its rival, Gilfus could hardly process how easily the absorption had happened. The two forces folded into each other and merged, and in that instant he understood exactly what kind of opportunity had just landed in his lap. He finished the last drop. The pain had been overwhelming, but his body had not exploded. It had adapted instead. He noticed, glancing around through eyes that still belonged to an infant, that a few other babies in the room had also survived. Something about that made him smirk inwardly. Never underestimate the survival instincts of a newborn, he thought. But baby's body has limits regardless of what soul is steering it. Exhaustion came for him fast and hard, his eyelids growing heavy despite the triumph still settling in his chest. And Gilfus El Dragon, the strongest human who had ever lived, now folded into the smallest and most fragile version of himself, slowly drifted into sleep. 7 years passed. He was deep into physical training, performing one-handed push-ups with a massive boulder balanced across his feet. When he reached his 1,000th repetition, he kicked the boulder upward and let it crash down across his back on the way down. Even he found it difficult to believe what his body had become capable of withstanding. Gilfus El Dragon, once the head of the El Dragon clan in a life that no longer technically existed, now lived under a different name entirely. Zeke El Dragon. He thought about how he had reached this level of physical power at such a young age, and the answer was not complicated. The ancient dragon blood running through his veins explained all of it. Every living being in this world carried something called a source of power, but the dragon blood given to infants in that ritual carried an extraordinary concentration of it. Anyone who survived drinking it ended up with a body far beyond ordinary human capability. With a divine dragon source of power living inside him, Zeke already knew he had surpassed where he had stood at this same age in his first life. And since he was the only infant who had managed to drink an entire bottle of that blood without dying, his body had transformed in ways even he had not fully anticipated. And yet, despite all of that, the thing that frustrated him most was simple. He was still only 1 star. He had trained relentlessly for 7 straight years, expecting to be at least 4 stars by now. Stars measured the depth of a person's source power. In this world, the human body was said to mirror a universe, and the more stars floating within that inner universe, the stronger a person became. But the climb only grew steeper the higher it went. Each new star demanded exponentially more than the one before it. In his first life, as Gilfus El Dragon, he had reached the unimaginable. 10 stars. No one else in the entire world had ever managed it. Time really flies, Zeke muttered to himself. He was 7 years old now, an illegitimate child of the current head of the El Dragon family. His mother had died when he was still an infant, and to this day, he had never once seen his father's face. He considered that a particular kind of irresponsibility that did not need much further comment. What had genuinely shocked him, more than anything else about this second life, was the discovery that an entire 1,000 years had passed since his reincarnation. Reincarnation itself had already been difficult enough to accept. 1,000 years on top of that reshaped the entire world into something he barely recognized. It had become an era defined entirely by survival of the fittest, and the clearest proof of that was the practice he had survived as an infant. Feeding dragon blood to newborns, followed by something called the dragon trial. Only those who survived both the blood and the trial were considered worthy of formal training as El Dragon warriors. By every reasonable measure, Zeke should have been one of them. Yet whenever he asked the servant assigned to care for him why no instructor had ever been sent his way, she gave the same answer every time. She was not permitted to speak about it. Even past the age of 7, he had never received a single lesson. Isn't that strange? Zeke wondered aloud. Every child who survived the dragon trial moved into combat training. Every single one of them, except him. Day after day, he lived in isolation with only the servant for company. And when he confronted her about the imbalance, all she offered in return was a question about what exactly was wrong with the arrangement. Zeke let out a sigh and told her that, for now, conditioning his body mattered more than formal combat training anyway. He could teach himself if it came to that. He had been a 10-star warrior once. The basics were not exactly a mystery to him. He asked for information about the other surviving infants, or anything at all about the main family that might help him understand a situation. The servant refused again, repeating that she was not permitted to disclose information like that. Frustration crossed his face. "Will you always refuse to answer me?" he asked, sharper this time. She stood firm. She could not speak of such matters. "Isn't it cruel?" he asked, the bitterness creeping into his voice now. "Treating me this way." She explained, without flinching, that she was simply following orders. Her duty was to attend to his daily needs. Nothing more than that. The servant was a 3-star practitioner. She could have taught him basic combat techniques easily if she had been allowed to, or if he had even cared to ask for that kind of lesson. He had no interest in anything that small. After 7 years of the same lifeless responses, he had grown thoroughly used to the wall standing between him and any real answers. So he decided to leave. He headed for the forest. The servant said nothing. She simply watched him walk away. So she's really going to let me go, he thought, a flicker of irritation under the observation. Deep in the forest, Zeke pulled wild poisonous herbs from the ground and ate them without hesitation. The taste was as vile as it always was. This was simply part of how he trained. Then he noticed something. He took a slow breath and forced his mind into stillness, repeating to himself quietly, "Be patient. Be patient." Something or someone was watching him from a distance, tracking his every movement, and no matter how he tried to settle himself, he could not shake the sensation of it. After a moment, he let out a sigh. "They follow me all the way here, huh?" When he could not stand it any longer, he called out into the open air, telling whoever was out there that they might as well show themselves if they had something to say. Then he moved into the tall grass and crouched low, hiding. Crouched there, he sensed something else entirely. A dark, oppressive aura, close by and getting closer. He looked toward the source and found a creature known as an 𝗥𝗲𝗿𝘀𝘁 standing in the clearing. What is that aura, he wondered. The black mist wrapped around the creature was something he had never encountered before, not even across the full span of his first life, 1,000 years removed from this moment. The boar grazed on the grass, unaware of him, until Zeke stood and revealed himself deliberately. It startled, then charged. A smile broke across his face instead of fear. He was genuinely thrilled at the prospect of fighting it. The boar lunged. Zeke dodged it smoothly, golden energy already gathering into his fist as he moved. He drove the strike forward, and the resulting explosion tore straight through the creature's body. He grinned at the result. The attack had landed harder than he expected. Even at 1 star, his power was already outpacing most practitioners standing at the same level. He hoisted the dead boar over his shoulder and muttered to himself that it would only get better once he raised a star level. He was tired of 7 years spent being ignored and isolated by a family that should have claimed him the moment he survived the dragon trial. He wondered if it was finally time to leave on his own, maybe travel toward the ocean, see what existed beyond the walls he had spent his entire second life confined inside. In the distance, hidden in the shadows, a cloaked man watched the entire exchange unfold. "What's going on with that boy?" he muttered to himself. No formal training, and the kid had already reached 1 star and dropped an 𝗥𝗲𝗿𝘀 with a single strike. What unsettled him more than any of that was the fact that Zeke had sensed his presence at all through every layer of concealment he had used to stay hidden. "That child isn't ordinary," he said quietly, mostly to himself. He knew the boy's history. The mother who had died young. The father, the current head of the family, who had shown no interest in the child whatsoever. Without proper guidance, none of this should have been possible. And yet here it was, happening in front of him. Still, illegitimate or not, the blood of the family head ran through the boy's veins, which meant he remained under the clan's watch regardless of how the family chose to treat him publicly. That was exactly why someone like this man had been assigned to observe him quietly from the shadows. An illegitimate son, yet the blood of the family head runs through his veins, the man whispered. Could that be the reason behind all of this? He was not certain. He chuckled softly to himself instead. That kid is going to be interesting to watch. Then he disappeared into the dark. Back at the house, Zeke was packing his belongings, ready to set out on his own. Before he could finish, he sensed several powerful presences approaching from outside. 3 4-star practitioners. 1 5-star. What are they doing here? He thought, moving quietly toward the door to listen. Their conversation, when it reached him, was almost disappointingly mundane. They were talking about how clean the air was out here, how peaceful the location felt with no nearby rifts to worry about. Zeke listened and concluded quickly that whoever these people were, they were not assassins. They did not sound remotely like bad people. He decided to face them directly. He opened the door and asked plainly what business they had here. The group froze, visibly startled by the sudden appearance. Then Zeke noticed the emblem stitched into their clothing, the mark of the El Dragon clan. El Dragon, he muttered under his breath, already turning over what they could possibly want from someone they had ignored for 7 straight years. The men bowed at once. Their leader spoke first, telling him it was an honor to finally meet him, young Master Zeke. They had been sent to escort him to the site of his examination. Examination, Zeke repeated, confusion settling across his face before sliding quickly into something closer to irritation. They expected him to take an exam, he thought, even though they had never taught him a single thing in his entire life. A few days after being summoned, Zeke found himself back inside the main estate of the El Dragon family for the first time in years. He had not been brought here to live again within its walls. There was a specific purpose behind the escort, and before they would let him set foot inside, they instructed him to change out of his dirty clothes first. The purpose was the dragon's nest. In 1,000 years since Zeke's first life, the El Dragon family had built something new, a school that served every branch of the bloodline. Every child born with any connection to the El Dragon family, however distant, dreamed of entering this institution once they turned 7 years old, receiving proper education and training within its walls. Today was the entrance ceremony for that academy. Zeke was here to take the entrance exam. He had learned nothing about the modern generation of his family. He had no preparation, no context, and no particular desire to be here at all. Sitting by the school gate, he felt the familiar weight of a plan interrupted. He had already decided to leave and travel the world on his own terms. And now this. A boy from 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗿 village approached and sat down nearby. He noticed the expression on Zeke's face and asked if he was all right and what seemed to be bothering him. His name is Rangis, and everything about the way he carried himself was careful and quietly observant. Zeke asked who he was. Rangis introduced himself and explained that he had approached because Zeke looked troubled. Zeke replied casually. He studied the flow of energy moving through Rangis as they spoke and thought to himself that the boy seemed shy on the surface, but carried an unusually strong sense of perception underneath it. Zeke apologized and introduced himself in return. He admitted that his mind was in turmoil because he had no idea what the exam would actually require of him. "Is that all?" Rangis said, feeling slightly nervous at the mention of the test himself. Still, he explained that the annual entrance exam for the Dragon's Nest did not change much year to year. When Zeke told him he knew absolutely nothing about it, Rangis was genuinely shocked. Taking a test like this without any knowledge at all was not just reckless. It was dangerous. Before he could explain further, a loud voice cut across the courtyard. Arrogant, sharp, designed to be heard. It was aimed at Rangis. The boy who had spoken called him a weakling and asked why he was here, suggesting that he must have gotten lost to end up at the Dragon's Nest entrance. He told him it would be better to go home before he got hurt. His name is 𝗏𝗏, also from 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝗂𝗿 village, and the contempt in his voice carried the ease of someone who had practiced it for a long time. Rangis turned and recognized him immediately. He told 𝗏𝗏 plainly that he was here to take the entrance exam. His voice trembled slightly as 𝗏𝗏 stepped closer. 𝗏𝗏 laughed and clutched his stomach as though the answer itself was the funniest thing he had heard all day. He declared it was impossible for Rangis to pass. And then he went further. He brought up Rangis's father, asking what the son of a pseudo-dragon could possibly hope to accomplish here. Rangis's fists tightened. He held the anger in, but did not release it. Zeke watched all of it. The El Dragon family operated on a strict and unforgiving hierarchy. At the top sat the family's elite ranks. Below them, various tiers of recognized warriors. And at the very bottom sat the pseudo-dragons, those who had failed to enter or graduate from the Dragon's Nest, considered incomplete and immature dragons in blood only. Rangis had grown up with that label hanging over his father, and with it over himself. His dream had always been to prove that even a pseudo-dragon was still a dragon. Zeke was curious. He asked 𝗏𝗏 why he was so certain Rangis would fail before the exam had even started. 𝗏𝗏 turned on him immediately. Who was he? And did he have a problem with him? Zeke told him calmly that he was merely asking why 𝗏𝗏 was so confident about something that had not happened yet. 𝗏𝗏 pointed at Rangis and said the reason was obvious. He was just a weakling. Zeke tilted his head and said that from what he could sense, Rangis actually seemed stronger than either of them. Rangis's eyes went wide. It was the first time anyone had said something like that on his behalf. The arrogant boys reacted with immediate fury, unable to accept that Zeke was suggesting a pseudo-dragon son was their equal or better. Before things could escalate past words, a figure arrived and drew everyone's attention away. The adult dragon examiner announced that the dragon's nest entrance exam was about to begin and that all participants should register and collect their numbers. As 𝗏𝗏 turned to leave, he looked back at Zeke with a cold glare and warned him that he would not forget his face. Zeke sighed and remarked that there was no need for all that anger, noting that children of this generation seemed to carry very short tempers. Rangis pointed out, slightly awkwardly, that they were roughly the same age. He added that most people would be upset if someone told them they were weaker than him. Is that so? Zeke muttered. He mentioned that since the exam was mandatory, they had no choice but to participate. Rangis surprised him then by mentioning that it was actually possible to withdraw and skip the test entirely. Zeke's eyes went wide for a brief moment before he recovered. Rangis realized in that moment that Zeke genuinely had no idea about any of this. He advised him that it might genuinely be better to withdraw before he risked getting hurt. Zeke replied that a genius like him would never withdraw from a challenge. Rangis shook his head and said that Zeke was far too confident for someone who knew nothing about what they were walking into. Zeke laughed and told him that whatever the test turned out to be, they should hurry because it was about to start. Rangis had no real argument against that and agreed. At the testing grounds, the examiner laid out the rules simply. To pass, each participant only needed to scratch the stones placed behind him. No outside weapons were permitted, only the ones the Academy provided, though bare hands were allowed as well. And each participant had exactly 3 attempts. That is it, Zeke said, sounding genuinely unimpressed. After surviving the dragon blood ritual as an infant, he had expected something far more dangerous and intense. This seemed almost disappointing by comparison. The examiner called the first participant forward. The boy was nervous but committed. He stepped up and struck the massive stone with everything he had. The sound rang out sharp and loud across the testing grounds. And then the sword in his hand snapped cleanly in half, and the recoil came back through him and shattered his arm. The area fell silent. As the boy writhed on the ground, the examiner calmly informed him that he still had 2 remaining attempts and asked whether he wished to continue. The boy could not stand. The examiner declared him failed and ordered the others to clear the area. He was dragged away, and the next number was called. Rangis trembled at the sight of it. Zeke's annoyance sharpened into something more focused. He asked what kind of stones these were. The answer came. The stones carried regenerative properties. Any scratch made on the surface would vanish almost instantly. Beyond that, they reflected physical force back at the attacker at 100-fold intensity when struck with raw power alone. Zeke said plainly that materials like that were far too excessive for an entrance exam. Rangis explained that it was still possible to scratch them, but only if the participant could properly circulate their source power throughout their entire body before making contact with the stone. Zeke absorbed that. The exam was not about brute strength. It was about circulation, source power properly distributed through the body before the strike. He glanced across the group of remaining participants and thought quietly that only a handful of them would manage it, including the arrogant boys from the courtyard. The exam continued. More failed than passed, many of them walking away from the stone with broken hands and shattered weapons, the recoil taking them apart before they could understand what they had done wrong. Then the examiner called Zeke's number. "It's my turn," Zeke said, with a calm smile already in place. Rangis, still nervous, asked one last time if he was really not going to withdraw. Zeke simply walked forward and told him not to worry. As he approached, the examiner's eyes changed. Something in his expression shifted, catching on the faint aura beginning to radiate off the boy walking toward him. It was subtle, Most people in that courtyard would not have noticed it at all. But the examiner noticed. The aura around Zeke had begun to stir, faintly, the way a buried fire stirs when air reaches it. And underneath it, barely visible, was the weight of something that should not have belonged to a 7-year-old child standing at the entrance exam of a school. It was the weight of Gilfus, the weight of a 10-star warrior, the weight of a life that had already happened once and was not finished yet. The examiner told him to step forward and choose a weapon. Zeke said it was not necessary. His fist would be enough. The crowd murmured. It did not matter how skilled he was at circulating source power, they said to each other. There was simply no way he could scratch a regeneration stone with bare hands. His fists would shatter before the surface, so much as marked. Some of them went further and suggested his arms would go with them. Rangis heard every word and felt the anxiety tighten in his chest, followed immediately by anger at himself for not having stopped Zeke from walking into this in the first place. The examiner gave the signal. Zeke stepped toward the massive stone and placed his hand against its surface, studying it. He had never encountered a material like this before. He thought to himself that it must have formed over the course of 1,000 years, and that there were still many things about this current generation he did not fully understand. None of that mattered right now. He gathered his source power and drove it into his fist. While Rangis trembled with dread at the edge of the testing grounds, Zeke was feeling something else entirely. Excitement. For the first time in this second life, he had a real opportunity to use his full strength, and the stone in front of him was the perfect tool to measure exactly where he stood. He unleashed the first form of the dragon destruction combat technique. First strike. The impact erupted outward. Fragments of the shattered stone flew in every direction. A violent wind from the blast tore through the air, sending dust and debris swirling across the entire testing area. Rangis threw his arms up to shield himself from the aftermath. The examiner stood frozen, his eyes fixed on what remained of the stone. As the dust began to settle, Zeke stood there smiling, already critiquing himself. The technique had still been too much for his current body. His hand had taken serious damage in the process. He laughed quietly at that, realizing he still had a long way to go in terms of raw conditioning. The other participants were speechless. Retin stared at the destroyed stone with an expression caught somewhere between shock and sharp annoyance. A woman observing from the side remarked that Zeke was genuinely interesting. Everyone else was still catching up to what they had just witnessed. Zeke waited cheerfully for the examiner to announce the result. The examiner had not moved. The stone Zeke had destroyed was supposed to regenerate itself. The only people capable of breaking it entirely were those who had already reached 4-star level or above. That was simply understood as fact. And yet a child was standing in front of him having done exactly that. He's just an illegitimate son, the examiner muttered to himself, the thought tumbling out before he could stop it. Then he wondered whether it came from the blood of the family head still running through the boy's veins. And then he noticed something else. The technique Zeke had used felt strangely familiar, in a way he could not immediately place. Zeke, still waiting, called out to him and asked impatiently for the result. The examiner snapped back to himself and declared that Zeke had passed. One of the other examiners stepped forward and handed Zeke a small bottle containing a green liquid. Zeke looked at it and asked what it was. The man only asked whether Zeke could please move out of the way since he was blocking the area. Zeke frowned and muttered under his breath, wondering if everyone in this generation was this rude. Before he could say anything further, Rangis came running toward him with visible excitement, praising what he had just watched. Zeke grinned and said it was nothing but peanuts. He asked again what the liquid in the bottle was. Rangis explained that it was a healing potion, the standard formula used within the El Dragon family. Zeke repeated the words slowly. Healing potion. He turned the bottle over in his hand, and since he was the illegitimate son of the family, part of him briefly considered whether it might simply be poison. But Rangis had vouched for it, and the energy coming off the liquid felt more like a spiritual medicine than anything harmful. The elixir was called 𝗥𝗲𝗁 piercing clarity wood. It was made from herbs found only in secret realms, combined with the pure source power of divine beasts and the distilled essence of elusive phantom beasts. When used, it could heal not only fresh wounds but old scars and injuries that have been sitting in the body for years. On top of that, it had the ability to enhance one's source power. The rarity of its ingredients and the complexity of the process meant that potions of this caliber were almost never seen outside of families like this one. Zeke drank it. The effect was immediate and remarkable. He asked Rangis whether this was really a spirit medicine. Rangis said he did not know what that term meant, but he was certain that the El Dragon family's healing potions were of considerably higher quality than anything available commercially outside their domain. He asked if the potion had surprised Zeke that much. Of course, Zeke said. It had healed both his serious hand injury and the accumulated strain from his training in what felt like moments. Still, he noticed that, unlike spirit medicine, it did not appear to boost his source power directly. Rangis told him he was even more impressed by Zeke himself than by any potion. Zeke laughed and told him not to joke. He thought to himself that the existence of something like this showed just how far knowledge had advanced over the last 1,000 years. The world he had returned to had not been standing still while he was gone. Rangis praised his strength again, and Zeke replied simply that his dream was to become the strongest of all. The exam continued. The examiner called more numbers and eventually announced that Reten had passed, along with his companions. Zeke had expected that. Then Rangis's number was called, and the nervousness that moved through him was visible from across the testing ground. Despite everything, he gathered himself and walked to the front. Zeke watched his stiff, careful movements and wondered why he was so afraid. Then he shouted out, telling Rangis to trust himself. Rangis turned red and asked him quietly to please lower his voice. Rangis chose a sword as his weapon. The examiner gave the signal, and he swung. The strike failed to scratch the surface on the first attempt. He steadied himself and tried again. This time the stone's reflective force bounced the blade back and sent him off balance. He fell. His hands were trembling when he pushed himself back up, the energy from the recoil still running through them. Reten and his group started laughing. It was exactly what they had predicted. They said, the son of a pseudo-dragon was nothing but a pseudo-dragon himself. They told him to give up. Reten turned the mockery toward Zeke as well, asking if this was the same person he had claimed could pass, and whether this was what stronger than them looked like. Zeke was quiet for a moment. Then he told them to stop spouting nonsense. The examiner informed Rangis that he had one attempt remaining and asked if he wished to continue. Rangis could not answer. His head dropped. The embarrassment and the cruelty of the crowd had found the exact place inside him where all the old wounds from his father's name were still raw. Zeke walked up to him. He asked Rangis what he was doing. He pointed out that Rangis had chosen a sword when a spear was the weapon that suited him. He asked why he would walk into an exam with no plan at all and a weapon that worked against him. Reten and his group laughed again. They called Zeke an idiot and reminded him that Rangis knew nothing about using a spear. His weak father had only ever taught him swordsmanship. Switching weapons on the third and final attempt would not change anything. Zeke ignored them entirely. He turned to the examiner and asked whether the rules prohibited changing weapons mid-exam. The examiner said they did not. Then Rangis is lucky, Zeke said, with a grin already forming. He looked at Rangis and asked him directly whether he trusted him. Rangis stood still for a moment. The memories that surfaced were not gentle ones. Every insult his father had absorbed over the years. Every time the word pseudo-dragon had been used like a verdict rather than a label. All of it moved through him in the space of a breath. He gritted his teeth. He straightened up. He said he would trust Zeke. He would fight with a spear, exactly as Zeke had told him to. Rangis's father had never made it into the dragon's nest. Because of that, people had spent years calling him a pseudo-dragon and laughing at him. But despite every insult and every humiliation, his father had endured all of it quietly for one reason: to raise Rangis properly. That was everything his father had done and everything he had sacrificed, and Rangis had sworn that he would prove to every single one of them that the son raised by that man was a true dragon. He stood up and gripped the spear. He declared that today he would prove that neither he nor his father were fakes. He understood, standing there with his last attempt remaining, that going back to the sword would only produce the same result as before. So he chose to trust Zeke completely instead. The only problem was that he had never held a spear in his life. Zeke called out to him. He pointed at the enchanted stone and told Rangis there was nothing complicated about what he needed to do. Just thrust the spear straight into the stone. Do not think about anything else. Pierce it straight through. Rangis tightened his grip. Under ordinary circumstances, stabbing directly at a stone with strong regeneration properties would do nothing at all. He knew that. But Zeke had been the first person to ever stand up for him, and they had only just met that morning. It was something he had no experience with, that kind of immediate, uncomplicated belief from someone who had no particular reason to offer it. Because of that, he chose to place his trust in it completely. He chose to believe in his own strength this time, rather than his fear. He gathered his source power into the spear. Something immediately felt different. He had wielded a sword for years, and had never managed to wrap it in this much source energy. But with the spear in his hands, the flow came naturally, almost effortlessly, as though the weapon had always been waiting for him. With a shout, Rangis unleashed everything he had and drove the spear toward the stone. Ren was already laughing before the strike landed, saying exactly what he had predicted. Changing weapons would not help him pass. Nothing would. Rangis did not stop. The spear drove straight through the enchanted stone and came out the other side. The laughter stopped. Ren's face went blank. His companions froze beside him. The examiners could not hide their astonishment, and several of them looked openly delighted by what they had just witnessed. Rangis had not scratched the stone. He had pierced completely through it. Zeke praised him immediately. Rangis stood there for a long moment, unable to fully accept what had just happened. Even after the examiner officially declared that he had passed, Rangis asked again, genuinely unsure, whether he had really done it. Zeke smiled, wrapped an arm around his shoulder, and confirmed it. Whatever had been holding behind, Rangis's eyes finally gave way. Overwhelmed with joy that had nowhere left to go, he pulled Zeke into a hug and said it over and over, that he had done it, that he had actually passed. Zeke let him have the moment. Ren's group insisted immediately that it had been luck. Ren himself said nothing. He stood shaking, the rage working through him silently, unable to accept the truth that Zeke had stated plainly in the courtyard and that the exam had now confirmed. Rangis was stronger than them, and his result had been better. The examiner announced that the test was officially over and that the entrance ceremony would begin shortly. Zeke asked whether the exam was truly finished. Rangis told him it seemed so, though there would almost certainly be more tests once they were inside the dragon's nest itself. Then a group of men emerged from a dark hallway. When they stepped into the light, the examiner announced that the head of the El Dragon family would now deliver a speech to congratulate those who had passed. Zeke looked at the man who had stepped forward and asked quietly who he was. The expression on his face was cold and dark and entirely without warmth. Rangis, visibly nervous, told him that was the family head himself. Zeke stared for a moment and then said that the man looked colder than ice and was not even smiling. What was wrong with him? Rangis covered Zeke's mouth immediately and whispered, with some urgency, that it would be considerably better if he stopped talking right now. Zeke nodded and surveyed the group around the family head. He observed quietly that these people represented the current power structure of the El Dragon family. Several of them were at 7-star level, others at 6, and at the center of all of it stood Balzac El Dragon, the current family head carrying 8-star level strength. 1,000 years ago, only a handful of people had ever reached that level. Zeke was not certain how many existed in this era. He muttered that he did not like this family head. Rangis tried to hush him again. Zeke sighed and thought to himself that he had never expected this man to be his father in this lifetime. A dark, fiery aura radiated from Balzac's body, pressing down on the entire hall the moment he stepped forward. Zeke felt it and was unmoved. Most of the other examinees were not as fortunate. Many of them trembled. Some struggled to breathe as the weight of his presence locked their bodies in place. Zeke noticed Rangis was affected too. He could hardly believe how easily the pressure reached everyone around him. Beyond the power itself, Zeke sensed something else buried underneath it, an intense hatred, sitting just beneath the surface of Balzac's aura. He did not know the reason behind it, but knowing it was there made it even harder to feel anything toward this man that resembled respect. Balzac spoke. Only a few words. He told them all to strive to become the flesh and blood of the El Dragon family. Then he turned away. Another man stepped forward before the silence could settle. He had blonde hair and a cheerful ease about him that immediately cut through the heavy atmosphere Balzac had left behind. He thanked Balzac warmly and said that his master had high expectations for everyone present, and that, like his master, he would also keep his own speech short. Zeke studied him, wondering who this person was. The man told everyone simply to train hard and grow stronger. That was all. One of the examiners muttered that that was it. The man smiled and pointed out that people who worried too much about small things went bald early, so he saw no reason to burden anyone with a long speech. Several people in the hall laughed despite themselves. Zeke could not quite figure out what was wrong with the man, but whatever it was, the atmosphere in the room had genuinely lightened. The examiner then announced that the new students would be assigned to their dormitories. Anyone whose number was called was to head there immediately. There were 4 dormitories: East, West, South, and North. Every student accepted into the academy would be assigned to one of them. When Zeke's number was called, he stood and waved goodbye to Rangis. He had been assigned to the East Hall. He walked the corridors and remarked to himself that a great deal had changed in this place over the past 1,000 years. It took him a while to find his room, long enough that he assumed his roommate must have arrived first. When he finally reached the door, he pushed it open with a cheerful greeting, apologized for being late, and announced that from today they would be sharing the room. His new roommate looked up at him. Zeke laughed when he saw who his roommate was. It was Rangis. He said it seemed like fate kept linking the two of them together. He asked if there was anything else scheduled for that day, and Rangis confirmed that training would begin the following morning. Zeke said casually that was fine, which prompted Rangis to ask whether he had listened to the examiner's earlier explanation at all. Zeke admitted that he had not. On purpose. Rangis sighed and told him they should rest early since the first day of real training was coming. Zeke looked out the window and let his mind wander back to his original plan, leaving the El Dragon family, traveling the world on his own terms. But the day had given him something he had not expected: the regeneration stone, the healing potion. Both of them had been genuinely interesting, and both of them pointed at something larger. 1,000 years of accumulated knowledge and development that he had not yet even begun to understand. If he truly wanted to grasp how much the world had changed, staying with the El Dragon family for a while might not be such a bad idea after all. He decided to stay. A month passed. The training inside the dragon's nest grew harsher with each week. One morning, the instructor called the class to attention, holding dumbbells in both hands as he explained that dragon's breath was one of the most important techniques ever created, the work of the 15th head of the El Dragon family. He reminded them that the technique had to be mastered under any condition and under any level of strain. His attention drifted across the students as he spoke. Several had already made clear progress. One in particular stood out. He called her Master Leica. Her overflowing energy suggested she was close to reaching 2-star level, and the precision with which she moved through the technique was difficult to ignore. But there was another student who caught his eye in an entirely different way. Zeke was performing dragon's breath with dumbbells in both hands, large stones balanced across his head and arms simultaneously, and he looked as though he found the whole arrangement mildly entertaining. The instructor stared at him and muttered to himself that the blood of the family head truly ran through that boy's veins. It was said that no one had ever taught Zeke anything since childhood, which made everything he was witnessing feel deeply unfamiliar. Zeke, for his part, could hardly believe that the technique he had once built and called the Dragon King's breathing technique had been further developed by the family heads who came after him and was now being taught to the wider branches of the bloodline. He reflected on what breathing techniques actually were: methods that drew source power from the surrounding environment into the body, circulating it to strengthen a person's own inner energy. The effectiveness of any breathing technique depended entirely on the individual's ability and intellect, which was precisely why the great families of the world kept their techniques secret, never sharing them with outsiders or those unconnected to their lineage. He also recognized that dragon's breath, as it was being taught now, was a simplified and stabilized version of what he had originally created. Safe, learnable, usable while resting. His own version had allowed the user to manipulate surrounding source power even while in motion, making it far more powerful in combat, but also far more difficult to master. Only a handful of people in his first life had ever managed it. The current generation had clearly made a deliberate decision to scale it down so that even the family's branch members could access it, and that decision had visibly strengthened the El Dragon family as a whole. Zeke felt a strange, quiet satisfaction at that. He had never imagined the techniques he built would still be shaping the world 1,000 years later. He wondered whether the other martial arts he had created over his lifetime had evolved in similar ways. Interesting, he muttered to himself. Across the training ground, 𝗏𝗏 watched him from a distance without saying anything. Later, in the cafeteria, the other students exchanged disbelieving looks at the amount of food Zeke was consuming. Zeke, mid-meal, noticed Rangis sitting quietly across from him and asked what was wrong. He told him he would not get strong if he did not eat. Rangis asked whether Zeke found his own stamina strange at all. Zeke told him flatly that anyone who wanted to grow stronger simply needed to eat more and train harder, and offered some of his food across the table. Rangis politely declined and said he had already had enough. As Zeke returned to eating, he thought about how several students had arrived at the academy already well-trained, clearly having prepared long before their enrollment. Then a voice came from beside the table. A girl had approached them. She said, calmly and with quiet confidence, that he was quite impressive. Zeke looked up and asked who she was supposed to be. Rangis choked on his food. He leaned in and whispered with visible urgency that Zeke did not know who she was. That was Master 𝗏𝗏, the daughter of the family head, Lord 𝗏𝗏𝗀. Zeke looked at her and said, "Oh." Then he looked back at Rangis and asked what he was supposed to do about that. He did not know her. Rangis began sweating. He told Zeke he could not speak to her like that. Master 𝗏𝗏𝗀 was one of the candidates to become the next family head. She was not someone to address casually. Zeke shrugged and pointed out that he was also a child of the family head. An illegitimate one, granted, but still. Rangis went completely still. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 looked at Zeke with genuine curiosity. She asked whether that was actually true. Her name is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 El Dragon, one of the candidates to inherit the El Dragon family. And she was now standing directly in front of Zeke, studying him. Why would he lie about that? Zeke said, shrugging. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 Like expression shifted slightly. She asked him directly how an illegitimate child with no renowned family behind him could have destroyed the magic stone with his bare hands. Where had that strength come from? Because he was Zeke, he replied, already turning back toward Rangis and telling him to stop staring and finish his food. Both 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Rangis were quiet for a moment. Then 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled. She told him he was a genuinely interesting person and sat down beside him. She proposed that he serve under her. She would make him one of her followers. Zeke raised an eyebrow and asked what exactly she meant by that. She explained. She wanted him as an ally. She would be his backer. Every illegitimate child needed allies and influence, and she was offering both. He could use his strength to help her become the next family head, and in return she would help him achieve his own goals once she did. Zeke did not hesitate even slightly. He said no. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 frowned and asked why. She wanted to know whether he was planning to pursue the family head position himself. As she spoke, a faint crackling energy stirred in her aura. Zeke read it immediately. She was close to 2-star level. For someone her age to radiate an aura like that was genuinely impressive. He remained completely calm. He told her she could think and do whatever she wanted, but he had no interest in titles or in becoming family head. Why not? She asked, her voice cooling. Zeke drove his knife into the table. Because he did not need to serve anyone, he said. His voice was level and completely without aggression, which somehow made it land harder. He was the strongest person there was. That was all there was to it. The cafeteria went silent. Even 𝗏𝗏 could not fully account for what she felt in that moment. His presence had simply overwhelmed her, briefly and completely, before she could stop it. Rangis stepped in immediately, trying to ease the tension and urging both of them to settle down. 𝗏𝗏 was not the kind of person who backed away from something like that. Embarrassed and sharpened by what had just happened, she challenged Zeke to a duel. Zeke looked at her for a moment and then went back to eating. Word spread across the campus within minutes. Students moved toward the training grounds in clusters, whispering about a duel involving Master 𝗏𝗏 herself, someone from the 𝗏𝗏𝗁 family. Questions moved through the crowd about who had been brave enough to stand across from her. At the training grounds, Zeke still could not fully believe she was serious about this. Rangis stood beside him, visibly anxious, asking whether he was certain he was all right going through with a fight against Master 𝗏𝗏. Zeke told him that even if everyone called her Master, he personally did not know who she was. Rangis sighed and said that now that he knew Zeke was also the family head son, he should at least show some basic respect. Zeke told him to do whatever he wanted. Rangis tried a different angle and explained what was actually at stake. 𝗏𝗏 was not just the daughter of 𝗨𝗏𝗏𝘀 El Dragon. She also carried the blood of the 𝗏𝗏𝗁 family, one of the 4 great families supporting the El Dragons. She had mastered every form of the 𝗏𝗏𝗁 family's hereditary lightning, great sword technique at a young age. Like the other candidates among 𝗏𝗏𝗁's children, she possessed the kind of talent that was genuinely terrifying. Zeke tilted his head and admitted that he had not understood a word of that except that she was the family head's daughter. Rangis stared at him. How did he not know any of this? Because he did not, Zeke said plainly. So there was no point asking. Rangis blinked. Then Zeke laughed. He said that since he knew nothing about her, that would only make the fight more interesting. It sounded exciting. Rangis could only sigh and worry. No matter how strong Zeke was, Master 𝗏𝗏 operated on a completely different level. Why had he even accepted the challenge in the first place? Zeke told him simply that he never ran from a fight. And besides, it looked like his opponent was ready. Across the training ground, 𝗏𝗏 stood with her sword planted firmly in the ground at her side. Lightning crackled faintly in the aura around her. She looked at the two of them and asked, in a voice that carried no warmth and no patience, whether they were done talking. 𝗏𝗏 demanded to know if they were finally done talking. Zeke told her he was ready. Rangis, trembling, immediately put as much distance between himself and the two of them as his legs could manage, calling back to Zeke to be careful. Zeke turned to 𝗏𝗏 and asked why she was so set on fighting him specifically. 𝗏𝗏 explained that her goal was to become the next head of the El Dragon family, and to achieve it she needed both strength and the right people behind her. Defeating Zeke and making him one of her followers was part of that plan. Zeke asked what his connection had to do with any of that. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him with something between disbelief and curiosity. She asked whether he truly had no awareness of the current situation within the family, and whether being an illegitimate child was the reason he was so completely uninformed. Zeke admitted plainly that it was. His knowledge of their family was limited to almost nothing. 𝗏𝗏 explained, including both of them, there were 5 candidates to become the next family head. Every other sibling besides Zeke was connected to one of the 4 major branch families of the El Dragon clan. The position of family head carried enough weight that it had become the source of real conflict between those branches. All of his siblings had entered the dragon's nest specifically to study and represent their respective families in that competition. Because the succession had turned into a fierce and complicated struggle, 𝗏𝗏 needed strong allies to stand against her older brothers. Zeke absorbed this, a power struggle between the 4 main branches of the El Dragon family. He found the whole thing too complicated and was not entirely sure he wanted to understand it any further. But he understood the shape of it. 𝗏𝗏 continued, as one of the candidates for family head, she needed to strengthen not only her knowledge and her raw power, but also her influence, which meant gathering followers who were genuinely capable. Without another word, she launched herself toward him, declaring that she would defeat him right there and claim him as one of her subordinates. Zeke stepped aside and let the strike pass him. Then the next one. Then the next. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 refused to give him space, pressing forward without pause, each attack flowing out of the one before it with remarkable speed given the weight of the great sword in her hands. The crowd watching could not quite believe what they were seeing. The precision of 𝗥𝗲𝗁's source power control was evident in every movement. Her strikes were becoming faster and sharper as the exchange continued, and the onlookers murmured about the obvious gap between a true daughter of the family head and an illegitimate child nobody had heard of before today. The result, several of them agreed, was already clear. What they could not see was that 𝗥𝗲𝗁 herself was growing increasingly frustrated. She could not understand how every single attack was missing. It felt less like he was defending and more like he was simply not being where her strikes intended to land. Like the whole exchange was something he was watching rather than participating in. Rangis, watching from the edge of the training ground, felt his earlier worry quietly dissolving. The calm in Zeke's movements was something else entirely. Zeke remarked that the martial art 𝗥𝗲𝗁 was using was unlike anything he had encountered before. Her movements were far faster than any ordinary one-star fighter had any right to be. 𝗥𝗲𝗁, irritated, told him to stop talking and focus on fighting. Zeke said he was already focused, and that was exactly why the next strike was going to land the way it did. His punch connected squarely. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 gagged from the force of it and dropped to one knee, gripping her sword in her stomach at the same time, the impact reverberating through her. The spectators erupted in whispers. They could not piece together how he had avoided everything she had thrown at him, or who this boy actually was. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 pushed herself back to a standing position and demanded to know why none of her attacks had reached him. She was faster than any other one-star fighter. By any logical measure, Zeke should not have been able to keep pace with her at all. Zeke acknowledged that she was faster than any one-star he had ever faced. But in his eyes, she was still one-star. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 snapped back that so was he, and that he had no business matching her speed. There's a simple reason for that, Zeke told her. Her breathing, the movement of her eyes, even the small shifts in her muscles before a strike. He could read all of them. By observing those details, he could predict her next move before she made it. It was nothing more than experience. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 told him not to make her laugh and came at him again, faster this time. Zeke stepped aside and said that just like a moment ago, he could see exactly what she was doing. In the same motion, he countered with a strike that sent her crashing hard into the wall at the edge of the training ground. The sound of the impact cut through the crowd. Several people screamed. Someone called out that Master 𝗥𝗁𝗁 had actually been defeated. Rangis shouted his name with visible excitement. Zeke told him calmly that it was not over yet. The dust cleared. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 was standing again, bruised and defiant. Zeke noted that she had concentrated her source power into her core at the moment of impact, allowing her body to absorb the force without taking serious damage. He allowed himself a small smile and admitted that she was genuinely extraordinary. Rangis pleaded with 𝗥𝗁𝗁 to stop. Zeke told Rangis to move back, warning that he could get caught in what was coming next. Then Zeke felt the shift. The aura coming off 𝗥𝗁𝗁 was no longer the same as before. It had surged, intensified, taken on a new quality. He wondered quietly whether she had just crossed into 2-star level. The crowd noticed it too. The glowing mark that had appeared on her body confirmed it. She had broken through. 2-star. White aura rising around her, the kind that allowed a fighter to channel source power directly into their martial art, even manifesting it outside the body in visible form. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 looked at Zeke and told him that because of their fight, she had reached 2-star earlier than she had expected. And because of that, she said, he no longer had any chance of winning. She charged. Her great sword blazed with the aura wrapped around it. The power behind each movement now of an entirely different order than before. Zeke laughed. He looked genuinely thrilled. He told her as he dodged another strike that her speed was incredible now. She had truly improved. Then he felt it. A sting on his cheek. A shallow cut. He knew he had dodged that attack. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 smirked. She asked whether he could finally feel the difference in their strength. She told him this was her true ability. Now that she had fully reached 2-star and awakened her aura, She was going to show him the real power of the true Thunder Greatsword technique. Zeke's expression shifted into something brighter. He said that meant he was about to witness a martial art he had never seen before. He smiled, and the smile was completely genuine. For the first time since this fight had started, it had become something worth his full attention. 𝗏𝗏 unleashed the lightning greatsword technique, Lightning Flash. Her sword blazed with blinding golden energy as she drove herself forward. The air around Zeke erupted in crackling light, and for the first time in the fight, he actually stepped back. He demanded to know what that technique was, how she was manipulating lightning at that level, and whether this was really still just a sparring match. 𝗏𝗏 planted her sword in the ground as golden light surged around her and smiled. She told him he seemed surprised. Then she called the next move, Lightning Net. Sparks tore up from the earth and formed a glowing web of electricity that launched itself toward him. Zeke narrowly got clear, landed, and muttered to himself that her power had grown tremendously. The fighter standing across from him was nothing like the one star he had been reading a few minutes ago. At this rate, the fight was not going to be easy. The audience could no longer pretend to be composed. Since 𝗏𝗏 had broken through to 2-star, everything had shifted. Rangis, watching from the side, felt the worry creeping back in. Zeke studied her movements. The patterns themselves were not new. Her footwork, her swings, all of it was the same framework as before. But every strike now carried a weight entirely different from what it had carried at 1 star. Her lightning greatsword technique was overflowing with aura, amplifying each blow in ways that had not existed moments ago. And the speed was something else. She was moving faster than he had anticipated, and something about her lightning felt strangely difficult to read, like it carried its own rhythm separate from her body. He remained confident. Even cloaked in thunder, he was certain he could find counter. But the curiosity was real. What was this power exactly? What kind of lightning was she commanding? He kept evading and kept analyzing, watching the flow of her aura, the rhythm of each discharge. 𝗏𝗏 noticed his expression as he moved away from her strikes, calm and studying, and frowned. She told him to stop smiling. He looked far too relaxed for someone in the middle of a duel. She wanted to see how long that lasted. She used swift thunder, her sword blazing as she wrapped herself in golden lightning and drove straight toward him. Zeke stepped aside at the last possible moment. She was as fast as lightning itself, he thought. And in mid-charge, she swung, and this time the blow connected. Zeke was sent flying backward. The shockwave from the strike scattered dust and debris across the field in every direction. Rangis gasped and started forward, and a spectator grabbed his arm to hold him back. Zeke stood up. His clothes were scorched. His expression had not changed. 𝗏𝗏 came at him again with another lightning flash, striking head-on. He was still standing afterward. She stared at him, genuinely confused, and asked aloud how he was still upright. Rangis called out to 𝗏𝗏, begging her to stop. He told her they had seen enough. They understood how strong she was. 𝗏𝗏 turned on him coldly and told him that stopping mid-battle would be an insult to Zeke himself. Rangis turned to Zeke then and pleaded with him to surrender. 𝗏𝗏 agreed, almost pleasantly, that surrender would be the sensible choice given his condition. If he knelt and pledged loyalty to her, she would stop. Zeke only smiled in silence. 𝗏𝗏's eyes hardened. Even as an illegitimate child, she said, he was a truly proud El Dragon. She raised her greatsword high, her aura surging to its full height, and told him that if that was how he wanted it, she would use her full strength to end it. Lightning roared down from above. She activated her first secret art, Heaven's Thunder. A colossal wall of golden energy descended on Zeke, shattering the stones beneath his feet. Bolt after bolt tore through him in a storm of divine force. Rangis cried out and watched through his fingers as Zeke's body was engulfed completely, smoke rising from the charred silhouette at the center of the light. 𝗏𝗏 drove her sword into the ground, exhaled slowly, and told him softly that she was sorry, but it was over. Then a voice came through the crackling air. Is that so? A brilliant golden lightning aura exploded skyward from where Zeke was standing. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 turned, and her eyes went wide. She demanded to know how that was possible. How did he have a lightning aura? Zeke stood in the middle of it, golden arcs dancing across his skin, wearing the expression of someone who had just found something genuinely interesting. He told her that this was what she called lightning aura. As for how he had acquired it, he admitted honestly that he was not entirely sure. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 whispered that it was impossible. Zeke smirked and told her the truth. He had let her hit him on purpose. He had wanted to study her lightning, to understand how it flowed and how it behaved. And somewhere in the process of absorbing strike after strike, he had learned to use it himself. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 told him that was absurd. Inwardly, Zeke worked through what had actually happened. He had deliberately taken her attacks because her lightning had intrigued him. While enduring them, he had continuously activated Dragon King's breath. Something in the resonance between his breathing technique and the lightning moving through him had caused golden energy to accumulate in his body. Before he had fully understood the process, he had already been able to manipulate it. He suspected that 𝗥𝗲𝗁 carried a unique constitution, and judging from the nature of her family's greatsword technique, the lightning affinity likely ran through her entire bloodline. He walked toward her with confidence and told her that he had never expected lightning-type source power to be this extraordinary. This duel had turned out to be perfect training. He grinned and told her that thanks to her, he had reached 2-star level himself. Golden lightning flared around him as he declared that their battle was not over yet. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 roared and charged again. Her great sword blazed as she unleashed another blinding assault. Zeke stepped aside to counter and then vanished in a flash, reappearing at the opposite end of the arena. He looked at his own hands, momentarily confused. He worked out quickly. When source power reached a certain concentration, it transformed the body's muscles and nerves, pushing them beyond ordinary human limits. The lightning aura had changed his physiology in a way he had not fully processed yet. His speed was now beyond what he could consciously control. In the stands, Rangis had stopped trying to follow the fight. Both of them had become streaks of golden light and crackling thunder moving faster than his eyes could track. He wondered quietly to himself whether 𝗥𝗁𝗁 had managed to land a single hit recently. 𝗥𝗁𝗁, frustrated, shouted at him to stop toying with her. Zeke said calmly that he was not, but he admitted that she was a genuine threat. Then he lunged forward and drove a powerful kick toward her. She caught it on her sword and was pushed backward by the force. Zeke straightened, smirked, and said it was time to end this. End this, 𝗥𝗁𝗁 repeated, narrowing her eyes. He told her he had been thinking about building a new technique for a while, and this moment felt like exactly the right time to try it. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 stared at him. He was going to create a technique. Right now, in the middle of their fight, she thought, with genuine bewilderment, whether he had ever received actual combat training at all, and from which family he could possibly have learned to think this way. Before she could find an answer, he was beside her. Dragon Destruction Combat Arts. Special form. Lightning Peak. The attack hit her directly. Golden thunder wrapped around her in a fierce, concentrated storm, her body shaking violently under the current, her sword slipping from her grip. She dropped to her knees. The electricity continued crackling across her as the arena fell completely silent. Zeke had won. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 lay on the ground. After a long moment, she forced herself upright, trembling. The thought she could not silence moved through her mind in a loop. She could not lose. She was supposed to become the next family head. She could not afford to lose to anyone. Zeke walked toward her and extended his hand. He told her she had been amazing, genuinely strong. He said it was always exciting to learn something new, and that this fight had been completely worth it. Then, with a warm smile, he added that it would be boring if this turned out to be the last time they sparred. He wanted to fight her again sometime. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 looked at his outstretched hand and went still. Her cheeks had turned faintly red. Despite everything, despite the defeat and the exhaustion and the pride that still stung, something else was sitting underneath all of it now. Something she had not expected to feel at the end of a loss. It looked, if only barely, like admiration. Zeke told her again that they should have another sparring match soon. He said it with a confident smile, and admitted that he could not wait for the next bout. 𝗏𝗏, a little shy, extended her hand toward him and told him plainly that she was no match for him, and that she accepted her defeat willingly. Several hours later, deep inside a dimensional rift, far from the dragon's nest and everyone in it, a man stood alone in a corridor of strange and feral monsters. His name is Gilfus El Dragon, father of 𝗏𝗏 and Zeke both, current head of the El Dragon family. And as the creatures charged toward him from every direction, his eyes began to glow. He released a single crushing wave of aura and dragon pressure. Every creature in the corridor froze where it stood. He drew his sword and invoked the first form of the dragon destruction combat arts. Genesis. One fluid swing, and every monster in his range was cleaved cleanly in half. He sheathed his sword before the last of them had finished falling. The El Dragon soldiers rushed forward to handle whatever might have survived their master's strike. 𝗏𝗲𝘁 turned toward the rift's exit. Before he reached it, one of the soldiers called out that he had an important report. 𝗏𝗲𝘁 stopped and asked what it was. The soldier told him that Lady 𝗏𝗏 had reached the 2-star level. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 went still mid-step. His glowing eyes flickered. When he answered, his voice was cold and completely detached. So what of it? The soldier, visibly nervous, pointed out that reaching 2-star level at only 7 years old was an extraordinary achievement. With 𝗏𝗏𝘁's talent, once she graduated from the dragon's nest, a 4-star or even 5-star future was genuinely possible. 𝗏𝗏𝘁's reply was immediate and chilling. Talent means nothing. The next time you bring a report, it had better tell him how she can be of use. If all the soldier had to offer were worthless updates like this one, he should remove himself from 𝗏𝗏𝘁's sight. The soldier went quiet. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 continued walking. Then the soldier quickly added that 𝗏𝗏𝘁 had recently lost in a sparring match. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 stopped. He turned his head slightly, his expression giving nothing away. He asked whether she had lost to one of her brothers. The soldier shook his head. No, master. She had been defeated by someone her own age. By Lord Zeke. Zeke, 𝗏𝗏𝘁 repeated quietly. The son of that woman. A memory surfaced. A humble maid. Zeke's mother. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 muttered that she had been genuinely gifted in battle, before adding that she had died after giving birth to the boy. He turned fully to face the soldier, his tone sharpening. He wanted to know who could have possibly trained Zeke to defeat a 2-star cultivator. The soldier hesitated. No one, master. Lord Zeke had never received formal training of any kind. He had defeated Lady 𝗏𝗏𝘁 through his own strength and his own skill alone. And beyond that, Zeke himself had also already reached the 2-star level. I see, 𝗏𝗏𝘁 said flatly. Then he turned his back again and issued the order. Begin the first trial. The soldier could not conceal his alarm. He reminded 𝗏𝗏𝘁 carefully that it had only been a month since the students had begun their combat training. Most of them had not even reached the 1-star level yet. Was it not too soon? 𝗏𝗏𝘁 cut him off. Death chose no timing, no level, no favorites. Only the strong deserved to survive. Star levels meant nothing if a person could not endure the first trial. Those who failed were not worthy of the El Dragon name. Yes, master, the soldier said quickly. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 added one more instruction before walking away. Summon 𝗏𝗏𝘁. Tell her to return immediately. The soldier's eyes went wide. 𝗏𝗏𝘁. That 𝗏𝗏𝘁. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 confirmed it with a nod. If Zeke had defeated 𝗏𝗏𝘁 using nothing but his own strength, he was far more intriguing than expected. He wanted 𝗏𝗏𝘁 to design and personally supervise the first trial, and he expected her to observe every participant herself. The soldier bowed deeply and said it would be done. For the first time in a long while, something faint crossed 𝗏𝗏𝘁's face. Not quite warmth, but the shadow of it. He said softly, almost to himself, that Zeke was the most interesting one of all. Then he was gone. The following day at the dragon's nest, the students continued their combat training. Rangis ran the group through their exercises while Zeke sat apart from the others, working through his breathing technique on his own. He was holding a wall-sit position with a massive boulder balanced on top of his head and dumbbells in both hands, his eyes closed, his concentration absolute. Rangis and several of the others found themselves watching him in silence without meaning to. Behind his closed eyes, Zeke was turning the technique they were studying over in his mind. The Strike Dragon combat arts, originally created by the 15th family head, labeled as a combat art, but functioning in truth as a body enhancement method. Simple in construction, well-balanced, accessible even to young cultivators. He could appreciate the design of it. Rangis called out and asked if Zeke was going to join the training. Zeke opened one eye and asked what he meant. Combat training, Rangis said. They were practicing the Strike Dragon combat arts. Zeke told him he had already learned it. Rangis stared at him. The technique had only been taught to them that morning. How could he have mastered already? Zeke told him simply that it was because he was him. Then he added that what was more important right now was that Rangis's source power was flowing incorrectly. Rangis looked confused and asked what he meant. Zeke set down the boulder, stood, and told Rangis to turn around. He placed his hand on Rangis's back and channeled his own aura through the other boy's body, correcting the flow of energy from the inside. There, he said. That was how it should feel. Rangis turned around with something quiet in his expression and told Zeke that he had genuinely mastered the technique. That was incredible. Zeke frowned at him with playful exaggeration and asked what kind of friend doubted someone like that. Rangis said quickly that he was not doubting him. He explained that outside of his father, no one had ever taught him anything directly. That was why he wanted to absorb everything he could while he had the chance. He pointed out that Zeke already had his own martial arts, strong enough to defeat Lady 𝗏𝗏𝗏, and that the Strike Dragon combat arts must have seemed too simple and boring by comparison. Zeke told him it was not boring at all. He said he actually admired its stability. It reminded him of his own Dragon Destruction combat arts, though he added with a slight smile that his children had never particularly liked that technique. They had always said it was too difficult and too complicated. The Dragon Destruction combat arts was demanding in every sense. It consisted of 4 main forms, and during the fight with 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Zeke had created a 5th on the spot. Beyond the 4 and the newly invented 5th, there existed something else. A final secret form, a terrifying and destructive ability, the same technique he had once used to slay the divine dragon in his first life. He wondered quietly how his descendants had handled his other dragon techniques over the centuries, whether they had modified them, expanded them, or let certain things fall away. The thought only made him more curious. He shook it off and said that since he had already mastered the Strike Dragon combat arts, he would continue with his physical training. Everyone had their own way of learning, and this was his. Before he could return to the boulder, Rangis called his name again. He asked Zeke to teach him. He said it was a shameless thing to ask, but he wanted to become stronger, even just a little, and he could not think of anyone better to ask. Zeke looked at him for a moment. Then he nodded and said he would teach him. Rangis blinked and asked whether he meant it, whether he would really say yes that easily. Zeke told him, of course, and asked why he looked so surprised given that Rangis was the one who had brought it up. Rangis admitted he had not expected the answer to come that quickly. Zeke told him he was not lying, and that Rangis was worth teaching. Then 𝗏𝗏𝗏 approached them. She was hesitant in the way someone is hesitant when they have made a decision they cannot quite fully commit to yet. She told Zeke that she would also like him to teach her. Rangis turned to her, startled. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked calmly whether there was a problem with that. Then she explained herself. She had always believed that no one her own age could defeat her. As one of the candidates to become the next head of the El Dragon family, her confidence in her own power had been something close to absolute. But the match had shattered that. She still did not understand how Zeke had acquired lightning aura, or how he was able to wield it better than she did when it was her own bloodline's power. Zeke sighed and muttered half to himself that somehow this had become his fault. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 continued, undeterred. She wanted to become strong enough to defeat her older brothers, and strong enough to defeat Zeke as well. She asked him, directly and without looking away, to please teach her. Zeke went quiet. He looked at her for a long moment. When Zeke did not answer immediately, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked whether he was truly comfortable with the arrangement, given that he was technically also a candidate to become the next head of the El Dragon family. Rangis caught up to that same realization a moment later. Zeke was an illegitimate child. Yes, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 El Dragon was still his father. that made him one of the successors whether he liked it or not. Zeke said calmly that he did not mind. But the more pressing question, he told 𝗏𝗏𝗁, was whether her body was actually in good enough condition to train. From what he had seen in their match, injuries like hers would normally take at least a month to heal properly. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 shook her head and told him she had already used a healing potion. There was no need for concern. Zeke and Rangis exchanged a glance, then whispered to each other. Zeke asked whether that medicine truly worked at that level of effectiveness. Rangis told him quietly that if he was thinking of the basic potion handed out during the entrance exam, that was not strong enough to close wounds like 𝗏𝗏𝗁's in a day. Because she was the family head's daughter, she would have access to something considerably stronger. Zeke let out a quiet breath and muttered that this era truly was something else. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 confirmed it. Without the potion, she would have been bedridden for a month. But what mattered now was her request. She wanted to grow stronger under his guidance, and she was asking him to agree to it. She understood that he also needed his own training time, but she still wanted this. Zeke agreed without hesitation. He told them he never turned down young people with ambition. Both of them looked slightly thrown by the answer. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 pointed out that he was also young, just like them. Rangis added that they were all about the same age. Zeke laughed and admitted that much was true. Then, with a teasing tone, he asked whether 𝗏𝗏𝗁 was truly certain she wanted the person who had just defeated her as her instructor. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told him firmly that she did not have the luxury of being picky. If she wanted to become the next head of the El Dragon family, she needed to become stronger, and that was the only thing that mattered. Zeke remembered the first time she had mentioned that goal, back when she had approached him in the cafeteria. He asked why she seemed so consumed by it. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 answered without hesitation. If she failed to become family head, she would simply be used for a political marriage. In the best case, she said with a bitterness she made no effort to conceal, she would probably be forced to marry one of her cousins. In the worst case, a man she had never met. Something shifted in Zeke's expression. His eyes darkened, and he asked what she meant by that. She explained. The El Dragon bloodline was considered extraordinarily valuable, particularly within the 4 major branches of the family. Their source power was special in ways that made it useful in too many directions to count. That was why the family had become obsessed with keeping the bloodline pure, and why the women in it were treated as assets rather than people. Rangis felt a chill run through him as a terrifying aura suddenly radiated from Zeke. His voice had gone cold and sharp. He said that the El Dragon family had truly begun doing disgusting things like this. He clenched his fists and said that he would destroy such filthy and meaningless traditions. Before the weight of that moment could press down further, several instructors arrived at the training ground, immediately pulling the attention of everyone present. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 blinked and wondered what had brought them here. Zeke muttered under his breath that the timing could not be worse, quietly hoping they had not overheard anything he had just said. Then a woman with fiery red hair stepped out from behind the group of instructors. One of them stepped forward and announced that starting today, the students would have a new instructor. Despite how occupied this person's schedule was, she had chosen to teach them personally, and they should be grateful for it. The red-haired woman approached 𝗏𝗏𝗁 directly and reached out, asking whether she was Lady 𝗏𝗏𝗁. Something in her presence triggered an instinct. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 felt a wave of danger and leaped backward before she had consciously decided to move. Zeke stepped forward without thinking. Rangis grabbed his arm. The red-haired woman smiled faintly and praised 𝗏𝗏𝗁's sharp reaction. She said the quality of her aura was not bad at all. Zeke's frown deepened slightly. He had not sensed this woman's presence at all until the moment she moved. Rangis, nervous, asked who she was. The instructor introduced her. Lady 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏 of the Black Dragon Corps. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 offered a polite smile and greeted everyone, saying she was pleased to meet them. Then she looked directly at Zeke and asked whether he was Lord Zeke. He confirmed it. She asked if her sudden appearance had surprised him. Zeke replied, with complete calm, that nothing she did was particularly surprising. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 paused. Zeke's eyes had begun to glow faintly as he remarked that her stealth technique was rather interesting. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 understood in that moment, quietly and without showing it, exactly why 𝗏𝗁 El Dragon had taken such a personal interest in this boy. Zeke was already analyzing her. He had noticed that her source power was concentrated in her lower body, moving in a flow pattern he had never encountered before. That was why her footsteps produced no sound at all. A spark of excitement moved through him as he wondered what kind of martial art lay beneath it. Freya took command of the class. She confirmed that she would be their new instructor. The students began whispering among themselves. Lady Freya, the Tempest Wind, was known as one of the strongest warriors in the entire El Dragon family. The other instructor confirmed it. She was a 6-star practitioner operating under the Black Dragon Corps, the elite unit that served directly under the family head himself. The students could not understand why someone of that standing would be here at all. Freya smiled faintly and told them she would indeed be training them, but under one condition. They had to pass a simple test first. The students tensed. She told them not to worry, then said they simply needed to retrieve a crystal like the one she was holding and survive for 1 full month inside the Poison Dragon Mountain. Rangis went pale at the name. Zeke felt something closer to nostalgia. The Poison Dragon Mountain was filled with poisonous creatures of every kind. Even brushing against a single leaf in certain areas could kill an ordinary human instantly. It was a region of pure danger. In his first life, he had used that place as a personal training ground on more than one occasion. He thought quietly that this test might still be too cruel for students this age. Freya laid out the rules. Each student would receive 1 crystal orb. If the orb was broken or lost for any reason, the student was immediately disqualified. When someone nervously asked what disqualification meant in practice, Freya told them plainly, expelled from the dragon's nest. She added that the poison itself was not an immediate concern. If they properly maintained dragon's breath throughout, they would be protected. As long as they held on to their orbs and kept their breathing technique active, survival was possible. Leica pointed out that beyond the poison, there were monsters living on that mountain as well. Freya's expression sharpened. She told them they would need to defeat those monsters themselves. Hunting was the only way to secure food inside the mountain. Without it, they would not last even a few days. The students looked at each other in horror. Retin muttered that it was impossible. Several others doubted whether the strike dragon combat arts, the only technique they had spent a month learning, was even capable of harming the creatures that lived there. Freya told them not to panic. They had 5 days to prepare. During that time, each of them could select a basic weapon art from the El Dragon family archives and study it. If they mastered it before the 5 days were up, their chances of surviving would improve considerably. If they failed to learn it in time, whatever happened on the mountain was not her responsibility. A student asked timidly whether Freya would at least help them if things became truly dangerous. Freya chuckled, the sound carrying no warmth in it at all. She told them this was the dragon's nest, the land of the El Dragon family. The weak did not last here. Only the strong survived. If they could not defeat a few monsters on their own, they might as well find a comfortable spot among the poison and go to sleep. The students trembled. Several of them were sweating visibly. Rangis looked close to tears. Leica stayed quiet, thinking carefully. Zeke frowned to himself and wondered if this was still the same El Dragon family he had once led. It felt entirely different from the one he had known when he was the family head. Freya said that was all for now. She began distributing martial arts books, 1 for each weapon type, and told the students to come forward and choose whichever technique they wanted to learn. The crowd moved toward the books immediately. Rangis hesitated, not sure which to pick. Zeke told him to take a spear technique, reminding him of what had happened during the entrance exam. Rangis agreed and thanked him. Leica said she would take a great sword technique since she already knew the basic forms of the lightning greatsword. Zeke stopped her. He suggested she try axe arts instead. She asked why. He explained that it would help cover the weaknesses in her current style. Because it was Zeke saying it, she did not argue. She simply nodded and picked up the axe technique book, trusting his judgment without needing to be told twice. Freya asked whether everyone had made their selection. When they confirmed it, she told them to make the most of the remaining 5 days. Survival in the Poison Dragon Mountain depended entirely on whether they could master what they had chosen in time. Those who failed to do so would die there. Pathetically, she was already turning to leave when she stopped and looked back. She had one more thing to tell them. During the test, their seniors would be hunting them. Rangis stared at her. She explained without softening it. The 10-year-old senior group will be taking the same test simultaneously, but their task was specifically to hunt down the younger students and steal their crystal orbs. The younger group outnumbered the seniors, and the Poison Dragon Mountain was vast enough that some of them might avoid contact entirely. But the seniors would use everything available to them to find and attack the new students. With that, she left. Rangis stood with sweat running down his face, asking what they were supposed to do. Not only were they facing poisonous creatures and a mountain that could kill them with a single wrong step, but now they had older, stronger students actively hunting them. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 frowned and said that every upperclassman would be at least 1-star level or higher. If they came after her in numbers, she would not hold out long, and most of her classmates probably would not survive at all. Zeke nodded. He said she had a point. If she could not fight the seniors alone, she should form a small group of 2 or 3. Cooperation was not against the rules. They could share the work of hunting monsters and defend each other against attacks from above. When Rangis asked what Zeke himself planned to do, Zeke told him simply that he intended to go in alone and enjoy the exam. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 sighed and admitted that somehow that sounded exactly like him. Before any of them started preparing, Zeke suggested they eat first. As they walked away from the training ground together, 𝗥𝗲𝗁 glanced at Rangis and asked quietly whether he did not find Zeke a little strange sometimes. Rangis considered it for a moment and then said, yes, sometimes. 5 days later, the students stood before the Poison Dragon Mountain. Fear and determination sat side by side in the faces of every person gathered there. Freya stood at the front of the group, wearing a confident smile, and declared that the weather was perfect for the test to begin. Rangis said nervously that the exam was finally about to begin. Even though this had been Zeke's plan, he could not help but wonder whether someone like him truly belonged on Lady 𝗥𝗏𝗁's team. There were noble-born students she could have chosen instead of a commoner who had not even reached 1 star yet. A voice came from behind him. We're the same. Rangis. He turned around. 2 students from the East Hall stood there. The girl introduced herself as Celine, a commoner herself, who still could not fully believe she had been chosen for Lady 𝗥𝗏𝗁's trial team at Poison Dragon Mountain. The boy beside her was Raymond, also from the East Hall, who looked over at 𝗥𝗏𝗁 with quiet admiration. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 cut through the uncertainty before it could spread any further. She told them that it did not matter whether her teammates were nobles or commoners. She had chosen them because she had seen their potential and their abilities. That was the only reason that counted. The words landed. Rangis was quiet for a moment, then gripped his spear and declared that he understood and that he would do everything in his power not to become a burden to the group. Raymond followed, saying he would give everything he had to meet her expectations. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 smiled and told them she was counting on all of them. Then she turned to Zeke and asked whether he was truly planning to take the trial entirely on his own. He nodded with complete confidence and said he could not wait for it to start. Celine admitted she admired both of them. While she stood there, trembling with anxiety, Zeke was calmly preparing to face Poison Dragon Mountain alone. Raymond remarked that it made sense for them to be confident since the blood of family heads ran through their veins. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 cut in and told him not to compare her to Zeke, because even she felt nervous. Zeke turned to her and asked why there was any reason to be nervous. Looking around at the people 𝗥𝗏𝗁 had gathered, they all seemed like a group of genuinely promising students to him. They all informed him, with varying degrees of disbelief, that there were plenty of reasons to be nervous about what was ahead. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 asked Zeke directly whether he truly thought the students she had selected were skilled. He confirmed it without hesitation. He thought to himself that 𝗥𝗏𝗁 had managed to gather some of the most promising people in the entire academy. The balance of her group, offense and defense working together, made him genuinely confident the trial would go smoothly for them. He told her as much. Rangis replied, with a bead of sweat running down his cheek, that yes, Zeke had always been far too confident. Freya stepped forward and asked whether all participants had arrived. She scanned the gathering and noted that many of the students had already organized themselves into groups. Since some had not yet mastered their chosen weapon arts, forming teams was a reasonable decision. She announced that the trial would begin shortly and ran through the rules one final time. Survive for 1 full month inside Poison Dragon Mountain. Protect the crystal orb. Pass only if the orb remained intact. All orbs were identical, which meant that if someone lost theirs, another participant could claim it as their own. Anxiety moved through the crowd at that detail. Zeke registered what it meant immediately. Stealing orbs from other participants was fair game. Freya confirmed it. After the new students enter the mountain and settled, the upperclassmen would also enter with the specific objective of hunting them down and stealing their orbs. The older students, watching from nearby, mocked the younger group openly, pointing out that since most of them had not even reached 1 star, taking their orbs would be no effort at all. That landed with mixed effect on Zeke's classmates. Fear, excitement, unease, all of it at once. Freya announced that the trial had officially begun. The students launched themselves toward the mountain immediately, feet hitting the ground fast and hard as they went. Zeke watched them go. 𝗥𝗲𝗁𝘁𝗂𝗁 called back to him and told him to make sure he survived. He smiled and told her the same applied to her team. She gathered her group around her, and as she moved, Zeke told all of them to be careful. Then Freya's voice reached him. It was his turn to enter. He apologized and said he'd gotten a little carried away watching the others. Freya looked at him and asked whether he was not nervous at all. He told her no, with a calm smile already in place, and walked toward the mountain. Freya watched him go and thought to herself that he was a genuinely peculiar boy. That night, at the camp set up outside Poison Dragon Mountain, one of the instructors asked Freya whether the new students would be all right. He elaborated on his concern. The trial felt too early for beginners. Most of them had only been in the dragon's nest for a few months. Few had achieved even 1 star. None of them had real combat experience. He wanted to know how many of them would actually come out of this. Freya reassured them both with a smile. There was no need to worry. The mountain was filled with poisonous creatures, but most of them were only 1 or 2 star level. Nothing that posed a serious threat to students who kept their breathing technique active. They would be fine. Then, almost too quietly to catch, she murmured that she would eventually release that thing. The instructor asked what she had said. Freya smiled pleasantly and told him it was nothing. She then announced that it was time for the upperclassmen to begin their part of the trial. The older students moved out immediately, weapons in hand, eyes lit with the particular energy of people who had been given permission to hunt. Freya watched them disappear into the dark and murmured to herself that she wondered how many would survive. She could not wait to see the results. Inside Poison Dragon Mountain, as the upperclassmen fanned out and began their search, one of them spotted something at the base of the mountain. A first-year student still standing there motionless, completely alone, as though he had never actually entered the mountain at all. One of the older students laughed and asked whether this kid was stupid. The new students had gone in ages ago. Another raised his crossbow and fired without further discussion. The arrow never reached him. Zeke caught it out of the air with one hand, snapped it cleanly in half, and looked at the upperclassmen with a calm, sharp expression. He told them he had been waiting for them. One of them asked what he meant. Another shouted that it did not matter, demanding to know how he had just caught an arrow mid-flight. Our boy was already moving. He closed the distance between them in a single dash, his eyes bright with excitement, a smirk pulling at the corner of his mouth. He told them it was time to play together. Deep in the Poison Dragon Mountain, 𝗥𝗲𝗁𝘁𝗂𝗁 group was already in the middle of the fight. Selene cut down a massive frog-like creature, and the moment it fell, another one launched itself from the tall grass behind her. Raymond moved without hesitation, raising his shield and catching the blow before it could reach her. He brought the shield down hard and drove it straight into the monster's body, killing it clean. Across from them, Rangis was handling his own opponent without too much difficulty. Raymond watched him and smiled. 𝗥𝗲𝗁𝘁𝗂𝗁 praised them both for the teamwork, and Rangis thanked her, then turned and went still when he saw the pile of frog monsters lying behind 𝗥𝗲𝗁𝘁𝗂𝗁 every single one of them taken down by her alone while the rest of them were occupied. Selene stared at it and remarked that 𝗏𝗏's power truly was on another level entirely. Raymond agreed. While the rest of the group had been managing a handful of monsters each, 𝗏𝗏 had wiped out most of the wave by herself. 𝗏𝗏 shrugged and said it was only natural. She was a 2-star warrior. These creatures were a warm-up at best. She also noted that since the exam had started a week ago, everyone had grown noticeably. Selene and Raymond in particular had both reached 1-star level, which was no small thing. Selene acknowledged her gratitude, saying they would not have advanced so quickly without 𝗏𝗏's guidance. Raymond said the same. Rangis stayed quiet. Both of his teammates had their first stars now, and he was still standing where he had started. Selene noticed his expression and told him gently that he would get there. Raymond added that he just needed to keep working and be patient. Rangis thanked them both, managing a smile. 𝗏𝗏 pointed out that he had taken down 3 giant frog monsters without a single star to his name, which was not something most people could say. She added that before the exam began, he had trained personally with Zeke and had already developed his spear handling to a level well beyond his rank. His first star was only a matter of time. Rangis nearly teared up at that. 𝗏𝗏 looked up at the sky. Night was closing in fast. She told everyone they needed to move back to base. Selene agreed immediately, warning that Poison Dragon Mountain was far more dangerous after dark than during the day. They had not gone far when 𝗏𝗏 stopped walking without warning. Rangis asked what was wrong. She did not answer right away. Her expression had darkened, and her eyes were fixed on something ahead. She asked, quietly but sharply, what a certain student was doing near their base. A figure emerged from the tall grass a moment later, stepping out with a loose, comfortable posture and a smirk already in place. Selene and Raymond drew their weapons on instinct. The student told 𝗏𝗏 he had not expected her to notice him so quickly. 𝗏𝗏 recognized him immediately as an upperclassman and asked whether he had come to steal their crystal. He confirmed it. She understood then. The older students had finally decided to move against their group, and the one standing in front of her was 2-star level. He grinned and said their current exam task was to steal crystals from the first years. He had not expected his first target to be Lady 𝗏𝗏's group specifically, but here they were. 𝗏𝗏 told him that realizing whose base he had walked into, she assumed he would be leaving. She warned him that a single upperclassman stood no chance against her team. His grin widened into something colder. He asked who had said he was alone. 3 more upperclassmen rose from the grass behind him, all 1-star level. Their leader sneered and said that even Lady 𝗏𝗏 would find things difficult when her teammates were nothing but burdens. He drew his sword, shouted for them to hand over their crystal orbs, and charged directly at 𝗏𝗏. She stepped aside effortlessly, let the strike pass, and ordered Selene and the others to hold their battle formation while she dealt with him. Across the clearing, Rangis found himself matched against one of the 1-star upperclassmen. Without a star of his own, defending against the assault was difficult. His opponent taunted him and told him it would be easier to just surrender and hand over his crystal. Rangis hesitated, and then a memory came back to him. Before the exam, he had asked Zeke the question that had been sitting at the back of his mind since the day they met. Was there any way for someone weaker to defeat someone stronger? He was still starless, and he was afraid that when stronger enemies came, he would only pull his team down. Zeke's answer had stopped him cold. He told Rangis to surrender. He explained, if the opponent was 3-star or 4-star, surrendering was the only logical choice. A starless fighter had no realistic path to victory against someone that far above him. But if the opponent was around 1-star level, there was still a chance. Rangis had asked how. Zeke told him it was nothing unusual. He just needed to exploit an opening. Rangis had not understood. What opening? Zeke said simply that he had to endure. Keep enduring until the opponent showed one. There was no other method. You could not force an opening against someone stronger. You could only wait until they made a mistake. If he could not do even that, then defeating someone stronger would remain a fantasy forever. He had added that against someone like 𝗏𝗏, Rangis would not last long enough for an opening to appear. But against an ordinary 2-star, he would be fine. He told him to trust his own strength and gave him one final piece of guidance. Do not overthink it. Do not try to calculate how to create the opening or analyze the gap in power. Just wait with patience, and the moment it appears, thrust the spear straight into it without hesitating. The memory settled back into place. Rangis clenched his fists and let it anchor him. He was weaker. That was simply the truth. So he endured. He absorbed every blow his opponent threw at him and kept standing. The upperclassman's frustration grew with every passing exchange. He screamed at Rangis to just fall down already and threw a powerful strike with everything behind it. And there it was, the opening. Rangis drove the spear forward without hesitation, straight into his opponent's body. The upperclassman coughed once, then collapsed and lost consciousness. As he hit the ground, a radiant light bloomed on Rangis's chest. His first star, earned in the middle of the fight, not before it. 𝗏𝗏 noticed immediately. She looked at him with quiet pride. Across the clearing, the upperclassman leader had stopped understanding what he was dealing with. 𝗏𝗏's power felt far beyond what 2 stars should produce, and he could not reconcile the gap. 𝗏𝗏 understood it herself. Since she had started mastering the axe arts technique Zeke had recommended against her initial instincts, she had learned to channel greater force and energy through her greatsword in ways the lightning technique alone had never allowed. The difference in power between them now was the product of that change. She told him it was his misfortune to have chosen her group. Then she gathered the golden lightning around her blade and said simply that the battle ended here. The strike landed with blinding force, and the leader dropped. 𝗏𝗏 moved immediately to check on her team. Everyone confirmed they were safe. The relief that went through the group was loud and genuine. Their first real battle against upperclassmen, and they had held. Celine and Raymond turned to Rangis and congratulated him on his first star. He thanked them with a smile that came easily this time, the kind that does not need to be forced. 𝗏𝗏 looked at each of them in turn. Every member of her team had now manifested their first star. She said that the battles ahead would be considerably easier from here. Then she paused, and with a thoughtful expression, wondered aloud how Zeke was doing. Elsewhere in Poison Dragon Mountain, an upperclassman was running. Not walking, not retreating, running, with tears streaming down his face, muttering the same words over and over under his breath. Please do not come here. Zeke, please do not come here. He was trembling, his voice cracking between each repetition, asking himself in genuine terror what kind of monster that boy named Zeke actually was. The upperclassmen were running in every direction, screaming for help, praying that Zeke would not follow. Zeke walked behind them at a leisurely pace, dragging one of the defeated upperclassmen along the ground with one hand, a giant snake beast's corpse slung over his other arm. He looked genuinely confused by their reaction. He called out and asked what their problem was, wondering aloud whether no one else wanted to play with him. The fleeing upperclassmen called him insane without slowing down. Several of them tried to make sense of it while running, pointing out between terrified breaths that a lower classman was the one hunting them. They were supposed to be the hunters here. That was how this exam worked. That was how it had always worked. One of them tripped and hit the ground. He scrambled to get back up and then stopped completely. Zeke was already standing directly in front of him. His crimson eyes were faintly glowing. He sighed and told the upperclassman that he was getting a little tired of chasing him. He reached out a hand to help him up and calmly added that once he stood, he would have to fight. The upperclassman's eyes went wide. Then his body went limp entirely and he fainted on the spot. Zeke tilted his head and muttered to himself about what had just happened. He looked around and asked out loud what was going on with everyone. They had been so aggressive the first time they spotted him, and now they were running away in complete terror. He called them pathetic and shouted after the others not to leave him behind. Then he felt it, a faint presence, nearby, watching him from the trees. He turned toward it and asked, without raising his voice, why the watcher did not come closer if they wanted a better look. No reply came. Zeke chuckled and said that since whoever it was had been observing without interfering, that probably meant there was nothing wrong with what he was doing. With that settled, he announced he would stop holding back and continue his little game with the upperclassmen. A man stepped out from the direction of the presence. One of the overseers assigned to monitor the examination. Sweat ran down his face as he stared at Zeke and whispered to himself, unable to piece together what kind of child this was. He had watched Zeke dismantle upperclassmen who were supposed to be significantly stronger than any first-year student. And beyond all of that, Zeke had detected his hiding spot. He made the decision immediately. Everything he had witnessed needed to be reported at once. At the camp outside Poison Dragon Mountain, Freya was not expecting the observers to arrive in the state they arrived in. According to their report, 1 week had passed since the examination began. 30% of the lower classmen had already withdrawn. The rest were gradually adapting to both the environment and the dangers of the mountain, and the observers did not expect many more to drop out. Freya nodded and asked about the upperclassmen. The observers exchanged uneasy looks and could not answer directly. Freya's expression darkened. She told them to speak clearly. One of them admitted that the upperclassmen were constantly fleeing. Freya frowned. She asked what they were running from. As far as she knew, there was nothing inside Poison Dragon Mountain strong enough to threaten upperclassmen. The observer took a slow breath and told her they were not running from a monster. They were running from Lord Zeke. Freya raised an eyebrow. The observer explained. Zeke had been relentlessly hunting the upperclassmen from the moment he entered the mountain. At first they had tried to fight back. Eventually they had simply run. Another observer added that what he had witnessed was something completely without precedent. Zeke appeared to be genuinely enjoying it, cutting down the older students and pursuing them like prey. A second observer agreed, saying that whatever Zeke was, he was no longer just a prodigy. He was something else, a true monster in human form. Freya listened to all of it without interrupting. When they finished, she spoke with a quiet, calm certainty. She admitted she had suspected from the very beginning that Zeke was unusual. Unlike the others, he had chosen to enter the exam alone, and he had walked into Poison Dragon Mountain looking completely at ease. There was only one explanation for that. He had never intended to hide from the upperclassmen. From the very start, his plan had been to hunt them down himself. She thought back to the look in his eyes when they had first met. She thought to herself that the boy was indeed a monster. Then one of the observers frowned and asked what that strange sound was coming from outside. A faint smile crossed Freya's lips. She said that was something she had been waiting for. A man approached and asked Lady Freya where they should place the massive cage they had brought. She told him to leave it where it was and thanked him. The observers turned to look at it, and several of them went very still. They asked what was inside it. Some of them asked, with visible alarm, whether she genuinely intended to release whatever that was into the mountain. The aura coming off the creature inside was enough to identify it as at least 3-star level, far beyond anything the students were equipped to handle. Freya reassured them calmly. Adjustments had already been made. The creature had been conditioned to target only individuals at 2-star strength or higher. Ordinary students would not be in serious danger. When pressed on why she was releasing it during the exam at all, she told them it was a direct order from the family head himself, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀. What she kept to herself was the rest of it. She wanted to see whether Zeke could survive against such a creature. The soldiers had already started calling him a monster. She wanted to find out whether that word was accurate. She gave the order. The creature would be released into Poison Dragon Mountain at dawn. The next morning, deep inside the mountain, the ground shook. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀's group stopped immediately. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 frowned and said she had a bad feeling about the tremor. Raymond wondered whether an upperclassman had caused it. Rangis shook his head and said it was more likely a beast, probably a massive anger boar. But 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 could not shake the unease settling into her chest. Something about it felt different from anything they had encountered in the past week. A second tremor hit, stronger than the first. A giant tree began to fall directly toward them. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀's instincts moved before her thoughts did. She screamed for everyone to get clear. They threw themselves aside in every direction. The enormous trunk crashed down exactly where they had been standing seconds before. They turned around. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 went completely still. Celine gasped and asked what it was. Rangis's face drained of color, and sweat began sliding down his temples. His voice barely held together as he told them they needed to run. Right now, standing before them was a colossal golem. On the other side of Poison Dragon Mountain, Our boy Zeke was sitting on top of a pile of defeated monsters and upperclassmen, and he was bored. No one was coming to challenge him anymore. The upperclassmen had long since stopped daring to approach, and the observers who had been quietly monitoring the situation from a distance seemed to have simply decided to leave him to his own devices. The whole arrangement was disappointing. He had expected more from this examination. Then he felt it, a presence from the opposite side of the mountain. He straightened immediately and asked himself what kind of strange aura that was. His first reading placed it at 2-star level, but the more he focused on it, the more the picture shifted. 3-star. He sat with that for a moment and then questioned whether 3-star monsters were actually supposed to exist inside Poison Dragon Mountain. He also considered whether this aura might belong to something that had simply been living deep in the mountain for the past 1,000 years, never cataloged, never removed. Either way, it was a problem. Every examinee would struggle against a 3-star level creature. Even 𝗏𝗏𝗁 would not be able to handle something at that tier. The instructors should have cleared the mountain of anything at that level before the examination began. Unless they had not. Unless Freya and the others had left it there deliberately as part of the test. He admitted to himself that he had no idea what they were thinking. But he also admitted, with considerably more enthusiasm, that it did not matter. A 3-star opponent, something worth his time, had finally appeared. He looked across the mountain in the direction of the presence, noted that it was far from his current position, and decided that waiting was not an option. He declared that he would go to it, and told the creature to wait for him. On the other side of the mountain, 𝗏𝗏𝗁's group had already made contact. Selene launched the first attack at the golem with everything behind it. The strike landed and did nothing. Not a scratch. She stared at the creature in disbelief. Raymond charged in next and drove his shield into it with his full strength. Same result. The golem did not even register the impact. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 stepped forward and channeled her aura and lightning into a strike. When the dust cleared, a faint scratch was visible on the golem's outer shell. She assessed the result calmly. Aura could cause damage. Without aura, it was impossible to harm the creature at all, which meant that she was the only one in their group capable of injuring it. Her 1-star companions could do nothing to it directly. Rangis called out and asked what they should do. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told them to listen carefully. The plan was simple. She would draw the golem's attention, and the moment she had it, they would use the opening to escape. Rangis refused immediately. He told her they could not leave her behind to face it alone. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told them plainly that they would only become burdens in direct combat, and she pointed to the scratch she had made. Even with her aura at full output, that was all she had managed against its shell. 1-star fighters had no realistic role in this fight. Raymond said that while that was true, it did not mean they were useless. They could not injure the golem, but they could support 𝗏𝗏𝗁 in a way that ensured every attack she launched connected cleanly. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 asked what he meant. Rangis said that he would do everything in his power not to become a burden, and Selene agreed, telling her that if they worked together to set up clean openings for 𝗏𝗏𝗁's attacks to land, they would find a way to win. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 looked at them for a moment. Then she smiled and told them she understood. She would rely on them for support. She began drawing her aura and lightning into her sword, concentrating her full power into the blade. Raymond locked his shield into position. Rangis and Selene readied themselves to attack and redirect the golem's attention on command. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told them to begin. She moved to the front and engaged the golem directly. It launched an attack toward her almost immediately. Raymond caught it on his shield, the impact nearly buckling him. The creature's 3-star power far beyond what a 1-star body was built to absorb. Rangis and Selene dashed forward and struck from the sides, drawing its focus. In a moment its attention shifted, 𝗏𝗏𝗁 slipped behind it. She unleashed heaven's thunder from behind the golem with everything she had left. The explosion that followed tore through the surrounding forest. Trees came down. The ground cracked. When the smoke cleared, the golem had been knocked down, and the damage radiating outward through the forest was extensive. Rangis ran to her immediately and asked if she was all right. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 said she was fine, though she had exhausted the source power in her entire body to land that strike. She asked about Raymond. With Selene holding him up, Raymond confirmed he was managing. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 told them they needed to move back to base. Then she felt the presence behind her. She shoved Rangis out of the way. The golem seized her instead. She could not believe it. After taking a full-strength Heaven's Thunder at point-blank range, the golem was still moving. She had grown complacent the moment it went down, and now she was paying for it. Selene stared in shock at the sight of the creature still functional after absorbing everything 𝗥𝗁𝗁 had. Rangis attacked the golem with his spear immediately, trying to force it to release her, but the golem swung 𝗥𝗁𝗁 in its grip, and he could not get a clean strike through. The concern on his face was raw and uncontrolled. Then a tree came hurtling in from the tree line and struck the golem squarely. The grip released. Rangis grabbed 𝗥𝗁𝗁 the moment she was free and pulled her away from the creature. 𝗥𝗁𝗁, still catching her breath, asked what had just happened. She could not account for the tree. Then a voice came from behind them asking what exactly they were dealing with here. Rangis and 𝗥𝗁𝗁 both recognized it immediately. Zeke had arrived, but rather than moving toward 𝗥𝗁𝗁 to check whether she was hurt, his attention had already locked entirely onto the golem. His eyes were glowing with a particular brightness that meant he was deeply, genuinely interested in what he was looking at. He asked, with real enthusiasm, what kind of clay puppet this was. Just before Zeke reached the location where the 3-star presence had been pulling him, he caught sight of golden, lightning aura cutting through the tree line ahead. He recognized it instantly as 𝗥𝗁𝗁. He could not believe that her group had been the first to run into the creature. He pushed his speed higher. As he ran, he admitted to himself that in his previous life, he could have covered this distance in an instant. Now he could do nothing but sprint toward it like any ordinary person, which he found genuinely pathetic. Still, he ran, knowing that 𝗥𝗁𝗁's group was full of promising students, but also knowing that their opponent was 3-star level, and he had no idea how long they would be able to hold on. Then something came to him mid-stride, and he stopped abruptly. A technique he had recently learned surfaced in his mind. He grabbed the trunk of a nearby tree, pulled it out of the ground with his hands, and using both his raw physical strength and the technique he had just recalled, he hurled the massive tree through the air in the direction of the monster. He watched it arc through the sky and remarked that the result was not bad at all. He had made the right choice learning it when he did. With his current body, he was going to need that technique. The technique was called the Nurturing Dragon Throwing Arts. Like the Strike Dragon combat arts, it did not contain actual battle techniques. It was a basic movement and source power flow text, instructional at its core. But it was exactly what he needed. In his previous life, he had been a long-range fighter operating in a body built more like a melee combatant, and this technique bridged that gap precisely. Still, throwing a tree was not going to be enough. He resumed running. When he arrived and found 𝗥𝗁𝗁's group still standing, Rangis asked immediately whether they were all right. Rangis confirmed they were, then told him that was not the point. The golem was the problem. Zeke's eyes lit up at the word. He repeated it slowly. Golem. So that was what the creature was called. He studied it and noted something unusual. He could sense its presence, but he could not detect any life force inside it. No heartbeat. No inner energy, just mass and movement. The golem rose again and launched an attack immediately towards Zeke. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 called out a warning. Rangis shouted that the creature was extremely dangerous. Zeke caught the incoming fist with one hand, absorbing the impact and remarking that the creature was indeed tough. He understood immediately that normal strikes would not get through its shell. Aura was going to be necessary to gradually break down its defenses. He pushed the fist aside with a swing of his arm and commented that defeating the golem through conventional methods would be far too boring anyway. 𝗥𝗁𝗁, exhausted and exasperated, told him he was always too reckless. Rangis could not process the fact that Zeke was standing there finding the golem boring to fight, given that their entire group had nearly died against it moments ago. The golem prepared its next attack. Zeke noted that the creature's large size made it genuinely dangerous despite its slowness, and without hesitation, he raised both arms and blocked the blow head-on. The impact shook the surrounding area. He held through it and told 𝗥𝗁𝗁's group to move. The location was too dangerous for them to remain. They obeyed without argument and evacuated the immediate area as fast as they could. Once they were clear, Zeke gathered himself and threw the golem with tremendous force. It crashed away through the trees. He watched it land and remarked that the outer shell was genuinely durable. He gathered his aura into his fist and started moving forward, curious about whether the interior of the creature was just as hard as its surface. He leapt into the air above it and declared it was time to find out. He activated the first form of the Dragon Destruction combat arts. Burst World. The strike hit and a massive explosion erupted on impact. Rather than trying to chip away at the golem's outer defenses over a prolonged fight, he had injected source power directly into the creature's body and destroyed it from within. The plan worked exactly as intended. Zeke landed and said with genuine satisfaction that fighting this way made the whole thing considerably more enjoyable. 1 month later, inside the El Dragon Estate main building, our boy was irritated. He had been pulled out of his training without warning, and he wanted to know why. The explanation came. The 1-month examination at Poison Dragon Mountain had concluded without further serious incident. After the 3-star golem encounter, nothing comparable had appeared. The number of 7-year-old class members had dropped to 30% of the original group, the harsh environment and constant danger having pushed most of them to withdraw. But the 30% who remained had endured the brink of death repeatedly, and because of that, every single one of them had reached 1-star level by the time the exam ended. The results were notable, and apparently, so was Zeke's conduct during the exam. 𝗏𝗏 El Dragon had summoned him directly. As Zeke walked through one of the hallways of the main estate with Freya beside him, he asked what the family head actually wanted from him. Freya was immediately displeased by the way he phrased it. She told him he needed to address the family head as Master Head, not simply Head. Zeke argued that it was practically the same thing. Freya let that go and moved on. She told him the reason for the summons was already obvious, and that he had brought this upon himself. He asked whether it was truly because of his behavior during the exam. She confirmed it without hesitation. The purpose of the upperclassmen component of the exam had been straightforward. The older students were supposed to attack the lower year students and steal their crystal orbs. Instead, Zeke, a lower classman, had turned that entirely on its head by hunting the upperclassman himself, something no one had expected or accounted for. She added that because of what he had done, not a single upperclassman had managed to take a crystal orb from any lowerclassman during the entire month. Every one of them had been too busy running from him. As a direct consequence, the upperclassmen had been required to retake the exam entirely. Zeke pointed out that attacking upperclassmen had not technically been forbidden by the rules. Freya replied that no one would have ever imagined a lowerclassman bold enough to actually do it. She sighed, turned away from him, and told him that whatever happened next, his attitude was going to need serious correction before he stood in front of the Master Head. Freya reminded Zeke again to fix his attitude and the way he addressed the Master Head, especially once they were standing directly in front of him. Zeke asked why. Freya told him plainly that even at his age, a terrible attitude could get him killed. She did not want to watch him be executed by his own father over something as avoidable as his behavior. Zeke only commented that if that were the case, then 𝗏𝗏 was apparently quite violent. They reached the door. Freya knocked, announced herself as Freya 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 of the Black Dragon Corps, and stated they had come in response to the Master Head summons. 𝗏𝗏's voice came back, serious and flat. He told them to enter. Freya opened the door and stepped in first, announcing that she had brought Zeke as ordered. 𝗏𝗏 was still writing when they entered. He looked up from the paper, fixed his eyes on Zeke, and asked directly why he had attacked the upperclassmen during the examination. Zeke was quiet for a moment. Then he said that everyone kept asking him the same repeated question. Rather than answering it again, he turned it back on 𝗏𝗏 and asked whether attacking the upperclassmen had actually been prohibited. 𝗏𝗏 asked what he meant. Zeke explained that the condition for passing the test had been straightforward. Survive 1 month inside Poison Dragon Mountain. Keep the crystal orb intact. No other rules have been stated. So he had simply followed those rules and used his time however he chose while the exam was running. If there had been prohibited actions, he said, they should have been made clear before the test began. Freya felt the fear move through her before she could stop it. She immediately demanded to know what he was saying and why he was speaking to the Master Head that way. Then 𝗏𝗲𝘁 released his dragon aura. The pressure of it dropped through the room like something physical. Freya's knees hit the floor. She thought, with genuine alarm, that the aura alone could kill Zeke where he stood. She turned toward him, expecting the worst. Zeke was standing, completely upright, completely calm. The pressure had not touched him. He told 𝗏𝗏𝘁 to stop trying to intimidate him because it was becoming extremely annoying. 𝗏𝗏𝘁's expression shifted, something between shock and dark irritation crossing his face as he absorbed what he had just heard from a 7-year-old child. Freya was still on her knees. Zeke, standing beside her, asked whether 𝗏𝗏𝘁 had genuinely summoned him just to ask meaningless questions. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 asked how. Zeke did not follow the question. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 elaborated. According to the reports, Zeke had not only defeated upperclassmen, but had brought down a 3-star golem. And he had just stood through a wave of dragon pressure that had floored everyone else in the room. He demanded to know, in a tone that carried real weight, how an illegitimate child had obtained strength and power that defied all comprehension. Zeke said that if 𝗏𝗏𝘁 truly wanted to know the reason, it was very simple. The only reason was that he was Zeke. 𝗏𝗏𝘁's brows furrowed. The silence that followed was the kind that comes from two people who have decided to hold their ground and wait for the other to move first. After a long moment, 𝗏𝗏𝘁 said that Zeke's personality was every bit as terrible as the reports had described. And then, despite all of it, he told him he would be rewarded for defeating the golem. Freya could not quite process what was happening. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 told him to choose. He could take any single item from the dragon treasury, or he could gain access to the 2nd floor of the dragon hall. Freya explained it internally to herself as much as to anyone. Both the dragon hall and the dragon treasury were repositories that the El Dragon family had been building for over 1,000 years, dating back to the patriarch Gilfus El Dragon himself. The dragon hall held books of every kind, including techniques now classified as forbidden. The dragon treasury held relics from the family's previous heads across every era. Legendary weapons, spirit medicines, artifacts, objects whose significance had grown with the centuries. Both facilities were among the most heavily guarded locations in the entire estate. Access to the 2nd floor of the Dragon Hall was reserved for those who had demonstrated extraordinary results. The fact that 𝗏𝗏𝘁 was offering either of those things to this child, despite everything that had just happened in this room, was something she could not reconcile with what she knew of him. Zeke said that if 𝗏𝗏𝘁 was going to give him a reward, there was no reason to be stingy about it. He asked why he could not simply have both. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 told him to choose one. Then he told them they could leave. Zeke pointed at him. He said that their conversation could not be over already because he still had things he wanted to say. Freya grabbed him by the collar before he could continue, physically pulling him toward the door, smiling through gritted teeth as she announced that receiving a direct reward from the Master Head was a great honor, that she now understood his orders, and that they would be leaving immediately. As Freya turned and dragged him through the doorway, Zeke said there was one last thing he wanted to tell 𝗏𝗏𝘁. He said that as long as 𝗏𝗏𝘁 continued killing off his own emotions the way he was doing, he would never become any stronger regardless of what else he did. 𝗏𝗏𝘁 released his aura again. It meant something. A divine dragon presence pushed back against it from the direction of the door, suppressing it. Freya was trembling. She whispered at Zeke to be quiet. The door closed behind them. Inside the room, 𝗏𝗏𝘁 sat alone in the silence that followed and asked himself quietly what kind of presence he had just felt from that child. Outside in the hallway, Freya immediately turned on Zeke and demanded to know what had been going through his mind. She had warned him. She had been specific. She had told him before they entered exactly what kind of behavior would get him killed in that room. He asked what she was talking about and said that he had done everything he could to hold himself back. Freya stared at him and asked whether what she had just witnessed was actually him restraining himself. She could not understand why he could speak to instructors and even to her without issue, yet address the Master Head that way. Zeke told her that 𝗏𝗏𝘁 was his father, so the way he spoke to him was naturally different. Freya stood with that for a moment, and then said, with the exhausted certainty of someone who has stopped trying to find a normal explanation that he was truly not an ordinary child. She asked who he really was. Zeke asked if she was seriously questioning who he was, and reminded her, as he always said, that he was Zeke. Freya went silent. She turned it over in her mind. Every child who had drunk ancient dragon blood as an infant, herself included, could not defy the Masterhead. 𝗏𝗁𝘁𝗂𝗁 carried the power of the Dragon King, a superior species among all ancient dragons. No one born into this family should have been able to stand calmly under that pressure. And yet, she decided quietly that she needed to investigate Zeke's birth records thoroughly. She asked him which reward he would take: the Dragon Hall up to the second floor, or the Dragon Treasury with any item of his choosing. One of the two. Zeke asked again whether he could have both. She said no. He chose the Dragon Hall. Knowledge, he said, was more important to him right now. He lacked a clear understanding of how the world had changed over the past 1,000 years, and the hall was where he would find it. Rangis appeared moments later, still barely believing any of this was real. He could not process that they were actually being allowed into the Dragon Hall of the El Dragon family. Zeke asked if he was happy about it. Rangis said yes immediately, saying that the Strike Dragon combat arts and the Nurturing Dragon Spear arts had already been incredible, and now there was a chance to find something even better within the hall itself. He could not believe this was a reward they were receiving for passing the exam. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 arrived soon after, already thinking about strategy. She wondered aloud how much knowledge she could absorb before the time limit ended, and said she would need to read with every bit of focus she had. When Zeke asked whether there was a time limit, she confirmed it. The rules that applied to the higher floors applied here as well. Each of them could borrow one book to take with them. They could read as many others as they wanted during their allotted time, but managing those hours carefully was going to be essential. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 asked why Zeke had chosen the Dragon Hall over the Dragon Treasury, saying she had expected him to go for the Treasury based on what she knew of him. He told her he had considered it, but knowledge mattered more to him right now. She pointed out that the second floor held significantly rarer books than the first, especially when it came to martial arts, the gap in quality between floors being considerable. Even so, she said she doubted anything inside could compare to her lightning great sword technique. Zeke was staring at the building. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 asked if he had heard a word she said. When they arrived at the Dragon Hall, the Guardian announced that their allotted time inside would be 5 hours. They were reminded to use it wisely and to remain silent throughout. Zeke was not sure whether 5 hours was long or short. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told him it was already generous. Most people were allowed only 2 to 3 hours. The first task, she said, was to decide which book they wanted to borrow. After that, they should use the remaining time to read as much else as they could. Rangis mentioned that he had heard of people talented enough to read multiple books simultaneously, though his own goal was simply to find a martial arts book that suited him before their time ran out. They stepped inside. Zeke commented that finding the right books to borrow among this many would probably take some doing. Rangis and Selene were too busy standing still and taking in the sheer reality of where they were to respond. Zeke looked around at the rows upon rows of collected knowledge and smiled. The number of books was even more impressive than he had expected. He wondered whether somewhere inside all of this there was something new, something that might actually surprise him. Zeke had barely begun reading before the shock hit him like a physical thing. He sat surrounded by a mountain of books stacked on every side, and the more pages he turned, the harder it became to keep his mind from racing ahead of what his eyes were taking in. Rifts, chaos, magic, 1,000 years of history that had fundamentally reshaped the world he had once known, compressed into rows and rows of text that he could not read fast enough. Eventually, he simply laid down beside the books he had already finished, exhaling slowly, and said aloud that the events of the past 1,000 years were terrifying. What truly undid him was the scale of it. He still could not accept that within just 1,000 years, their world had become connected to another one entirely through dimensional rifts. The books told him what had happened. 900 years ago, the first rift appeared, tearing through the dimensional wall for the first time in recorded history. Beyond it lay what was now known as the Chaos Realm, a world where creatures called chaos roamed freely, and where humans carrying powerful source power had been fighting those creatures for as long as anyone could remember. When the El Dragon family discovered these people existed, they joined forces with them. The wars they fought together forged a bond that went beyond strategy and survival. In time, 4 powerful female warriors from that other world married into the El Dragon family. Their names were 𝗙𝗏𝗁, Fafnir, Levius, and Bahamut, the founders of the 4 great branch families that still existed in the present day. Zeke's thoughts drifted to the anger boar he had killed in the forest during his first days in this new life. The strange black mist wrapped around it, and 𝗥𝗲𝗁's lightning aura, the first time he had seen it in their duel. He admitted to himself that he had known nothing about either of those things at the time. Both the black mist and the lightning aura had their origins in the other world, carried into this one through those 4 founders and the bond built across a dimensional boundary. But what caught his attention above everything else was magic. To him, it felt like an advanced form of technology, something the people of the other world had brought with them and introduced into his own. His eyes shone with a particular brightness that meant he had found something worth pursuing. He looked around and immediately started wondering where the books on magic would be shelved and why he could not find a single one that might actually teach him how to use it. Then a voice told him to be quiet inside the Dragon Hall. He turned toward the sound. A golden aura was visible in one of the darker corners of the hall, faint and deliberate. What confused him was that he had sensed no presence there. He asked himself whether it had truly been a voice at all, or whether this was something else entirely. A technique capable of transmitting sound alone without the body behind it. He looked up toward the ceiling of the hall and confirmed again that he could not sense anything beyond the source power he had noticed earlier. Then the books in front of him moved. They rose into the air on their own, and Zeke cried out in genuine shock, asking what was happening. Then his eyes went bright as the mechanism behind it clicked into place. Source power threads. Invisible lines of concentrated energy being used to manipulate physical objects at a distance. He declared aloud how interesting that was. The voice told him again to be quiet. Zeke grabbed one of the floating books out of the air and demanded to know how he was supposed to stay silent when something this fascinating was right in front of him. He told whoever was to show themselves properly instead. The cloaked figure seated on the upper floor of the Dragon Hall said nothing. The source power threads moved again, and in the next instant Zeke found his entire body bound, suspended in place, unable to move. The figure threw him out. He tumbled through the hall's doors, hit the ground rolling, and managed to pull himself upright before coming to a full stop. He said he had discovered yet another thing he did not understand. He was not entirely sure whether he was angry or excited, possibly both, and demanded loudly that the cloaked figure come out and show him clearly how the source power thread technique actually worked. Rangis arrived at a run, confused, asking what happened. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 followed and asked what exactly he had done inside to get himself physically thrown out. Zeke said he had gotten a little too excited. Then he asked them how things had gone, whether they had found the books and techniques they were looking for. Rangis confirmed it. He had borrowed a martial arts book called the Cloud Water Spear Arts, and said he had already picked up a few basic techniques just from reading inside. Selene said she had also learned some techniques and had borrowed a book called the Windflower Sword Arts. Raymond said he had learned about the El Dragon style Guardian Sword Arts during his time inside, and the book he chose to borrow was also El Dragon style, specifically the Guardian Shield Arts. Zeke greeted all of this with a quiet, slightly awkward expression. Every single technique they had borrowed, he realized, was something he had created in his past life, built as diversions, as pastimes between his more serious work. And here they were, being borrowed and studied as rare and valuable knowledge by the next generation. He asked which book 𝗥𝗏𝗁 had chosen. She said happily, the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, created by the first patriarch of the El Dragon family, Gilfus El Dragon. In the present version, it was known as the Heavy Wave Great Sword Arts, revised and improved by the 15th family head. She added that because she already possessed the family's hereditary martial arts, she intended to use the borrowed book for deeper research rather than basic study. Zeke went silent. Another one of his techniques had been revised by the 15th family head, just like his dragon's breath and his strike dragon combat arts. He also remembered seeing, while he had been inside, many other books in the hall that connected back to things he had built in his first life. Almost all of them, now, had improved versions sitting alongside the originals. He found himself wondering more and more about this 15th family head. Whoever had done all of that revision work was someone he was becoming increasingly curious about. He glanced back at the Dragon Hall. He had assumed, before entering, that it would satisfy his curiosity and perhaps bore him. Instead, he could not wait for the next time he had the chance to go back inside. 5 years passed. 𝗏𝗏, now 12 years old, was walking through one of the hallways when she stopped and realized she had not seen Zeke or Rangis anywhere. A group of classmates passed her and greeted her, informing her that Lord Zeke and the others were at the training ground again. 𝗏𝗏 muttered again under her breath, thanked them, and changed direction. When she arrived at the training ground, she found Rangis, Raymond, and Celine all in position, weapons ready, preparing to launch an attack at the same time. And, standing across from all three of them, arms relaxed at his sides, was Zeke, also 12 years old now. In 𝗏𝗁's office, a report had just arrived about the appearance of a special rift. 𝗏𝗁 asked whether the information was reliable. It was confirmed immediately. The man delivering the report was Ein, captain of the Black Dragon Corps, who stated that based on their investigation, there was roughly an 80% chance that magic water existed inside this newly appeared rift. 𝗏𝗁's expression shifted as he considered the location. The spot where the rift had appeared was an extremely troublesome one, and he questioned why it had chosen to manifest there of all places within their territory. Still, with a probability that high, they could not afford to ignore it. He laid out the stakes. Anyone who drank magic water became a mage. Those who consumed it gained a special constitution that allowed them to convert source power into an entirely different force called mana. The introduction of mana-based magic had brought new techniques into the world unlike anything that had existed before. At the same time, it had ignited fierce territorial struggles over the sources of magic water, known as magic springs. In this age of magic, the number of mages a house commanded determined its military strength directly. The El Dragon family had no magic springs, not a single one within their territory. For a house in that position, conquering special rifts was the only available path to magic water. At present, the number of El Dragon mages was extremely small, including 𝗏𝗁 himself. All of them were hardened veterans who had obtained magic water through previous rift conquests. Even so, in raw numbers they were being outpaced by houses that owned springs outright. Conquering special rifts was not one priority among many. It was the top priority. The location of this new rift made things complicated. The abundant dragon forest was a vast woodland that fell mostly within El Dragon territory, but a portion of it stretched into the lands of another house. The Cerberus family claimed broader ownership of the region and referred to it as the Great Abundant Forest. Ein reported that while the rift itself was certainly within El Dragon lands, the special domain that had formed around it might extend into Cerberus territory, depending on its scale. Those mongrels, as 𝗏𝗁 put it, would detect the rift sooner or later. Their instincts for that kind of thing were the one area where they excelled. That meant the El Dragon family had to move with the assumption of a struggle with the Cerberus family already baked into the plan. Since it was a special rift, both sides would be operating under limited options, but the window before the Cerberus family caught on needed to be used. 𝗏𝗁 gave the order immediately. Ein was to inform all dragons' nests at once. A selection exam would be held as soon as possible. Back at the training grounds, 𝗏𝗏 stood at the edge watching what was happening in the middle and commented that Rangis and the others really did go all out every single time they trained with Zeke. In the center of the ground, Zeke stood completely relaxed and waited. Rangis, Celine, and Raymond came at him simultaneously from 3 different directions. Zeke's expression did not change. He strengthened his body and absorbed all 3 blows at once without retreating a single step. Rangis' spear tip pressed into his cheek and held there. Zeke told him that their coordination was good, but that Rangis was putting too much force into the spear, which actually undermined the true strength behind spear arts. Rangis was 11 at the time. He told Celine, who was 12, that she was too focused on speed and volume of strikes, leaving no real weight behind any of them. She needed to find a proper balance. He told Raymond, also 12, that his shield work and movement were correct. Even so, Zeke said, all three of them were still far too passive. He told them to get more comfortable with attacking and instructed them to come at him again. Rangis charged immediately. 𝗏𝗏 watched and said that observing this training still looked completely insane to her no matter how many times she saw it. Zeke asked what exactly she found crazy about it. She told him that letting himself get hit with no source power defense and no protection was total madness. Zeke told her this was simply proper training for him, then flexed beneath his shirt and told her she should take a proper look at what years of this had produced. His body, he said, had become genuinely sturdy even without source power reinforcing it. 𝗏𝗏 complained that he should at least have them pause their attacks while they were having conversation. At that exact moment, Rangis drove a full-force spear strike into Zeke from behind. Rangis declared that 𝗏𝗏 should watch closely and see for herself just how insane Zeke's body actually was. 𝗏𝗏 shut her eyes and grabbed her own head, muttering that all of them were genuinely abnormal. Raymond asked how Zeke could maintain that level of defense with no source power at all. Celine said it was too far beyond what the human body should be capable of to have a simple explanation. 𝗏𝗏 told them not to make the mistake of lumping Zeke in with ordinary humans, because he simply was not one. She told them the seniors had a name for him and revealed it: the Eastern Hall's demon child. Zeke asked whether that was meant as an insult. Then he asked what 𝗏𝗏's actual reason was for coming out here and whether she wanted to join their training. She told him there was something she needed to tell him first. When he asked what it was, she said it looked like they would be seeing students from the other dragon's nests, and sooner than anyone had expected. Rangis went visibly tense at that. Raymond said he had always known the day would come eventually, even if the timing was earlier than he had imagined. Celine asked whether this was connected to the next test. 𝗏𝗏 said she did not know the specifics yet. Zeke asked where she was picking up information like this. She told him she simply observed the instructors, their conversations, the way they moved, the things they let slip when they thought no one was paying close attention. Zeke admitted that he had never bothered with that kind of thing himself. 𝗏𝗏 said that regardless, they needed to be careful. The West Hall had that person. By that person, she meant one of the other candidates to become the next family head. Someone other than herself and Zeke. Zeke said that now it sounded fun. A few days later, the students of the East Dragon's nest were gathered in the arena. Students from other halls were present too, faces Zeke did not recognize among the assembled crowd. He noted that everyone had been brought together without any distinction by grade or seniority. 𝗏𝗏 agreed and said that just as she had predicted, the meeting between Dragon's Nest students had arrived. Then the arena went quiet. Freya had appeared. She stepped to the front and immediately told everyone to settle down. Freya dropped the announcement like a grenade and walked away. 3 days from now, they would be fighting the students of the other dragon's nests. The dragon halls. The murmuring started before she even finished the sentence. These cross-hall battles were supposed to happen at graduation. That was the rule. That was always how it worked. Nobody could understand why this was being called now, ahead of schedule, with no context attached to it. She told them there were reasons she could not discuss yet. Then she added one more detail. The winners would be given a special mission. Our boy's eyes lit up like someone had just told him the buffet was free. He turned the word mission over in his mind and decided this situation was getting more interesting by the second. Freya laid out the structure. Elimination style. 7 participants from each of the 4 halls. East, West, South, North. The students would decide among themselves who competed, and the selection had to be done today. An upperclassman raised his hand and asked whether the 7 spots were reserved for upperclassmen only. Freya responded by asking him why he thought she had gathered every student in the hall, regardless of grade, into the same arena. She told them participants would come from all grades. Then she left them to figure out. The moment she was gone, an upperclassman named Rick stepped into the space she left behind and declared that the 7 fighters would be chosen exclusively from the upperclassmen. He asked if any lowerclassmen had a problem with that. 𝗏𝗏 said she did. She told him plainly that lowerclassmen had equal right to participate and that cutting them out entirely was wrong. Rick gave her the kind of smile that thinks it is condescending, but mostly just looks tired. He told her that what they were discussing was ability, and that no matter how noble her bloodline happened to be, in a contest of skill it meant nothing. She started walking toward him. Her aura came with her. 3 full stars, clean and unmistakable, radiating outward like a declaration. The upperclassmen went quiet the way a room goes quiet when someone walks in and the temperature drops. Several of them had been operating on the assumption she was still at 2 stars. They had been wrong. She told Rick she agreed with him completely. Strength and ability should determine the selection. She then asked him loudly whether 7 upperclassmen existed who were stronger than her. And if the answer was no, then the lowerclassmen needed to be in the conversation. Rick went silent. When he finally responded, the best he could manage was that her bloodline was special and that she was an exception. Then he doubled down and called every other lowerclassman trash. Our boy told him he was too noisy. Rick turned on him and demanded he repeat himself. Zeke obliged. Same words, same tone, 0 effort. Rick's anger climbed fast. Zeke asked him calmly whether he genuinely believed every lowerclassman was a weak and worthless being. His expression shifted and his aura came forward. He suggested, with the casual energy of someone ordering lunch, that perhaps everyone should just fight each other until 7 were left standing. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 grabbed her own head and told him that was not a solution, that was a riot. She offered the alternative before anyone could take Zeke's suggestion seriously. Open preliminaries. Any student from any grade who wanted to compete could enter. The results would determine the 7. She asked the upperclassmen what they thought, adding that if they were genuinely confident in their abilities, the format should pose no problem at all. Rick agreed, the way someone agrees to something they're already planning to ignore. He called it a waste of preparation time and turned away. As he did, he threw one last look back at 𝗏𝗏 and Zeke. She asked our boy if he was entering. He confirmed it without pausing. He also said Rangis, Celine, and Raymond should enter as well. The 3 of them looked at each other like they had just been voluntold into a duel they had not agreed to. Rangis asked whether Zeke was actually serious about putting them against upperclassmen. Zeke told him yes, and then reminded them that they had been training with him through all of this. If they could not show the results now, he genuinely wanted to know when they were planning to. This was their Dragon Ball Z moment. The training arc was over. Celine said the pressure of facing upperclassmen formally was something else entirely. Raymond said that since the decision had already been made, there was nothing left to do but give everything they had. 𝗏𝗏 said it looked like she would be fighting alongside her teammates again, then turned to the rest of the lowerclassmen and asked if anyone else wanted to join. The answer she got was nervous whispering. The others were too intimidated, muttering about 3-star levels and impossible odds, already talking themselves out of it before they had even tried. Our boy let out a quiet sigh. He asked them why they had so little drive. He told them that fighting someone stronger was exactly where the most growth happened. And for now, he said, he simply wanted to see what these upperclassmen the whole hall seemed so afraid of were actually capable of. The preliminaries were 3 days away. The East Hall's demon child was already looking forward to them. The upperclassmen pulled out their weapons and complained among themselves that dealing with lowerclassmen who did not know their place was exhausting. No matter how hard the younger students tried, the outcome was already decided. One of them suggested they go easy. Another laughed and agreed, pointing out that apart from Lady 𝗏𝗏, every lowerclassman in that arena was practically a baby still stuck at 2 stars. On the other side, Rangis, Celine, and Raymond stood together, anxiety sitting visibly on every one of them. Our boy noticed their expressions and asked why they all looked so gloomy. Rangis said that their opponents were all 3-star upperclassmen, which was more than enough reason to feel the way he felt. Zeke reminded them quietly that they had trained hard for 5 years and had shown consistently good results throughout. They needed to have more faith in themselves than that. Celine and Raymond straightened up immediately. Rangis was still working through the nerves, but the words had landed. One of the upperclassmen shouted across the arena for them to stop chattering and get on with it. Upperclassmen, he said, did not have time to waste on lowerclassmen. He told them to hurry up and get into position so the East Hall could be shown its proper place. Less than a minute later, the spectators could not believe what they were looking at. The questions started flying immediately. How had the lowerclassmen done that so quickly? Were the upperclassmen really this weak this year? Someone else corrected that immediately. The upperclassmen were not weak. The lowerclassmen they had just faced were monsters. Our boy was grinning from ear to ear. He praised and congratulated the group without any restraint. Running through what he had just watched, he thought to himself that Rangis' deflection technique and his instinct for spotting openings had sharpened considerably. Celine was handling the multi-strike wind flower sword arts with impressive control. Raymond was switching between shield and sword seamlessly, like he had been doing it for decades rather than years. All of them had delivered results that matched everything they had put into training, and with real combat experience now building behind them, the only direction from here was up. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 had handled her side with the kind of efficiency that does not leave room for discussion. One strike, one opponent down. Lightning aura at full output. Opponent gone before they could process what hit them. She said simply that decisiveness was the right response to arrogance. Some lessons needed to be taught clearly. Rick, however, was not accepting the result. He insisted that 3-star upperclassmen losing to 2-star lowerclassmen was simply impossible. Our boy walked toward him at an unhurried pace and told him that after watching it happen with his own eyes, he was still saying things like that. He told him that age and star count were indicators, not guarantees. In real combat, the strong won and the weak lost. That was the entirety of it. Rick pointed a finger at him and called him stupid. He insisted that stars were power, full stop, and asked whether Zeke did not even understand something that basic. Our boy told him calmly that whether Rick had stars or not, if his heart stopped, he was dead all the same. Stars did not change that. Rick went quiet for a moment. Zeke told him not to lose sight of what strength actually meant, because in combat it came down to one thing only: whether you won or not. Nothing more. Rick snapped. He told him to shut up and demanded to know who Zeke thought he was. He said that as an upperclassman he was not going to sit there and let some brat twist logic at him. He declared that he had been holding back out of consideration for the fact that they were kids, but after this conversation, that consideration was gone. He would not hold back anymore. Our boy said he was already tired of talking. He told him that children should use their bodies before their mouths. Since they were the only two left in the arena, he invited Rick to show him the martial arts he had been training so hard and was apparently so proud of. Rick charged forward screaming, his great strength technique loaded with everything he had. He never got there. Our boy's eyes flashed gold. One punch to the face. Rick cleared the arena horizontally and hit the ground at a distance. The whole thing lasted less time than it takes to blink. The audience went completely silent. Rick knelt on the ground, trying to make sense of the ceiling he was now staring at. Zeke looked at him and said, with genuine appreciation, that Rick had trained well. The silence stretched. Then someone in the crowd said what everyone was thinking. He had called that trained well. Rick had not even been able to show a single technique before he was already on the ground, and the person who put him there was complimenting his training like a sensei after a sparring session. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 put her hand over her face. Several other students just shook their heads. Our boy was unbothered. Across the estate, at the West Hall training grounds, the scene looked considerably less triumphant. Students were scattered across the ground groaning, clutching injuries from whatever selection process had just concluded. A man stood over the result of it all and let out a slow, heavy sigh. Every single one of them, he said, was useless. His name is 𝗙𝗲𝗁 El Dragon, one of the candidates for the next family head. And the way he looked at the groaning students around him made it very clear he was not someone who accepted second place as a personality trait. A group of students arrived behind him. One of them, a composed 3-star fighter named Alan who served as 𝗙𝗲𝗁's right hand, addressed him directly and reported that the West Hall selection was complete. Behind Alan stood the others who had made the cut, all 3-star level. Among them was a 12-year-old lower-classman who caught 𝗏𝗏𝗁's attention immediately. His name is 𝗏𝗏𝗁, the same boy from the Dragon's Nest entrance exam who had laughed at Rangis. 12 years old and already sitting at 3 stars. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 called him over and asked whether he was genuinely already 3-star despite being a lower-classman. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 confirmed it. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told him he liked capable people and that if 𝗏𝗏𝗁 proved useful, he would make him a direct subordinate. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 bowed immediately, thinking to himself that Lord 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had acknowledged him, and that with someone like this leading the West Hall, there was simply no way they could lose. He let himself imagine further down the line. Great results on the special mission. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 named the next family head, and himself right there beside him at the top. Alan stepped closer and told 𝗏𝗏𝗁 there was something he needed to know. He lowered his voice and said that Lady 𝗏𝗏𝗁 would apparently be participating as part of the East Hall selection team. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 scratched his head. The irritation on his face was immediate and unfiltered. He called her an endlessly annoying pest. Then he stood up and said it did not matter. No matter how exceptional 𝗏𝗏𝗁 was, the West Hall was going to win. He said it again for the room. They would win, complete the special mission, and prove to every one of his older brothers that the seat of the next family head had always belonged to him. Selection day arrived, and the arena filled up fast. Students from every Dragon Hall had come to watch, and the sheer volume of people packed into the space made Rangis mutter to himself that he had not expected this many. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 explained that most of the student body from the different halls had gathered specifically to witness the selection, and noted that since a significant number had dropped out during the various exams, the crowd they were looking at was already a reduced version of what it used to be. Rangis went quiet instead of answering. He thought about the ones who had not made it here, the ones who had been sent home and given a label instead of a future, called pseudo-dragons, the same word that had followed his father around for years. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 caught the look on his face before he could hide it and immediately changed the subject, putting a hand on his back and telling him that what mattered right now was that they had been chosen to represent the East Hall. That was something to be proud of. Rangis agreed and told her he would give everything he had. They found our boy a short distance away, standing quietly among the other participants, unusually still for someone who had spent the last 5 years being the most energetic person in any room he entered. Rangis asked if something was wrong. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 remarked that he seemed different today. He told them there was no problem. He was simply reading the room, gauging the fighting strength of the students around him like a scout doing a pre-match analysis. Then a loud voice cut across the arena. As expected of Lord Zeke, to think he could do something like that. Rangis collapsed from shock of it. 2 upperclassmen came running toward them, both members of the selection, both apparently very eager to be near the person who had punched their teammate across an arena and then complimented his training. Rick was one of them. He said that after their battle, he had genuinely reconsidered how he thought about strength. He respected the strong. That was simply how it was for someone of El Dragon blood. Our boy told him that was not a bad way to think. So it was fine. Meanwhile, Rangis was clinging to Zeke's legs, trying to recover from having his heart nearly leave his body. They peeled him off the ground while our boy thought through what he had observed so far. Every participant from the other halls was at 3-star level. No 4 stars as expected given the special Rifts entry restrictions, but several of them were sitting right on the edge of it. The kind of fighters who were technically 3-star, but felt like something closer to 4 when you stood next to them. He was genuinely looking forward to seeing what techniques would show up in these matches. Before that thought could develop further, someone grabbed 𝗏𝗏𝗁 from behind. A girl had wrapped her arms around her and was making enough noise for the entire arena to turn and look. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 recognized her immediately. Her name is Sandy Typhona, daughter of the Typhona family head and 𝗏𝗏𝗁's cousin. Arriving like she owned the space she walked into and fully expecting the room to agree. She asked how 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had been, whether anyone had been giving her trouble, and pulled her in tighter while she waited for answers. Celine asked who she was. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 introduced her properly. Sandy, one of the 4 great families. The room around them shifted slightly at the name. Sandy's mood turned a degree cooler when she turned her attention to the group standing with 𝗏𝗏𝗁. She asked in a tone that carried the particular weight of someone who has never had to soften anything in their life, whether these were really her companions. She acknowledged that getting along with people was fine, but pointed out that none of them had the ability to truly stand beside someone who was a candidate for the next family head of El Dragon. They simply lacked the quality for it. Our boy cut in and said that would only become clear once they actually fought. Sandy asked who he was. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 said quickly that he was Zeke, also a candidate like herself. Sandy looked at him and asked whether he was really that one, the rumored illegitimate child of the current family head. Then she said, with complete bluntness, that she had never expected a mere bastard like him to still be alive. Our boy kept smiling. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 did not. She immediately asked Sandy why she was speaking like that in front of her friends. Sandy looked genuinely surprised by the reaction. She told 𝗥𝗲𝗁 that even if Zeke was an illegitimate child, he was still her rival, and that 𝗥𝗲𝗁 could not afford to walk around with that kind of attitude if she intended to defeat the other candidates. She also pointed out that the East Hall group standing around them was objectively poor quality since not one of them had reached 3 stars yet, and asked whether East Hall students had really dropped that low. Zeke told her, with a slight pout that did not quite mask the sharpness underneath it, that if she kept looking down on them the way she was doing right now, she would end up having the rug pulled out from under her before she saw it coming. Sandy's expression shifted immediately. Her eyes narrowed, and she asked him to repeat that. She wanted to confirm whether an illegitimate child with no backing beyond the family head's blood was actually standing in front of her and issuing a warning. He told her it was not advice. It was a warning. There was a difference. Sandy's temper started to rise. Before it could go further, a third voice entered the conversation from the side. A student stepped in and told Sandy that causing trouble for the other teams before the selection had even started was not a good look. He introduced himself with the easy confidence of someone who had never needed to raise his voice to be listened to. His name is 𝗥𝗲𝗁, representative of the North Hall, and the way he carried himself suggested this was not his first time walking into a tense room and making it slightly less tense just by arriving. Sandy told him not to interfere, that they were in the middle of something. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 smiled and said he could not let it go since the selection was about to begin. The conversation dissolved into the general noise of students milling around and waiting, the tension between Sandy and our boy sitting unresolved in the air like a storm that had decided to postpone itself. Then the arena went quiet. A man had arrived, and the room had felt it before anyone had seen him. Rangis and 𝗥𝗲𝗁 went still. Sandy stopped talking mid-thought. Our boy looked up and smiled, the particular kind of smile that means something genuinely interesting has just walked through the door. The man who stepped forward to announce the beginning of the selection battle was the captain of the Gold Dragon Corps. His name is 𝗙𝗏𝗁, known simply as the Educator, and whatever happened next was going to happen under his watch. 𝗏𝗁 stepped forward and announced that the selection battle was officially beginning. The arena settled into the kind of quiet that only happens when a room full of competitive people simultaneously decide to start paying attention. He laid out the format. All 4 halls combined into a single tournament bracket. The 4 halls would be split into 2 groups, with the winners of each group advancing to a final. Matches would be one-on-one duels, each hall sending out its 7 fighters one at a time in a predetermined order. The first hall, to defeat 4 opponents, would be declared the winner of their group. Once the order was locked in, no changes would be permitted. That last detail mattered more than it sounded. The fighting order was not just logistics. It was strategy. Choosing who faced who and when was half the battle before anyone threw a single punch. 𝗏𝗁 added one more detail before moving on. The hall that won this selection would be assigned the special mission, an extremely important one for the El Dragon family. Anyone who contributed to its success would make a significant mark on the family record. For 𝗥𝗏𝗁 and 𝗏𝗏𝗁, that contribution was not just about the mission. It was a direct step toward the head seat. The bracket draw came next. Each hall's representative would step forward and pull a stone from a box. 𝗏𝗁 called the West Hall first. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 El Dragon walked to the front without hurrying. He reached into the box, took his stone, and was sent back to his position. As he walked away, he turned and looked at 𝗥𝗏𝗁's group with a slow, deliberate smile. The kind of smile that is not trying to be friendly. A bead of sweat ran down 𝗏𝗏𝗏's face as she watched him. Our boy noticed immediately and asked whether she knew that man. She confirmed it and told him that was the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝘁𝗂𝗁 head candidate she had mentioned. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 El Dragon. Her older brother. Our boy said, "I see." A faint smile forming as he turned it over in his mind. The 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was strong overall. He could feel that clearly just standing in the same arena as them. The other halls were well-trained too, but the gap between them and the West was noticeable to anyone paying attention. His gaze drifted and landed on Reincarnates. He thought to himself that it had been a while since he had seen that face. The boy had shown considerable raw ability even back at the entrance exam, but reaching 3-star level at 12 years old meant he had not wasted a single day in between. Our boy smiled at that. He could respect it. Reincarnates noticed Rangis at the same moment, and his expression shut down immediately. The warmth that might have existed was replaced by something flat and hostile. He stared across the arena and asked, loud enough for people nearby to hear, what Rangis was doing in the selection at all. A few students who recognized Rangis reacted with visible surprise, some openly questioning it. Rangis felt the familiar weight of being the person in the room that everyone expects to be somewhere else. Raymond leaned over and asked if he was okay. Rangis said he was fine, which was technically true and also not the whole truth. Reincarnates kept staring. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 called the North Hall representative next. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 stepped forward, drew his stone, and returned to his position with the same unhurried calm he had brought to every moment since arriving. The South Hall representative followed. Then 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 called the last representative from the East Hall. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 immediately told our boy he was being called. He looked at her and asked why he had to be the one. She told him the reason was straightforward. He was the strongest in the group. Rick and the others around them agreed without hesitation. Our boy suggested that in situations like this it might make more sense to send the youngest member forward. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 asked what exactly he meant by that, pointed out that they were all roughly the same age anyway, and told him to go take stone. He accepted the role and stepped forward. Sandy immediately questioned why an illegitimate child was representing the East Hall instead of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 herself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 told her it was because he was the strongest among them. Sandy did not buy it. She pointed out that he was not even at 3-star level the way 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was, and reminded her that this selection was effectively a head candidate battle between her and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. At this rate, she said 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was going to lose. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled and said there would be no problem. Their team was strong. After all 4 representatives had drawn their stones, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 instructed each of them to channel their source power into it. The stones began to glow, splitting into blue and red. When the colors settled, the brackets were clear. First match, East Hall versus North Hall. Second match, West Hall versus South Hall. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 group turned immediately to look at Sandy and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 team across the arena. Their eyes found one particular student standing among the North Hall fighters. Tall, unusually so, and the sharpness behind his gaze was the kind that does not come from confidence alone. Rangis stared and asked quietly whether that person was actually a Dragon's Nest student. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 confirmed it, though she admitted she had not expected to be drawing the North Hall in the opening match. Across the arena, Sandy was already done waiting. Her lightning aura came forward and she pointed directly at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 team, declaring that this was a good opportunity to wake 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 up properly. She said she would crush her thoroughly enough that she remembered her position and her purpose. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 did not blink. Her golden lightning aura surged out around her in answer, steady and bright, and she told her cousin simply to bring it on. Our boy stood holding the blue stone, watching all of this unfold, when he felt someone's attention shift toward him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was looking at him with a calm smile, saying that it looked like they would be meeting in the first match and that he was genuinely looking forward to it. Our boy looked back at him and decided immediately that he liked this one. He told him it seemed like they would get along, and that he could not wait for the fight to start either. 2 people who had both shown up to this selection actually wanted to be here, and both of them already looking forward to each other. The silence in the arena broke when 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 announced that the first match would be East Hall versus North Hall. Rick immediately turned to our boy and declared that he would do everything in his power to win. His voice was determined. His face was sweating through the determination. 𝗏𝗏 caught it immediately and asked quietly whether he was actually going to be all right, given how visibly anxious he looked. Our boy agreed that yes, he looked anxious. 𝗏𝗏 confirmed both sides were ready, and the match began. Rick charged forward immediately, source power loaded into his fist, and the East Hall held its breath from the sideline. 𝗏𝗏 asked our boy what he thought the outcome would be. He replied that there was no such thing as a guaranteed victory in any fight, unless they were talking about himself, in which case his wins were always absolute. 𝗏𝗏 clarified that she was asking about Rick specifically. Our boy turned back to the fight. He said that in terms of pure skill, Rick and his North Hall opponent were not far apart. If Rick fought the way he normally did, he should be able to take it. 𝗏𝗏 agreed, but pointed out the variable that skill alone could not account for. This was their first time fighting in front of a crowd this size, under the weight of representing their entire hall. That pressure was its own kind of opponent. Our boy acknowledged it. He also noted that Sandy and Aegis were exceptions to that rule. Both of them were already brushing the edge of 4-star level. Pressure in front of a crowd was not going to rattle people sitting that close to the next threshold. He also noted to himself that Sandy, being from the Typhona family, meant she almost certainly carried techniques from the same lineage as 𝗏𝗏. That was going to make for genuinely valuable battle experience when the time came. Rick went down. 𝗏𝗏 announced North Hall as the winner of the first match. Maren stepped up next, visibly shaken, but telling herself she needed to win. 𝗏𝗏 encouraged her and told her she would be fine. Maren was defeated before the encouragement fully landed. 𝗏𝗏 and our boy both sighed at the same time. Rick and Maren came back to the group, trembling, and apologized for their losses. Our boy laughed and told them he had already known they were overwhelmed by the atmosphere the moment they stepped in. He said they did not need to carry that. If this had been a real battlefield where lives were actually on the line, the results would have been different. The arena they were standing in right now was built for learning and testing, not for killing. The losses today were not failures. They were the kind of experience that could only be gained safely here, and on a real battlefield in the future, those lessons would become the foundation they fought from. Both of them straightened up almost immediately. 2 straight losses. The next match was critical. Our boy turned to Rangis and asked if he understood that. Rangis, who had been anxious since morning, begged him not to make it worse. And then he looked across the arena at his opponent, and his expression collapsed entirely. The North Hall fighter waiting for him was enormous. Glowing red eyes. The kind of size that makes a crowd start doing math they do not like the answer to. Rangis burst into actual tears, nose running, clinging to our boy's arm and saying that his opponent was terrifying and the crowd was massive, and he was genuinely scared. Our boy reminded him that he had already fought upperclassmen when they were forming the team. Rangis insisted that none of those upperclassmen had looked anything like this. He also pointed out that fighting someone this intimidating in front of a crowd this large was an entirely different kind of pressure. Our boy sighed. He put his arm around Rangis, told him to look at his opponent carefully, and asked what weapon the man was carrying. Rangis looked. A massive sword. Our boy told him that was all he needed to know. He was simply fighting someone holding a sword. Nothing more than that. He broke it down. If the opponent thrusts, parry it. If he slashes upward, pull back. If he swings downward, step in and thrust the spear. Focus on the weapon in front of him. The same way he always trained. Nothing about this situation changed that. Rangis's breathing steadied. Our boy watched his eyes and saw the shift happening. The focus Rangis had been building over 5 years of training was quietly sliding into place beneath the fear. He thought to himself that Rangis still needed external guidance to reach that state right now, but the day he could enter it naturally on his own was the day his growth would become genuinely difficult to predict. The two of them stepped into the center of the arena. The crowd noticed the size difference immediately, and several people said aloud what everyone was already thinking. There was no way the smaller one could match him. 𝗏𝗏 gave the signal. The giant came forward instantly with a triple-leaf sword-style, single-blade branch. Rangis stepped out of the way before it landed. The giant declared that Rangis would not be able to keep avoiding him and followed with the twin-fong branch, a barrage of strikes coming from multiple angles. Rangis dodged each one, parried the ones he could not fully avoid. The crowd that had been dismissive went quieter. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 watched with tight concern from the sideline. Selene noticed that the giant was gradually cutting off Rangis's preferred distance, trying to collapse the range advantage a spear fighter relied on. Raymond asked our boy if Rangis would be all right. Our boy pointed at Rangis's eyes and told them to look. He was getting more focused with every exchange, not less. The pressure was working for him, not against him. The giant launched the leaf storm dance technique, a wide, sweeping assault. Rangis's eyes flashed. Something clicked behind them, clean and sharp, the kind of focus that does not look for openings so much as simply see them. He activated the cloud water spear style, flowing clouds and water, and parried the incoming sword with a deflection that redirected the force and threw his opponent off balance. He did not wait. Raging current strike. He drove the spear into his opponent's chest with everything behind it. The giant hit the ground and did not get up. The crowd that had been doing unfavorable math went very still. 𝗏𝗏 declared the match over. 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝗂𝗏 wins the third bout. Rangis exhaled so hard it was almost audible from the sideline. Our boy smiled and said simply that it was time to start turning this around. Rangis's win lit something in the 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝗂𝗏 that had not been there before. The momentum carried. Selene took the fourth match. Raymond claimed the fifth. 3 straight wins after going down 2, the kind of comeback that makes the crowd start paying attention to the wrong team. Then the 6th match arrived. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 stepped into the arena. Sandy was already waiting on the other side. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 greeted her and said it had been a while since they had crossed swords like this. Sandy admitted she had not expected North Hall's fighters to fall to students who had not even reached 3-star level yet. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 told her calmly that, as she had said before, her companions were strong. Sandy conceded the point with a mocking smile, said she had underestimated them, and then made clear that they were not the real issue between her and 𝗥𝗁𝗁 anyway. Her golden aura came forward as she said it. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 felt the pressure immediately, and her expression shifted. Sandy told her that her companions were a side conversation. If 𝗥𝗁𝗁 genuinely wanted to become the next family head, she needed overwhelming power of her own. And right now, she was sitting at 2nd place within the 𝗏𝗏𝘁𝗂𝗏. Sandy asked her whether she understood just how precarious that position actually was. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 glanced briefly back toward our boy, then turned to face Sandy again. She said she understood her standing completely, and she had not given up on the family head seat. She had not given up on surpassing Sandy either. Her current strength, she said, was enough to beat her. Sandy said she wanted to see that for herself. She activated her ability and vanished. The spectators reacted immediately, several of them making sounds of disbelief at the speed of it. She reappeared behind 𝗥𝗁𝗁 in an instant and said she wanted to witness that confidence up close. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 got her sword up in time to defend. Sandy dropped immediately into a crouch and launched from the front this time, the angle completely different from where the last attack had come from. The two of them fell into a fierce exchange, lightning against lightning, blade against blade. Edges watched from the sideline and noted that Sandy had the advantage, which was not surprising. She was wielding the same lightning greatsword arts as 𝗥𝗁𝗁, but better. He wondered quietly how long 𝗥𝗁𝗁 could manage against someone who outpaced her in her own fighting style. Sandy activated the lightning greatsword art called Judgment. The strike opened a wound along 𝗥𝗁𝗁's side. Selene and Marin both reacted from the sideline. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 stepped back, assessed the damage, told herself it was only a scratch, and steadied her breathing. Rangis said quietly that Sandy was incredibly strong. He had not expected to see 𝗥𝗁𝗁 push back that quickly. Raymond mentioned that he had heard Sandy was the one who had trained 𝗥𝗁𝗁 when she was younger. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 went back in. Sandy dodged the strike easily and told her that she still had not fixed the same bad habit from when they trained together years ago. Whenever 𝗥𝗁𝗁 felt cornered, she started swinging wildly. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 ignored the commentary. Their lightning auras crashed against each other alongside their blades, and the explosion that erupted at the center of the arena pushed the crowd back from the edge of the stands. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 came out of the exchange carrying several new injuries. Sandy shook her head. She told her that her bad habits had not improved at all, and that she could not even hold the #1 position in her own hall. She added that if 𝗥𝗲𝗁 had simply joined North Hall from the beginning, she never would have allowed things to end up this way. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 did not respond. She raised her sword again. Sandy said she was being stubborn, and that left her no choice but to teach her a proper lesson. She vanished again, reappeared behind 𝗥𝗲𝗁. Lightning wrapped around her and launched. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 moved to block with her sword. Sandy kicked her in the side mid-block, breaking her balance before the sword could do its job, then followed with another strike. What came after that was a relentless sequence, one strike feeding into the next without giving 𝗥𝗁 room to reset. Injuries accumulated across her body faster than she could absorb them. Celine and the others on the sideline looked genuinely afraid. Our boy watched with calm eyes and said quietly that 𝗥𝗁𝗁 looked like she was about to break through another barrier. Sandy set up for the finish. She told 𝗥𝗁𝗁 it would be better to surrender, then activated the first secret technique of the lightning greatsword arts. Golden lightning engulfed 𝗥𝗁𝗁 completely in a storm that swallowed the entire center of the arena. The crowd went silent. Everyone waited for the result. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 stood up. Sandy's composure cracked visibly. She could not understand it. That attack should have ended the fight. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 told her she was right, that the old version of herself would have gone down from that strike without question. But over the past 5 years, she had not been standing still either. She had been training every single day, the same as anyone else in that arena. She raised her sword. She told Sandy that their match was far from over. It was only just beginning. Before the match had started, our boy had noticed something was off. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 was not acting like herself. He asked if something was bothering her, whether she was nervous. She admitted it. Her opponent was Sandy, not just her cousin and rival. Sandy was the person who had first taught her the basics of the lightning greatsword arts. Whenever 𝗥𝗁𝗁 had not understood something, she had gone to her. Sandy had been something like a mentor to her growing up. Our boy said, "I see." 𝗥𝗁𝗁 then admitted the full truth. She had never beaten Sandy. Not once. And even though she had grown stronger over the past 5 years, Sandy had been training just as hard. Despite everything she had said in the arena earlier, she could not honestly say she was certain she would win. Our boy told her to remember their training together. All 5 years of it. 𝗥𝗁𝗁's expression twisted immediately at the memory, as if she were about to cry from something between frustration and exhaustion. He asked, with a slight grin, whether training with him had really been that bad. She did not answer that directly. He explained what those 5 years had actually been building toward. Her biggest weakness had always been her tendency to let her emotions narrow her focus the moment a fight became intense. Everything they had done together had been designed to teach her how to stay calm in the middle of that pressure, how to keep observing even when the hits were coming fast and hard. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 said he had certainly attacked her quite freely during those sessions. Our boy winked and called it true spirit. She asked what kind of spirit that was supposed to be. He told her the results would speak for themselves, and that she could now analyze her opponent's movements calmly even while fighting, which was something the old version of her had not been able to do. She admitted it might be true, but she still did not know if it would be enough against Sandy specifically. He told her she would find out the moment she was actually standing in front of her, and that someone with her talent, once she truly began observing an opponent's movements, would discover very quickly how powerful that ability could be. He also reminded her that she had been trained by the strongest person in existence, so she had no reason to carry past results into this fight. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 laughed a little at that, thanked him for helping her relax, and stepped forward. He called out one more thing before she went. Since Sandy was the one who had taught her the lightning greatsword arts in the first place, this was the perfect opportunity. Just like in training, all she needed to do was observe carefully. If she did that, she would grow stronger than Sandy before the fight was over. Back in the present, with her body carrying injuries from Sandy's relentless assault, 𝗥𝗁𝗁 told her sister something that stopped her mid-preparation. She said she had spent the entire fight carefully studying Sandy's lightning greatsword arts. She had taken the attacks head-on specifically to read them, and now she was beginning to see through them. Sandy asked what she was talking about. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 answered by attacking. Her sword generated afterimages that made it impossible for Sandy to read whether she had slowed down or stopped. The strike connected before Sandy could account for it. Sandy was still processing the shock when the next strike came, and the one after that. A relentless barrage of lightning-infused sword strikes that gave her no choice but to endure every single one. Sandy kept asking herself why 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had suddenly become so fast. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 attempted to replicate Judgment, Sandy's finishing technique. It failed. She identified the problem immediately. She had not captured the tempo variation that Sandy carried naturally in her movement, something 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had not possessed before. Now that she understood it, she only needed to apply it correctly. Sandy told her that realizing something in the middle of a fight and actually executing it were completely different things, and that mastery like that was not something that could be copied on the spot. On the sideline, Rangis and the others watched 𝗏𝗏𝗁's transformation in open disbelief. Rick asked our boy whether he actually understood what was happening out there. He explained that 𝗏𝗏𝗁 was learning Sandy's lightning greatsword arts in real time, right in the middle of the fight. It was the direct result of 5 years of training built around teaching her to analyze an opponent calmly, even while taking damage. She used to focus only on her own sword when things got intense. Now she was different. She had developed the composure to observe while fighting, and by studying the same sword style mid-combat, she had stepped into an entirely new stage. Sandy still insisted that an incomplete imitation would never defeat her. Then their swords and lightning crashed together again, and Sandy was sent flying backward. She hit the ground and could not immediately accept what had happened. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 came forward immediately and told her that 5 years of training had not been ordinary. She had spent them at the edge of her limits with a certain someone. This was the true strength of her lightning greatsword arts now. She gathered everything she had left and unleashed her grand thunder technique. Golden lightning tore across the entire arena in a wave that made the crowd instinctively step back. When it cleared, Sandy was still standing. Barely. She looked at 𝗏𝗏𝗁 and admitted, quietly and genuinely, that she had truly grown stronger. Then she collapsed. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had won. Even Venial, watching from the West Hall side, could not hide that he was impressed. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 walked back to the group, and our boy told her immediately that it seemed he would not need to fight after all. She smiled and said she was glad she had secured the win for the team. Then she mentioned that if she had lost, Zeke would have been up next against Aegis. Our boy asked if she knew him. She said not personally, but the name carried weight. Aegis was said to be the greatest genius the 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 family had ever produced. Our boy muttered "I see" and thought about it quietly. Based on the aura he had read from Aegis during the bracket draw, the man stood noticeably above every other participant in the tournament. Not by a small margin either. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 added that even for Zeke, facing him would have been uncertain. Our boy said nothing to that, which was its own kind of answer. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 stepped into the center of the arena and announced that although the East Hall's victory had already been decided, the matches would continue to their conclusion regardless. Rangis and our boy both looked up at that. 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 said it was strange since she had thought the competition ended the moment 4 opponents were defeated. Our boy stayed silent and kept his eyes on 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 and Aegis, reading the situation. He could not tell what they were planning, but as long as there was still a fight at the end of it, that alone was enough for him. Aegis said that even though North Hall had lost, he was glad the match was still continuing because it meant he would get to fight Zeke after all. Our boy asked whether he had really wanted that so badly. Aegis confirmed it without hesitation and explained why. Zeke was the East Hall's representative. Lady 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏 was present and standing at 3-star level, and yet it was a 2-star who had been chosen to stand for the Hall. That alone made him curious. How could he not want to understand who Zeke actually was? Our boy listened and then said that as he had expected, they were going to get along. He had been eager to cross blades with him as well. Aegis asked if that was really true. Our boy told him that among everyone in this venue, Aegis stood apart. He had heard the reputation. A once-in-a-century genius was the phrase people used. He wanted to measure that through a direct fight rather than a reputation. Aegis said good and slowly drew his katana. He said he was becoming more excited by the minute. Our boy noticed the weapon immediately. A katana. It had been a long time since he had faced someone who used one. The old feeling that came with that recognition settled in comfortably. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 announced the start of the match. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 moved instantly, covering a vast distance in a single step, the kind of footwork that does not announce itself before it has already arrived. Our boy was slightly caught off guard by the speed and genuinely delighted by it in the same moment. He praised the footwork aloud. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled and activated the 1,000-blade style, 9 blades. A golden aura rose from his katana, and then something strange happened. The presence of the blade seemed to completely vanish, like a fighter who had been standing in front of you suddenly stepping out of your perception entirely. The strike cut through an afterimage. Our boy had twisted out of the path in the fraction of a second between the attack beginning and arriving. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 registered the miss with genuine surprise. Our boy told him the strike had been excellent and asked him to show more. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 moved again. Wave blade, another 1,000-blade style technique. Our boy observed it carefully as it came and noted that the trajectory was extremely difficult to read. Then, one of the strikes came from beneath the ground, something he had not seen coming. He stayed calm and deflected it, but he acknowledged internally that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was constantly changing his attack patterns without surrendering any speed or power. His source power flowed without waste. His strikes read breathing and rhythm and adapted in real time. This was not talent dressed up as technique. This was relentless training producing mastery. The kind of thing that reminded him of old adversaries from a life that had already ended once. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 admitted he could not believe he had still not landed a clean hit. He said Zeke was truly incredible and asked what kind of training he did. Our boy asked if he really wanted to know, then casually invited him to train together after the fight was over. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 appeared to genuinely consider this while still in the middle of their match. Our boy decided it was time to stop just receiving and moved forward to strike. His eyes flashed. He drove his fist toward 𝗏𝗏𝗏 at full commitment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 raised his katana to intercept, and the sheer force behind the punch made his entire body tremble. He stared at our boy and said aloud that he was supposedly only 2-star level, the disbelief plain in his voice. Our boy noticed the damage on his own fist after the exchange and realized something. He had tried altering his breathing pattern mid-fight, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had already adapted to that as well. He admitted to himself that this opponent was an even more exceptional warrior than he had initially assessed. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 remarked that our boy had finally launched an attack, and asked if that meant he was done observing. Our boy said to some extent yes. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 wondered whether that meant he had already figured out his abilities. Then he attacked again. Our boy read the incoming strike and recognized it as identical to the previous pattern. He began to respond accordingly. Then at the last possible moment, just before the blade reached him, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 changed the direction of the katana, entirely using the lingering shadow technique. The shift was so sudden and so precise that there was no time to adjust. The blade connected across his chest. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 held the follow-through and asked calmly whether he still needed to reveal more techniques to meet his expectations. Our boy stood with one hand on his chest. He could not quite believe that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had actually managed to wound him during this fight. He looked at the mark and processed it. Then he smiled, wider than before, and said that their battle was becoming more and more enjoyable by the second.
Sandy crashed against the wall and crumpled to the ground. Blood ran from her mouth and nose, and every inch of her body carried the evidence of what had just happened. The fight with Leica was over. Sandy had lost, and the damage left behind made that fact impossible to argue with. Her body gave out completely, and she lost consciousness where she fell. When she opened her eyes again, it was slow. Reluctant, she blinked against the light, groaning softly, her body registering pain before anything else. Her first words were barely a whisper as she asked where she was. Her teammates were already beside her. They had been watching, waiting, tight with worry, and the moment she stirred they rushed to her side and asked if she was okay. They helped her sit up carefully, their hands steadying her as she found her bearings. Sandy told them she was fine, and then, quietly, she said that she understood. She had lost. The memory of it came back to her in pieces. Leica, standing over her, composed, powerful, the confidence in her expression, something that could not be argued with or taken apart. But what Sandy felt in that moment, sitting there supported by her teammates, was not resentment. It was happiness, and she smiled softly, genuinely, proud of her sister's victory in a way that had nothing complicated about it. Then she turned to her team and apologized, telling them that if she could have done more, things might have been different. The purple-haired girl cut her off immediately. She told Sandy not to say that, and insisted that if anyone owed an apology, it was them, for putting her in that position to begin with. The rest of the team echoed the sentiment, each of them looking at Sandy with guilt rather than disappointment. Sandy slowly pushed herself to her feet and smiled again, wider this time. She told them it was not true and that none of them should carry any blame. The opponent had simply been strong. That was all. That was why 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had won. She told them not to worry, and promised that next time they would work together and they would not lose. That was all it took. The heaviness in the group lifted. Her teammates straightened, energized by her words, agreeing with conviction that next time would be different. Then Sandy asked whether the West Wing versus South Wing match had started yet. The purple-haired girl explained that for some reason the fights had run longer than expected, and that the ongoing match could actually be seen from where they were standing. Sandy looked confused. The girl pointed toward the edge of the arena and told her to look. Sandy looked, and what she saw filled her with terror. There was Edges, his entire body engulfed in a fierce, surging aura that radiated power in every direction. 5 aura blades burned around him as he prepared to strike. Sandy's breath caught. 5 blades meant he was using everything he had, every last bit of it. On the other side of that storm stood Zeke, wearing a playful smirk, looking for all the world like he was enjoying himself. The memory surfaced in Sandy's mind without warning. Something 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had once told her, that Zeke was the strongest among them. Edges unleashed the style of the 1,000-bladed katana, and followed it immediately with the 5-shaded katana technique. A fierce yellow aura erupted from his sword, burning with raw intensity. He launched himself forward, and struck at Zeke with everything behind the blow. Zeke raised his hand and blocked it. The impact cut through his hand. A thin line opened across his cheek as well. But Zeke only smirked, as though the damage had confirmed something rather than hurt him. Edges noticed. He smirked too, remarking that the gesture had not worked either. And then he studied Zeke more carefully, and realized that after all of that, Zeke's breathing had not changed at all. He wondered out loud what kind of body this man possessed. Without hesitation, Edges swung again, the aura erupting once more from his blade. Zeke responded with an easy smile, explaining that he had put considerable effort into training basic endurance over the years. Martial arts were important, he said, but fundamentals mattered just as much. Edges stepped forward, admitting that it seemed so, and quietly resolving to train his own body harder the next time around. Then he swung again. This time the power that came with it was different. It did not just come from the blade. It surged from within Edges himself, and the intensity of it visibly startled Zeke. He observed it closely, analyzing the blade's hardness, its generation speed, and its range. His conclusion was that the blade's overall performance was still medium to low. But considering its age, he believed it held real potential. Something interesting, if given time. In the midst of the exchange, something clicked for Zeke. He became certain of the difference between 1,000 years ago and today, and a quiet smirk settled on his face as the realization took shape. 1,000 years ago, the essence of combat had been built around evading and redirecting attacks. The true heart of martial arts lay in expressing all the phenomena of the universe through technique alone. Raw power was only ever a support, a foundation beneath the form. But the present era had changed all of that. By materializing the source of true power directly, one could represent those same phenomena without relying on technique at all. Power itself had become the decisive factor. The handling of it was everything now. Edges activated the true essence of martial arts in the modern age. Countless floating swords materialized around him, hovering in the air with deadly precision. One by one, he launched every single one of them towards Zeke in a relentless, controlled storm of steel. Zeke prepared himself. A faint smile crossed his face as he reflected that he had been dazzled by martial techniques for too long and had arrived at this truth far later than he should have. 1,000 years, and nothing had been this interesting until now. He began shattering each sword with his fists, one after another, the blades breaking apart on contact, and then he started laughing, openly, freely, the joy of the fight written all over him. Edges attacked from another direction. Zeke answered it perfectly. Then another answered again. Edges felt astonishment creeping in as he watched each of his attacks met without hesitation, without error. What he was seeing was not normal. It was beyond human. From the sidelines, Rangis grew visibly anxious. He noted that they had been fighting for 2 hours already with no winner in sight. 𝗏𝗏, standing nearby, acknowledged that neither of them was anything close to normal. But she added that it was probably about time for the battle to reach its conclusions. Edges smirked and acknowledged that his moves had been completely read. Zeke smiled and admitted the fight had been very fun. Edges agreed with that. A moment passed between them, mutual and genuine. Then Zeke clenched his fist. He declared that he would show his respect. What he had learned in this battle would now be revealed. He called it the new moon technique. For just a moment, Edges felt a flicker of unease at the confidence radiating off Zeke. But it passed quickly. Edges smiled, admitted that it was no wonder he could not win, and then resolved to fight to the end regardless. To win at any cost. He activated the style of the 1,000-bladed katana secret technique, the extreme katana of the 5-leaf. Zeke smirked. The fiery aura that erupted from his clenched fist was overwhelming. He unleashed the destroying dragon combat technique. Second form. Modified Starfist. Countless clenched fists launched forward from the technique, and they did not target only Edges. They spread across the entire arena. Students caught in the blast were thrown and injured. Panic broke out immediately. People ran in every direction, scrambling for safety as the ground shook and cracked beneath each impact. Wherever a fist landed, the surface was completely destroyed, leaving wide craters and devastation spreading outward in every direction. Then an enormous fist came down directly on Edges. The explosion that followed swallowed everything. Smoke and debris filled the space where Edges had been standing. Nothing could be seen through it. Students who had not fled pulled up shields and watched from a distance, one of them muttering quietly that the power was something else entirely. Sandy watched from where she stood, her concern pulling tight in her chest. She could not tell who had won. The examiner stepped in and declared that it was enough. The fight was over. As the smoke slowly cleared, the picture became visible. Edges' sword lay broken in the dirt. Edges himself had fallen, his body covered in wounds, his breathing labored and heavy. But there was a smile on his face. He admitted that he could not move a single finger, and acknowledged the absurd level of strength he had been up against. In the end, he accepted that his training had not been enough. The examiner officially declared the winner. Zeke. East Wing. Zeke stood with his arms crossed, breathing steadily, a bright smile on his face as the results settled over the arena. The students were stunned into silence. Edges had been considered the strongest. Everyone had expected him to win. Instead, they had just watched him fall. The murmurs began spreading through the crowd almost immediately. They questioned what kind of battle they had just witnessed. They could not accept that Edges had lost, and more than anything, they wanted to know who Zeke of the East Wing truly was. The examiner announced that once the arena was restored, the next round of battles between the West Wing and the South Wing would begin. Everyone was told to prepare. Rangis and the rest of the teammates turned to Zeke, visibly amazed. They told him this was exactly what they had expected from him and praised him for the victory. 𝗏𝗏 smirked and pointed out that he had destroyed everything again, and remarked that he was strange in more ways than one. Zeke pouted slightly and said there was nothing wrong with it since he had secured the win. He brushed off the comment and shifted his attention to what was coming next. 𝗏𝗏 told him that the other candidate for family head, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀, would soon be making his appearance. The scene shifted. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 sat like a king while his teammates stood guard around him, watchful and composed. Zeke crossed his arms and observed. He noted that the West Wing carried the best overall quality of any group he had seen. But he also noticed that within the South Wing, there was at least one person who looked genuinely strong. His eyes moved with quiet interest. A fight broke out between 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 and a member of the opposing team. Zeke watched with a playful smile, curious about what he was about to see. What he saw was not a contest. The students watching fell into terror and shock as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 dismantled his opponent with complete, effortless ease. The other boy ended up on the ground, badly injured, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀 stood over him and gave him a cold, expressionless death glare. The scene shifted back to Zeke, standing amid the aftermath of his own battle. He looked around at the heavy destruction surrounding him and casually admitted that he might have gone a little overboard. With that much damage, he remarked, the arena probably would not be fixed anytime soon. Rangis told him not to worry and pointed toward the arena floor. Zeke looked. And then he shouted in genuine confusion, asking what he was seeing. Everything had been completely restored. Every crater, every broken surface, every trace of destruction, gone. As though it had never happened. Rangis explained that a rare mineral called 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been used throughout the stadium. If true power was channeled into it, the material could restore itself entirely to its original form, like staring into the void and resetting everything back to zero. Zeke stood there quietly for a moment, taking it in. He thought to himself that something truly incredible had appeared before him. He admitted it was impressive, genuinely awesome. Rangis agreed with full enthusiasm, saying that seeing something so rare and valuable built into a structure this size was something else entirely. The duel was over. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stood in the center of the arena, untouched, victorious, the silence around him carrying more weight than any applause could. The examiner watched him closely, and what he felt was not admiration, it was unease. Something about the way 𝗥𝗲𝗁 had possessed the ability to defeat 𝗬𝗲𝗏 so completely, so effortlessly, did not sit right with him. He lingered on the thought just a moment too long. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 caught the hesitation. He turned that dark, deathly glare toward the examiner and asked, in a voice that required no volume to be threatening, whether he still needed to continue. The examiner declared the match over. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, winner, West Wing. The final would be East Wing versus West Wing, and it would begin in 1 hour. As the announcement echoed through the arena, the attention in the room shifted. Members of the opposing team rushed to their fallen teammate, the girl 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had just dismantled, and carried her away with careful, worried hands. The damage she had taken went far beyond what the match should have produced. She was left nearly half dead. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stood among the crowd watching this, and the word that came to her mind was incredible, not in admiration, in disbelief. Zeke stood nearby, quieter, observing everything with a stillness that had nothing casual about it. Something was wrong, and he knew it. The gap in ability between the two fighters had not looked that wide. Yet the girl's ether flow had been wildly, visibly unstable throughout the entire fight. That instability explained the outcome, explained why it had looked so one-sided. And the judge's behavior had not helped either. The count had felt rushed, ended before it needed to be. All of it together left a residue in the air, the kind that comes from things happening just beneath the surface. Zeke's blonde teammate could not wrap his head around it. 𝗟𝗏𝗏 of the Sonar family had been left completely defenseless. He acknowledged, though, that a candidate for the next boss would naturally exist on a different level entirely. The blue-haired girl beside him was less philosophical about it. It had gone too far, and she felt it. The orange-haired girl tried to find reason in the chaos, reminding herself that this was her first time witnessing someone of that caliber from another wing, so perhaps she was not the right person to judge what was normal here. Rocky, on the other hand, was smiling. He looked around at the group, named 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Zeke and 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 in the same breath, and declared that this was exactly what made it all so exciting. The rest of the team nodded, the tension in the air briefly cut through by his energy. Then they noticed Rangis. He was standing slightly apart from the others, visibly tense, something eating at him from the inside. They asked him what was wrong. He took a moment before answering. He said 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been incredible, yes, and then added that everyone on the West Wing was extremely strong. There was an apology in his voice before he had even finished the sentence. He knew how it sounded. He said as much himself, admitting that he was already talking like a weakling before the fight had even started. Some of the team bristled at that. The final was an hour away, and this was not the time. The orange-haired girl exhaled quietly, and admitted that what he said was not entirely wrong. She had lost in her own fight. It gnawed at her, but she was honest enough with herself to say that she could not match the guys from the West Wing. That was when Rocky's expression shifted. He clenched his fist, gritted his teeth. He admitted that neither could he, that he had not even been able to beat them, and that they had fewer stars to begin with. But none of that meant he was going to lose. They had beaten stronger opponents before. They could do it again. That was all there was to it. The words landed. The team straightened. Something in the air changed. Zeke watched all of it quietly, the way a master watches students find something in themselves they did not know was there. He thought to himself that it was very good, but his eyes kept drifting back to 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. She looked extremely tense, in a way that was different from the others. Zeke realized that she might not have seen what he had seen. If she had watched that entire fight and read it simply as proof of 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's overwhelming power, Then the weight she was carrying right now made complete sense. But because he himself did not have the full picture yet, he could not offer her guidance that might do more harm than good. He stayed quiet, uncertain, watching. Rangis noticed it too. He stepped toward her gently and asked if she was okay.
𝗏𝗏 told him she was fine. She thanked him. She just needed to organize her thoughts, she said. Then she said goodbye to the group and walked away alone. Rangis watched her go, and the tension that had briefly left his face returned. 𝗏𝗏 found a circular stone fountain and sat at its edge, her posture slightly slouched under the weight she was carrying. She turned the fight over in her mind again and again. Vananiel had defeated 𝗟𝗁𝗏 in a way that was completely unilateral. She knew what that meant. Because even edges would not have been able to overwhelm 𝗟𝗁𝗏 like that without taking damage in return. And yet Vananiel had done exactly that. She lowered her hand into the water. The last time she had fought him, she was 5 years old. She had only reached 10% of her strength back then, and she had still lost. Since that day, the desire to beat him had been the thread running through everything she had worked toward. She had trained, grown, pushed herself, believing that she was finally closing the gap. And then this. According to the order of matches, Vananiel's next opponent would most likely be Zeke. She felt a faint relief at that thought, at the fact that she would not have to face him herself. And then she hated herself for feeling it. To her, relief like that was the same as admitting defeat. She clenched her fist, knuckles pressing against the stone, and made herself a quiet, firm promise. She was going to defeat him. That was still the truth, whatever today had looked like.
She did not have long to sit with that thought.
Vananiel arrived at the fountain with his subordinate, and the moment he spotted 𝗏𝗏 sitting alone, a smirk formed on his face. He approached without hesitation, his voice light and mocking, asking what was wrong with her, and commenting that she seemed very serious.
𝗏𝗏 looked up at him.
The look in her eyes was not subtle. She told him she had nothing to say to him, and made it clear he should move on. He did not move on. He told her not to be so cold, and then, in the same easy tone, suggested that if he became the boss, perhaps she would end up as his wife.
𝗏𝗏 stood up immediately.
She told him to shut up. She told him she would be the one to become the boss.
Vananiel stayed relaxed, almost bored. He pointed out that she had believed she could not win against him. He reminded her of the fight that had just taken place. He implied that the evidence had spoken for itself, that this was simply the pattern, then and now.
𝗏𝗏 turned and walked away. His grin widened, and he reached out and placed his hand on her shoulder. She stopped. His grip tightened, his tone dropped. He told her to admit the truth, that in the past and now, she would never be able to defeat him. He told her to surrender and submit, and that if she did, he would treat her kindly. 𝗏𝗏 forcefully removed his hand from her shoulder. She told him to stop talking nonsense. She did not look back. She walked, and she kept walking, and she did not give him the satisfaction of another word. Vananiel watched her go.
The smirk stayed on his face, but something tightened behind his eyes. He muttered to himself that she was not pretty at all. But then he added, more quietly, that it did not matter. With what had already been set in motion, it was over. The rest was already understood. His subordinate stepped forward. She told him to leave it to her, then asked what they intended to do about Zeke. Vananiel said Zeke should not be a problem, even during the fight itself. His subordinate did not agree so easily. She reminded him that Zeke was still the one who had beaten Edges. She said they should get ahead of the situation. Vananiel considered it. He admitted it would be better to act before the fight, but he also pointed out that Zeke had strangely sharp instincts, and if Zeke sensed anything out of the ordinary, it would become complicated. There was something else too. From what he had observed, Zeke had appeared to be absorbing the attacks on purpose during his fight. That told Vananiel that Zeke could probably handle whatever came his way, regardless of timing. His subordinate listened and gave a quiet nod of understanding. Vananiel clenched his hand slowly at his side. Even without any preparation, he said. The fact that Zeke had defeated Edges made it impossible for him to lose to someone like that. That was simply how it was. He extended his hand over the fountain. Something dark spread from his palm and dissolved silently into the water below, blending into the clear surface without a ripple, without a trace. The contamination was invisible. Patient. Already working. Vananiel straightened, his voice carrying the cold, settled weight of someone who has already decided how the story ends. In this fight, he said, victory would be theirs. The water in the fountain continued to flow, clear and still, as if nothing had touched it at all. Somewhere, on the other side of the grounds, the clock was ticking down toward the final match, and not one person in that arena knew what had just been put into motion. The poison was already spreading, and the East Wing was walking straight toward it. Vananiel just poisoned the fountain, and the final match between East Wing and West Wing is 1 hour away. Rick clenched his fist and declared that it had finally arrived. The moment was here. Beside him, 𝗏𝗏 looked just as shaken. Her eyes moved to Rick, and the anxiety written across her face was impossible to hide. Rick gritted his teeth and let the thoughts come. He knew the truth of their situation. Among all the East Wing representatives, he and the others were the senior students. And yet they were also the weakest ones in the room. The West Wing was filled with elites, every single one of them. That reality sat heavily on him, pressing down harder the longer he stood there. His voice began to tremble. He wondered out loud whether they could actually win. Then Zeke appeared beside him and struck him hard on the head. A bump formed instantly. Rick winced, stunned, and Zeke looked at him with a flat expression, demanding to know what had happened to the energy he had shown just moments ago. Rick stammered, unable to pull the words together. Zeke did not wait for a proper answer. He pointed directly at Rick and asked him what the point of fighting was. Was it to lose? Rick said firmly that it was not. Zeke told him that when you fight to win. Every single time, regardless of the skill gap, regardless of the odds. That mindset was what mattered above everything else. Something shifted in Rick's chest. The fear did not vanish entirely, but it was no longer alone in there. Confidence began to rise through it, and Rick declared with full conviction that they were going to win. Zeke placed a hand on his shoulder and smiled, telling him that he had trained well, and that he needed to hold on to that confidence now. Rick thanked him, equal parts grateful and quietly amused. Zeke then offered one more thing, a small tip, but an important one. He told Rick to relax his shoulders. Rick looked confused. Zeke explained carefully that the high-strength fist technique concentrates all force onto a single point of impact. If effort is applied incorrectly, the force that should be concentrated becomes dispersed instead, bleeding away before it reaches its target. To make the point land, Zeke placed both hands on Rick's shoulders and guided him to let go of the tension he was holding there. Rick felt it immediately. Something loosened. Something clicked. He told Zeke that he now felt like he could win, and thanked him with full sincerity, calling the relaxation technique the best thing he had ever been taught. Zeke felt a quiet swell of pride at that. He told Rick to go forward and win. Rick walked toward the duel like a different person entirely. His earlier fear had been replaced by something bright and energized, and he chanted to himself with every step that they were definitely going to win. Zeke and 𝗏𝗏 watched him go from behind, observing his stride. 𝗏𝗏 broke the silence. She remarked that something felt curious to her. Zeke asked what that was. She pointed out that Rick had not learned the Great Force Fist technique, and yet Zeke seemed to understand it deeply and intimately. She added that this was not the only time he had displayed knowledge of martial arts that should have been outside his reach. It felt strange, she said, and she wanted to understand why. Zeke responded with a calm smile and told her it was not a silly question at all. His tone carried the suggestion that there was something more behind the answer. His expression turned briefly serious as he continued. 𝗏𝗏's eyes widened with shock at whatever she heard in those words. Then Zeke broke into a smile again, pointed at himself, and declared that the reason was simply because it was him. 𝗏𝗏 stared at him. Then she remarked flatly that she had been foolish to ask him anything serious in the first place. On the arena floor, Rick stood before his opponent and steadied himself. The memory of the first battle he had witnessed in this tournament was still vivid in his mind. He had seen what this level looked like. He knew what he was walking into, but this time his resolve held firm beneath all of it. He made a quiet vow to himself that he would not lose again. His opponent looked back at him with cold arrogance. He scoffed and mocked Rick openly, declaring that a nobody who had already lost to the North Wing had no right to carry such an expression on his face. Rick matched his energy without flinching. He carried himself like someone who had already decided the outcome, and told his opponent plainly that he was no longer the same person as before. His opponent grinned at that, a dirty, disbelieving smile, clearly unconvinced. The examiner announced the beginning of the first match between the East Wing and the West Wing. The atmosphere in the arena pulled tight. The instant the signal dropped, Rick's opponent drew his dagger and came forward at full speed. As he charged,
He shouted at Rick to stop talking nonsense and face reality, insisting that nobody changed within just a few hours. He taunted him further, reminding him that minutes ago he had been nothing more than a weak, frightened mouse pretending to be a tiger.
The burst of speed was genuine. Rick's eyes went wide as the ferocity of the incoming attack registered fully. His opponent launched himself into the air mid-charge, both hands gripping short blades, a bright green wind-like aura spiraling around his entire body. The energy formed sharp, curved streaks that radiated speed and destructive force. This was not a warm-up. This was a finishing move from the first breath. The combat insect dagger technique. The devastating mantis cut. The technique tore through the air with tremendous pressure. Rick crossed both arms in front of him and barely managed to block it. The force behind the impact sent him flying across the arena regardless. He hit the ground hard at a distance, but he got back up. His opponent's expression darkened at the sight of Rick standing, jealousy and rage ignited behind his eyes. He gripped both daggers again and exploded forward for another assault. This time with even greater intent. He unleashed the total devour of the lobster. The sheer power radiating from the technique silenced the crowd watching. Rick could barely defend against it, catching the strike with his bare hands, and once again the impact launched him backward. His body hit the ground hard. Injuries were visible now. He groaned, gritting his teeth against the pain. His opponent laughed. He ridiculed Rick's condition and asked sarcastically what had happened to all that change he had been talking about. Rick groaned through his teeth. In his mind, he acknowledged the truth plainly. The power behind those attacks was overwhelming. But even with pain radiating through every part of him, he refused to let it end here. He gathered everything he had left, speed, energy, and will, and launched a relentless barrage of punches forward. Each strike carried every bit of desperation and determination he possessed. His opponent dodged every single one without breaking a sweat. He moved through the assault with smooth, effortless footwork, slipping between each punch like it was nothing. He called Rick a fool and declared that attacks like these would never reach him. Then he slipped behind Rick and drove a dagger into his back. Blood stained Rick's clothes. The sharp pain shot through him, and he groaned hard, his body buckling under it. But even as it hit, Zeke's voice came back to him clearly. The words, the instruction, the reminder to move forward. The explanation that the powerful fist technique concentrates all force onto a single point of impact. Rick wiped the blood from his mouth. His eyes hardened. This was do or die. He understood that now. His opponent positioned himself for the finishing blow, both daggers raised, his stance loaded with intent. He screamed as he charged forward and unleashed the flash of the stinging bee. But Rick did not flinch this time. He did not widen his eyes in panic. Instead, a grin formed on his face, confident and certain, and he declared that he had finally caught him. His opponent faltered. Confusion and rage twisted his expression as he demanded to know what Rick was doing. Rick clenched his fist. A powerful yellow aura surged from his hand, radiating with focused, concentrated energy. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the incoming blade with his bare hand. The edge cut into his palm. He did not let go. His strength fist technique, and the name of it left his lips like a battle cry. A fiery aura erupted from his fist, blazing and overwhelming, the flames wrapping around his arm as he drove the punch forward with every last piece of force inside him. The blow connected. His opponent was sent flying across the arena and crashed violently into the wall. The surface shattered on impact. Debris scattered outward as a massive explosion echoed through the battleground. The students watching stood frozen, their faces locked in shock, struggling to process what they had just seen. From a distance, Laika and Zeke watched, and both of them felt it. Zeke in particular felt a pride so deep it was almost difficult to contain. The dust settled. The examiner stepped forward and declared the match over. The winner was the East Wing. Rick turned to look at his opponent slumped against the cracked, crater-marked wall behind him. He stood frozen for a moment, unable to fully accept what his eyes were telling him, and then it hit him all at once. He raised his hand into the air and erupted into celebration. His defeated opponent opened his eyes slowly. The shock on his face was raw and unfiltered. He could not comprehend that he had lost. Not to someone he had written off so completely. Elsewhere in the arena, Vananiel sat like a king surveying his domain. Authority radiated off him without effort. With a single gesture,
He summoned the defeated fighter to come before him. The injured man dragged himself forward and knelt at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's feet, trembling, his head bowed in shame as he offered his apology. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's expression darkened. He delivered a powerful punch that sent the man flying without a word of acknowledgement. Then he turned slowly and fixed his gaze on the rest of his subordinates, dagger in hand, his eyes carrying a warning that needed no elaboration. They already knew what would happen if they lost. His subordinates stiffened in unison. The fear was immediate and absolute. They shouted together that they understood, their voices trembling with it. On the other side of the arena, the air could not have been more different. Rick turned to his teammate and told her to give everything she had. He told her she could do it and reminded her that she needed to win. She clenched her fists. Her name is Marin. And the confidence that settled into her eyes in that moment was complete. She declared that she could do it, and that she would definitely win. Her opponent watched her from across the arena with cold, calculating eyes. No emotion on his face, just focus and readiness. The examiner announced the beginning of the second fight. Marion did not hesitate. She rushed forward with fierce momentum, gripping her sword tightly, her movements sharp and fearless. Her opponent, a red-haired fighter, met her advance from a solid defensive stance with a spear in hand. Flames and sparks surged around both of them as their energy flared outward. The ground beneath their feet crackled with the force of what was building between them. Marin gathered her full power and activated her sword technique of red fire, unleashing the spark cut. Her blade burned bright yellow-orange, flames spiraling around it as she launched herself forward through the air with explosive speed, screaming as she committed to the strike. Her opponent did not retreat. He stepped forward aggressively and swung his spear in a wide, sweeping arc. A brilliant blue crescent-shaped energy wave formed along the blade and sliced through the air to meet her advance head-on. The two forces collided. A violent burst of light erupted between them, shaking the ground. Moraine was struck by the spear's force mid-charge. Pain shot through her, and she groaned against it. Her opponent pressed the advantage without mercy. He activated the Great Chaos Spear technique, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏
Flying backward, she crashed to the ground hard, coughing blood, her strength draining rapidly from the impact. He moved in immediately. He raised his spear and brought it down toward her head. Blood hit the ground. The arena went silent. The spectators processed what they were seeing, and fear spread through the crowd like a wave. Rangis trembled and questioned aloud how it had escalated this far. Marin's teammates, 𝗏𝗏 among them, were gripped with shock and dread. 𝗏𝗏 was not only frightened, she was furious. There was no rule that justified this level of violence, and her eyes locked onto Marin's opponent with a rage that was building fast. The blue-haired girl standing nearby admitted she could not keep watching. Rick's body moved before his mind could stop it. He started toward Marin instinctively, driven purely by desperation and guilt. A blonde-haired teammate grabbed him and held him back, warning him that the match had not been officially declared over. If he interfered now, it would be a forfeit. Then the examiner's voice cut through the arena. The match was over. The winner was the West Wing. The image that followed was brutal in its clarity. The West Wing fighter stood with his foot placed on top of Marin's head. She lay on the ground beneath him, limp and battered, blood running from her mouth, her nose, and her head, pooling on the floor around her. Rick rushed to her the moment the announcement landed. He knelt beside her and lifted her carefully into his arms, his face flooded with panic and guilt in equal measure. 𝗏𝗏 arrived at her side moments later, tense and shaken, calling out to Marin repeatedly, asking if she was okay, begging her to respond. Zeke stood at a distance through all of it. He did not move. He did not speak. He watched everything with a steady, unreadable expression, his gaze calm and deeply focused, taking in every detail of what had just unfolded before him. The score was level. Marin's teammates crowded around her, calling her name over and over, shaking her shoulders, desperate for any sign of response. Nothing worked. She had been left nearly half dead by the beating she had taken, and her body was not answering anyone. As they looked at the state she was in, the questions started coming. Low at first, then louder. They asked each other whether what had just happened was truly acceptable, whether any of this was supposed to be allowed. Zeke stood to the side and watched all of it in silence. Rick could not stay quiet. He stepped forward and confronted Marin's opponent directly, demanding to know if there had really been any need to take things that far. The opponent looked back at him with complete arrogance.
as though the question itself was barely worth acknowledging. Rick's expression sharpened at the attitude. The opponent explained himself without any remorse, saying that it had been a real fight. He had simply acted carefully and methodically to guarantee his victory, nothing more. Rick and the others pushed back hard, and if it was a real fight, the damage done to Marin went far beyond what any of it required. The battle should never have had to go that far. The opponent only smirked. He told them they were being naive. Fighters of the West Wing did not show mercy to their enemies. Their approach was simple. Crush the enemy completely. That was all there was to it. 𝗏𝗏 stepped forward. Her expression had darkened considerably, and she looked directly at the opponent and asked whether this level of brutality was an actual official order. He dismissed her without concern. He told her it did not matter, and that if they disliked it, they were welcome to leave. He pointed out that the referee had never stopped the fight, and suggested that everyone in the arena should already understand what that meant. Marin had shown the will to keep fighting, so he had broken her. In his mind, it was the most logical conclusion to a real battle. 𝗏𝗏's anger burned quietly behind her eyes as she listened to every word of it. The opponent turned away with that same arrogant posture and walked off, remarking coldly as he went that continuing to talk to them was very annoying. He added that they should worry about themselves before worrying about their colleagues, because every single one of them was going to go through the same thing before this was over. Then another figure arrived. He stepped into the space with the calm, unhurried confidence of someone who had never once questioned his own standing. He declared that this was simply the way things were. Then, with a slow smile, he looked toward Rangis and suggested that if he wanted, he could retire right there. His name is 𝗏𝗏. Rangis went still at the sound of his voice. Lifton turned that confident smirk directly on him, and reminded him plainly that people like Rangis did not get to say his name casually. Then he pushed further, asking whether Rangis was not going to back down. The nervousness in Rangis deepened visibly. Leyton kept smiling. He told Rangis he would not stop him if he wanted to be beaten the same way that woman had been. Then he paused, as though something had surfaced in his memory. His tone dropped into something colder and more deliberate, as he asked whether Rangis wanted him to do the same thing he had done back when they were in the village. He called him insignificant Rangis. Those two words landed like a blow. Rangis lowered his head. His expression darkened as he absorbed the humiliation in silence, enduring it without reacting, pressing it down somewhere inside himself. 𝗏𝗏 could not take it anymore. He stepped forward sharply and shouted at Leyton, demanding to know what nonsense he was talking about. Rangis quickly reached out to stop him. He told 𝗏𝗏 that it was okay, and then he said something that made 𝗏𝗏 pause. He said that before Leyton, he was not going to run away. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him, confused. Rangis slowly lifted his head. What had been written across his face moments ago was gone. In its place was something else entirely. His eyes had cleared. His jaw was set. He raised his hand and pointed directly at 𝗏𝗏 and declared that today, right here in this arena, he was going to overcome him. 𝗏𝗏's expression shifted. The amusement flickered, and something sharper replaced it. Across the arena, Marin still lay unconscious where she had fallen. The other contestants stood in tense silence, watching the center of the arena where this confrontation was unfolding. Everyone present understood the same thing without needing to say it aloud. 𝗏𝗏 was far stronger than Rangis. Rangis stood in position, his nerves visible in every part of his body language. But he refused to let the fear finish the job for 𝗏𝗏. He took a slow, deliberate breath and held it, steadying himself, pulling back just enough composure to stand on. Then something strange happened. Rangis felt it rather than heard it. A voice reaching him somehow, from somewhere it had no right to be coming from. Zeke's voice. Rangis could not understand how it was possible. Zeke calmly told him not to worry about the how. He explained that he was trying to recreate something he had experienced once, a few years back, though he admitted he was not entirely certain where to begin with it. Then his tone settled into something more focused, and he told Rangis that there was something far more important he needed to hear. Rangis asked what it was. Zeke told him there was a saying, "Clouds float free and water flows clear." Rangis looked puzzled and asked what clouds had to do with any of this. Zeke repeated it patiently. "Clouds float freely. Water flows constantly." He told Rangis that whenever he found himself in trouble, he should try to remember those words. The examiner's voice cut sharply across the arena, demanding to know what Rangis was doing. Rangis snapped back to the present and apologized quickly, saying he was ready. He gripped his spear. His posture shifted. Something in the way he was standing had changed, and the change was not small. The examiner announced the matchup, East Wing versus West Wing, third match of the round. The signal was given. Rangis moved the instant the match began. He stepped forward and activated the cloud and water spear technique, launching directly into the move known as piercing water. The force behind it was immediate and genuine. Letton's eyes registered a flash of surprise at the power of the opening strike. He tried to block it with his bare hands and quickly realized he could not. He drew his sword. A fierce, purple aura erupted from the blade the moment it cleared the scabbard. Letton countered with the snake attack sword technique, unleashing assault piercing, and as he did, he screamed at Rangis, calling him filthy, mocking him for thinking this past his bravery, and repeating that word again, insignificant. He accused Rangis of talking endlessly despite having nothing behind it. Rangis threw himself into blocking the counter with everything he had. The pressure was immense. He held his ground, barely, muscles straining against the force Ly-Ten was pushing through the blade. Ly-Ten watched him struggle, and a slow laugh built in his chest. He thought to himself that Rangis could not even handle the first attack properly, and wondered what exactly Rangis planned to do against everything else still to come. He announced that another attack was on its way. He came again with the snake attack sword technique. Rangis stepped back to avoid it. Ly-Ten did not give him a single moment to breathe. He launched straight into the next move, the snake cut, swinging his sword with tremendous force. The aura radiating from the blade was so overwhelming that the pressure of it alone was difficult to stand against. Rangis felt it pressing into him from the air before the blade even came close. Ly-Ten closed the distance instantly and attacked again. Rangis panicked internally. He told himself that he had blocked the last one, and frantically hoped that this new strike had shifted direction. Letton looked at him with that smirk, and told him to go ahead and counterattack if he actually could. Rangis gritted his teeth, and held Letton's blade back with his spear. He declared stubbornly that he could fight back just as well. He activated the cloud and water spear technique again. This time he executed passing clouds flowing water, thrusting his spear forward as water-like energy surged powerfully outward from the weapon, spreading across the battlefield in a wide wave of force. Letton did not flinch. He swung his sword and launched a full counter without hesitation, telling Rangis to take it if he could. The impact was crushing. Rangis was sent flying and crashed hard onto the ground. His teammates tensed instantly, watching him with fear pulling at their faces. Rangis lay on the ground, badly injured. He used his spear to push himself upright, managing only to kneel. His breathing was ragged. His body had taken too much. And as he struggled to hold position, the truth of what was happening began to close in on him. Every move he had tried to make was being turned against him. Ly-Ten was not just blocking his attacks. He was using them. Ly-Ten walked toward him slowly. He stopped in front of Rangis and looked down at him with that cold, familiar smirk. He said he was certain that Rangis had been trying to use his own moves as counterattacks. Then he laughed. He called the counterattack technique. And then he added, cruelly and simply, that it was very unfortunate for Rangis, because he was many times more skilled than him in exactly that area. Rangis tried to deny it. The words barely formed before Letton reached down and grabbed him by the hair. He forced Rangis's head up and looked him in the eye. He asked, with mock curiosity, what kind of misunderstanding Rangis had been living inside all this time. Then he asked how the child of a fake dragon could ever expect to grow strong. He declared that Rangis, just like his father, was insignificant. Something ignited in Rangis despite everything his body was telling him. He demanded to know how Legaten dared to speak about his father that way. Letton's expression twisted with fury. He punched Rangis hard and screamed that the fake would never defeat the real. The blow put Rangis back on the ground, and then Letton began kicking him. Again. And again. Each impact landing while Rangis lay there unable to do anything but endure it. The hope inside Rangis began to collapse under the weight of it all. He thought to himself that he had failed. He had believed he had grown stronger. He had believed it completely, and now he understood that he had been wrong. The truth sat heavy and cold in his chest. In the end, he was still weak. In the end, he was nothing but a fake. Tears began to fall from his eyes. And then the memory came. The arena dissolved. The pain receded to somewhere far away. What remained was a river and sunlight. and the quiet sound of water moving over stone. Rangis was young again, sitting beside his father on the bank, a fishing rod held loosely between them. The world was completely still. His father asked whether he liked fishing. Rangis answered that he really liked it, his voice bright with the uncomplicated happiness of a child who has not yet been asked to carry anything heavy. His father smiled warmly and said he understood, that Rangis was just like him. He explained that Rangis's father had also loved fishing this way, quietly watching the clouds above and the water flowing below, simply contemplating both. Rangis asked if his father liked the clouds and the water. His father placed a gentle hand on the top of his head. He explained that clouds always floated peacefully across the sky, and that river water never stopped flowing, no matter what stood in its path. He said that when you looked at those things long enough, you slowly began to realize that the problems humans spent their lives worrying about were actually very small. He told Rangis softly that perhaps one day he would come to understand that truth for himself. The memory faded. The arena returned. The pain returned. Rangis lay on the ground, unconscious, but his lips moved almost imperceptibly. 2 words, floating, flowing them. The examiner studied Rangis's condition carefully from the side of the arena. Layton stepped forward again. He grabbed Rangis by the collar and lifted him partially off the ground, his fist already drawn back for the finishing blow. A cruel smirk settled across his face as he declared that he would end everything right here. He said Rangis was just like his father. He shouted that a fake would always remain a fake, that Rangis would spend his entire life crawling in weakness. The punch came forward. Rangis moved. With a speed that nobody in that arena was prepared for, he slipped out of the grip and stepped away from Layton cleanly. Layton froze. His fist meant nothing. The shock on his face was complete and unguarded, the expression of someone who had already written the ending and watched it change in front of him. The examiner watched the shift in Rangis's posture and presence. A faint smile crossed his face. He acknowledged quietly to himself that this was the right spirit. Rangis stood, battered, bleeding, and still standing, the clouds floating, the water flowing. Something had settled in him that Leshton's fists had not been able to reach. Rangis has been beaten into the ground, insulted, humiliated, and pushed to the edge of everything he has, and somehow he is still standing. Whatever his father's words unlocked in him, Layton is about to find out what it looks like. Layton stood there and watched Rangis move, and what he felt was not confusion, it was fury. His teeth clenched. The denial was immediate and total. Someone he had always regarded as a fake, as beneath him in every measurable way, was standing on equal ground with him right now, and Layton could not accept a single second of it. The anger consumed him quickly, burning through whatever composure he had left. He drove forward with the snake attack sword technique, executing the snake cut. He screamed as he charged, launching both strikes simultaneously with full force, the purple aura surging from his blade in wild, intense waves as his emotions spilled outward into the fight itself. Rangis saw every bit of it coming. Despite the damage his body had already taken, his focus held sharp and clear. He moved to one side and then the other, shifting with precise, fluid steps, dodging each incoming strike cleanly. The attacks came hard and fast, and Rangis avoided every single one of them through nothing but concentration and stillness of mind. Layton pulled up short. The disbelief on his face was visible from across the arena. He remembered landing a hit on Rangis just moments ago, and now Rangis was moving as though he could read the attacks before they arrived. The thought unsettled something deep in him, but he shoved it down and refused to let it take root. He activated another technique. The snake attack sword technique, this time the disturbing attack of the chaotic snake. His blade erupted with even greater intensity, multiple attacks combining and launching toward Rangis in an overwhelming surge of energy. Layton threw. Rangis flowed around every strike. His movements were not desperate or strained, they were fluid, natural. He moved the way water moves around a stone in a river, not resisting the force, but simply no longer being where the force intended to land. Each dodge carried an ease that made the whole thing look almost effortless, and that ease was what shattered Layton completely. His jaw dropped. The shock was open and unguarded. Fear began threading itself through the anger, and for the first time Layton had no immediate answer for what he was seeing. From a distance, 𝗏𝗏 and Zeke watched everything unfold. 𝗏𝗏 could barely process it. She stared at Rangis moving across the arena, and struggled to reconcile what she was seeing with the person she knew. Zeke, standing quietly beside her, began to explain his head. He told her that Rangis had moved closer to something fundamental, something deeper than technique. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him, confused, and asked what he meant. Zeke described it the way it had always existed in the world around them. Clouds drifting peacefully across the sky, water flowing endlessly without stopping, regardless of what stood in its path. Something soft and flexible, he said, that constantly changes shape, absorbs incoming force, and lets it pass through without resistance. He added that he himself had demonstrated a small portion of this principle in a previous battle, but that Rangis had now surpassed that level entirely, right here in this fight, without anyone teaching him how. 𝗏𝗏 stared at him in silence for a moment. She could not understand how anyone could reach something like that in such a short span of time. Zeke noted that Rangis himself did not seem to be aware of what he was doing, and yet his level of concentration was extraordinary. Then Rangis stopped evading. He began moving forward, toward 𝗏𝗏, with deliberate, steady purpose. 𝗏𝗏 felt fear crawl through him at the sight of it. He could not comprehend what was happening, and instinctively tried to cut off the advance, throwing himself forward to stop Rangis from closing the distance. Rangis did not slow down. Their weapons met in a direct clash, sword against spear, and in that collision Zeke watched with a quiet smirk forming on his face, reflecting that water does not always move gently. Sometimes when it surges, nothing can stand against the current. Rangis swung his spear and launched himself into the air. A vivid blue aura poured from the weapon as he gripped it, and drove himself toward 𝗏𝗏 with everything behind the strike. 𝗏𝗏 looked up at him in pure panic, his composure completely gone, unable to understand how the person he had been kicking across the ground minutes ago was now descending on him like this. Rangis drove the spear directly into 𝗏𝗏's abdomen. The impact sent 𝗏𝗏 flying. He crashed onto the ground at a distance and did not get up. The arena went still. The examiner stepped forward and declared the match over. The winner was the East Wing. Rangis stood there in the silence that followed, and for a long moment he simply could not move. He looked at 𝗏𝗏 on the ground and tried to understand what had just happened. His teammates did not give him long to stand alone with it. They rushed toward him, voices rising with celebration, surrounding him with the kind of noise that only comes from genuine, uncontainable joy. 𝗏𝗏 stepped forward and told him it had been incredible. She congratulated him on reaching 3 stars and acknowledged what an extraordinary victory it had been. Rangis blinked. He processed slowly. 3 stars. A victory, he asked, almost to himself, whether he had actually won. His friend confirmed it with full enthusiasm, calling the match incredible and praising everything Rangis had achieved. Rangis stood there trying to absorb the reality of it. Rick placed a hand on his shoulder and asked about the technique he had used at the end, the one that had finished the fight. 𝗏𝗏 leaned in with equal curiosity. Rangis went red and looked away, pretending he had no idea what they were talking about. 𝗏𝗏 described it anyway, calling it an incredible move that had looked exactly like a water dragon ascending a waterfall. Rick agreed with her completely. Rangis stared at them both, genuinely stunned that his friends were standing there praising something he had done, and the more they praised him, the deeper the color in his face became. Then Zeke arrived and gave the technique its name, the Ascending Dragon Lunge. He explained that it was originally one of the techniques recorded in the 2nd volume of the Cloud and Water Spear technique. He then pointed out that Rangis had only ever read the 1st volume, and told him plainly that he had figured it out entirely on his own. Rangis went very still at that. 𝗏𝗏 turned to Zeke and asked how he knew about it. Zeke told her that he had only glimpsed it briefly on the 2nd floor of the Dragon Hall, and that he could not claim any credit for it himself. 𝗏𝗏 looked at Rangis again with a different expression now, acknowledging quietly that he had reached the level of the 2nd volume through nothing but his own strength. Zeke watched all of them with quiet satisfaction, but inwardly, something else was turning over in his mind. The Cloud and Water Spear technique was a martial art he had created in a past life. He had no memory of ever writing it down. He figured that later generations must have transcribed it themselves, dividing what he had built into separate volumes and archiving them. And to protect the deeper parts of it from those who were not ready, the true essence had been placed in the upper sections, behind a threshold that required genuine understanding to reach. Rangis had crossed that threshold alone, using only what was already inside him. That, Zeke thought to himself, was real talent. Before the moment could stretch any further, an instructor's voice cut through the group, scolding them for wasting time standing around. The blue-haired girl startled and apologized immediately. Rick turned to her and told her it was time for their match. She straightened and agreed. The tournament continued. Following Rangis's victory, the morale of the East Wing had reached its highest point. The West Wing responded in kind, rallying from the loss and pushing back hard, making every remaining bout a genuine contest. In the fourth match, Shalini fought with everything she had but fell by a narrow margin. In the fifth, Raymond came forward with fierce determination and clawed out a narrow victory of his own. When the dust of the second half settled, the score stood at 3 wins and 2 losses for the East Wing.
Raymond was overjoyed after his win, and Rangis stood beside him offering praise and support with genuine warmth. Nearby, the blue-haired girl sat quietly with the weight of her loss on her shoulders, and she turned to 𝗏𝗏 and apologized. 𝗏𝗏 did not let it land. She told her not to worry about it and laid out the reality plainly. 3 wins, 2 losses. Victory was within reach. If she won the next match, it would all be over. She told her to leave it to her. The blue-haired girl looked at her and believed it. Zeke called out to 𝗏𝗏 as she prepared to move. She paused, slightly confused, and asked what he wanted. He asked how she was feeling. She was quiet for just a moment. Then she lightly pushed him away and told him he was standing too close. She said there was no need for him to worry, because she was going to win. Zeke said nothing. Rangis called out after her with encouragement, telling her to give it everything she had. 𝗏𝗏 walked toward the arena floor, turning back one last time to reassure her team that she would definitely win. Zeke watched her go, and his expression did not follow the mood of the people around him. It had gone very serious, very still. Something was wrong. He could feel it clearly. A strange and dangerous presence surrounding 𝗏𝗏. Something that had not been there before. Something that posed a real threat to her. She kept walking, unaware, and the feeling did not leave him. 𝗏𝗏's opponent drove a powerful kick into Rick's stomach before the match had even properly begun, and she looked down at him with open disappointment. She called him completely useless, brushed the moment aside with cold indifference, and told herself that if she won this fight, everything would return to normal. Rick was thrown back by the impact and hit the ground at a distance. He pulled himself up, pointed his sword toward her, and signaled that he was ready. 𝗏𝗏 met that with a confident smirk. She told her opponent plainly that what she believed was impossible, because 𝗏𝗏 was the one who was going to win. The examiner announced the 6th match between the East Wing and the West Wing. The battle began. 𝗏𝗏 activated her thunder sword the moment the fight started. Electricity surged and crackled around her as she launched herself forward with a swift, sharp attack. Her opponent barely managed to get out of the way. The speed alone told the whole story. 𝗏𝗏 was a thundering power user who surpassed even Sandy. And her opponent understood in that instant that if Vananiel had not intervened when he did, she could have already lost the fight before it found its footing. 𝗏𝗏 clenched her teeth and prepared to end it. A powerful thundering aura began radiating from her body, intensifying with every second, her presence filling the arena with crackling energy. Then Vananiel moved from the sidelines. He released a dark aura, quiet and deliberate, and it reached across the arena and suppressed 𝗏𝗏's thundering energy entirely. It did not crash into her. It simply dissolved what she had built, fading it out from underneath her like pulling a foundation away from a structure mid-air. 𝗏𝗏 felt it immediately. Her power dropped. She looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had just happened and where her thundering energy had gone. That moment of confusion was all her opponent needed. She surged forward and launched a direct sword attack, fully confident that 𝗏𝗏 could not answer it now. From the edge of the arena, Vananiel watched the whole thing unfold with a quiet, satisfied smirk. 𝗏𝗏 raised her sword just in time to block the strike. The impact was heavy, and even with the block holding, the force sent pain through her body. Her opponent followed up immediately with a hard blow aimed at her stomach. It landed. 𝗏𝗏 was forced backward, a groan escaping her as the pain registered. Her teammates called out to her from the sideline, their voices rising with fear, desperately asking if she was okay. Zeke stood among them and said nothing. His eyes stayed fixed on the fight, reading every movement with careful, unwavering attention. 𝗏𝗏 clutched her stomach and tried to steady herself. Something was wrong, and she knew it. She reached for her thundering energy and found nothing. She could not understand why. Her opponent noticed the shift at once. A confident smirk spread across her face, as she told 𝗏𝗏 directly that she could not win, pressing that doubt deeper into the space 𝗏𝗏 was already struggling to hold. The opponent came again with full force. The blows landed with overwhelming power, and 𝗏𝗏 was driven to the ground. She hit hard and lay there for a moment, battered and bleeding, before gritting her teeth and pushing the pain somewhere she could manage it. She was not done. Then the second realization hit her, and it was worse than the first.
It was not only her thundering energy that had failed. She could not access ether at all. The weight of that truth settled over her with a clarity that felt almost physical. A warrior's body was built around the ether inside it. Every movement in battle was reinforced by it. Every strike strengthened. Every defense given foundation. It was the invisible layer beneath everything. Without it, none of that remained. Without ether, every attack from an opponent had the potential to become fatal. There was no reinforcement. No protection, only raw, exposed vulnerability. Her opponent proved that immediately. She charged again, and struck with another brutal blow. Blood came from 𝗏𝗏𝗁's mouth. She groaned under the pain, teeth grinding. And still she did not surrender to it. Whatever it cost her, she was going to keep defending herself. In the crowd, Sandy watched with a worry she could no longer keep contained. Something about what she was seeing felt wrong in a way that went beyond a normal losing battle. Edges stood beside her. Equally focused, equally troubled. He studied the fight carefully, and the thought that formed in his mind refused to leave. 𝗏𝗏𝗁's ether was not just weakened, it was not working at all. Something was seriously, deliberately wrong. 𝗏𝗏𝗁's body finally gave out under the accumulation of it. She lost the strength to stay upright, and dropped to her knees, then collapsed forward. She had endured far longer than anyone without ether should have been able to manage, and her opponent acknowledged that quietly, recognizing the extraordinary resilience of someone at 𝗏𝗏𝗁's level. But that acknowledgement carried no mercy with it. Her opponent's gaze shifted toward 𝗏𝗏𝗁. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 returned a faint, knowing smirk and gave the signal. The message was clear and simple. Finish her. Cut her down completely, with one decisive strike. The girl's expression darkened. Whatever hesitation had existed before was gone now. She turned back to 𝗏𝗏𝗁, and the conclusion had already been reached in her mind. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had lasted long enough. That time was over. Rangis saw the shift from the sideline, and panic took him over completely. He rushed forward toward the arena, desperate, pleading for the opponent to stop. Rick moved instantly and grabbed him, holding him back with everything he had, knowing what interference would cost them. The opponent moved toward 𝗏𝗏𝗁 with the finishing strike. Sandy stepped in front of 𝗏𝗏𝗁 and blocked him. She absorbed the blow and turned on the opponent with sharp, furious eyes, demanding to know what she thought she was doing. From a distance, Zeke watched everything without moving. 𝗏𝗏𝗁's opponent rounded on Sandy, challenging her interference, and demanding to know what right she had to step into the fight. Sandy held 𝗏𝗏𝗁 back carefully, and screamed back at her, accusing her of pretending not to understand, pointing out plainly that she had just attempted to kill 𝗏𝗏𝗁. The students watching had gone completely still, absorbing the sudden escalation of what was unfolding in front of them. The opponent responded with a sly smile, and dismissed the accusation, calling it dangerous language and denying any such intention. Edges stepped in and made clear that from his position, that attack had looked extremely dangerous, regardless of what she claimed. She reacted defensively, questioning why they were doubting her. Edges told her plainly that what had just happened required more caution in both words and actions, and pointed out that it was obvious to everyone watching that 𝗏𝗏𝗁 had been unable to access ether during the fight. Attacking someone in that condition with full aura behind the blow was clearly excessive. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 walked forward with his smirk fully in place. He addressed Edges and told him that they had interrupted the fight and were now turning around and placing the blame elsewhere. He insisted that in real combat, the condition of the opponent was irrelevant, and that the enemy had to be crushed completely. The West Wing, he said, was simply simulating real battle conditions. Sandy pushed back, arguing that there still had to be limits, that a fight was not supposed to be to the death. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 dismissed her as a weakling, and said that weakness was exactly why they had lost. Edges chose silence as the tension continued to build. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 continued, explaining that they were not playing at war the way others did, but treating combat as the real thing. He added that even though it was not truly a fight to the death, they were still controlling their strength. Then he said, almost casually, that he had no intention of killing her, though something might have been broken in the process. Sandy exploded with fury at that. A dark aura spread across the entire area before she could say another word. The energy was massive and oppressive, pressing down on every student in the arena and leaving them rigid with fear. It was coming from the examiner. His body radiated with a power that was not subtle in any way. His eyes darkened and gleamed as he asked, in a voice that carried the weight of the aura behind it, why they had come forward to speak nonsense. Sandy tried to argue, pointing out that Jalen had launched a genuinely dangerous attack on 𝗏𝗏𝗁. The examiner silenced her immediately. He stated that anyone who did not belong in the arena had no right to speak. He ordered them to stop interfering, and made clear that the authority to continue or end the battle belonged solely to him. Edges and Sandy both apologized and stepped back. The examiner declared the fight over. The winner was the West Wing. He then ordered everyone not participating in the next match to withdraw from the arena immediately. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and his teammates exchanged a confident high five, their satisfaction written plainly across their faces. On the other side of the arena, Edges carefully lifted 𝗏𝗏𝗏 into his arms and told Sandy to bring her sword. Sandy agreed without hesitation and followed as Edges carried 𝗏𝗏𝗏 back toward her teammates. Rangis was visibly shaken. The rest of the team looked at 𝗏𝗏𝗏's condition with fear pulling at every one of their expressions. Edges reassured them that she would be fine and explained that he had already administered recovery medicine. However, he said she needed time and that he was taking her directly to the first aid station. Rangis asked about her condition, his voice tight with anxiety. Zeke acknowledged Edges quietly, recognizing the considerable effort he had gone to. Edges brushed it off and told him not to worry, then pointed out that Zeke had tried to address the situation himself. Zeke replied calmly that what had happened had been inevitable. As the tensions settled, the unease remained. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, being a strong fighter, was not in question, but the ease with which she had been neutralized did not sit right with anyone who had watched it closely. Edges gave voice to what had been forming in his mind since the first match involving 𝗟𝗁𝗁𝗏. Something had felt wrong from that point, he said. The opposing side was hiding something. He told Zeke directly to stay cautious going forward. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 lay unconscious in Edges' arms as Zeke looked at her quietly, his thoughts turning inward. He thanked Edges for the concern and acknowledged that the situation was unfortunate. Nearby, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's smirk had not left his face. He declared that Zeke had no chance of defeating him and that his defeat was already certain. Zeke did not respond to a single word of it. He simply turned his attention to warming up, his calm indifference settling over him like armor. It irritated 𝗏𝗏𝗏 visibly. The examiner announced the 7th match between the East Wing and the West Wing. The battle began. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 shouted across the arena, demanding to know how long Zeke intended to maintain that irritating attitude of his. He did not finish the sentence. Zeke moved. A single instant. A single punch, driven forward with total precision and total commitment, and it landed directly on 𝗏𝗏𝗏. Blood spilled from his mouth on impact. The force sent him flying across the arena, and he crashed hard onto the ground at a distance. The arena went silent. Every student standing there stared in stunned disbelief. Even the examiner's eyes went wide. Nobody had been prepared for that. Not the speed of it, not the finality of it, not the fact that 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who had spent the entire tournament carrying himself like the outcome was already decided, was now lying on the ground with blood on his face before the fight had taken a single breath. Zeke looked across the arena at him and allowed himself a faint smirk. He pointed out that for someone who talks so endlessly about real combat, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been completely defenseless. He said that this moment, right here, was exactly the kind of real combat 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been so proud of claiming to understand. The dust settled. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 lay on the ground, and the fight had barely started. Zeke pointed his finger directly at 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 and told him that since he wanted to fight like it was real, then Zeke would oblige him. He asked, in a tone that carried genuine weight, whether 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was truly certain he would not regret that. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 responded with his usual mockery, implying that Zeke would be the one doing the regretting. Zeke looked at him with quiet disbelief. Then he clenched his fist and told him that they would see. The punch came immediately after. Full force. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was sent flying and crashed hard into the distance, his teammates screaming at the sight of it. Zeke watched the whole thing without any particular tension in his body, as though he had simply confirmed something he already knew. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 had hit a wall. The impact was strong enough to crack it. His body was covered in wounds, blood running from his nose and mouth, and still he somehow pulled himself upright, groaning through clenched teeth. He was overwhelmed. The thought forming in his mind was one he had no framework for. Even if he launched a counterattack at maximum speed, Zeke had remained completely untouched. Zeke stepped in front of him and identified what he was working with. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was using ether with wind properties. That meant he belonged to one of the 4 great families of the moon. It was the special ether carried by his bloodline. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gritted his teeth and cursed at him in raw fury. Zeke remained calm. He remarked, almost conversationally, that he had only slightly adjusted his own strength downward to match 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's level. The comment landed like a second blow. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 erupted with insults. Before the last one left his mouth, Zeke was already behind him. He fixed him with a deadly glare and said quietly that this was the second time. A powerful strike landed on 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 back. He was sent flying again, crashing to the ground and groaning through the impact, his mind reeling as he tried to understand why this was happening so easily and so completely. Before he could find an answer, Zeke was already rushing toward him again. He closed the distance in an instant, stood directly in front of him, and criticized his mindset. He told 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀 that his overconfidence was the real problem in a genuine fight. Then he drove a punch hard into 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's stomach. Blood came from 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀's mouth. He collapsed onto the ground. Zeke looked down at him and noted, almost casually, that this was the third time. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 coughed and stared upward, struggling to make sense of what was being said to him. Zeke pointed his finger and told him he did not seem to understand. He explained what he meant by the count. The first time was when his face had been exposed. The second was his neck. The third was his heart. In a real fight, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 would already be dead 3 times over. The only reason he was still breathing was because Zeke had chosen to hold back. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 went very still. The fear that crossed his face was unguarded and genuine. Zeke kicked him in the face. He remarked that since this was a real fight, the break was now over. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 rolled across the ground from the impact, tumbling far before coming to a stop. Sandy stood watching with her mouth open, unable to find the words for what she was seeing. This could not even be called a fight. Edges stood nearby with sweat on his face, processing it all with the particular discomfort of someone who had experienced Zeke firsthand. He understood now, with complete clarity, that his own battle with Zeke had been nothing more than a friendly exchange, a goodwill gesture. In a genuine fight, Zeke operated on a level that was beyond normal comprehension entirely. Zeke stood in front of 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 with a faint smile and told him that he should now have at least some understanding of what a real fight actually looked like. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 lay in the dirt, severely injured and trembling. Zeke continued without cruelty, acknowledging that on a real battlefield, as 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀, had argued, eliminating the enemy completely did matter. He added that 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 and his teammates from the West Wing would surely become exceptional warriors one day. Then, with a light laugh, he pointed out the obvious. This was not a battlefield. They were under instructor supervision with recovery potions available. By the standards of actual combat, this environment was indulgent beyond measure. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 told him to shut up. Zeke told him plainly that the version of real combat 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 had been performing all tournament was not genuine battle. It was just a way of avoiding an honest look at his own weakness. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 screamed at him to stop talking, and then the green aura erupted from his body. The students watching flinched at the sudden surge of energy. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 charged at Zeke with everything he had left, screaming that someone like Zeke had no right to lecture him, no right to treat him this way, no right to stand there with that expression on his face. Zeke smiled faintly and compared it to a rebellious phase. He said that if there was no other option, he would not act as his opponent. He would simply let 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 exhaust his frustration. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 came at him with his dagger, demanding that Zeke stop speaking like he knew everything. Zeke used the wind-cutting fan technique and unleashed the Stormblade, lifting himself into the air above the charge. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 gritted his teeth below him, thinking that even one clean hit, even for a single brief moment of contact, would be enough. From the sideline, Rangis watched with growing anxiety, unable to follow the movements clearly, but noticing something strange happening along the ground. Edges explained it quietly. The wind energy belonged to someone specific. Her name is Lena, of the 4 great families, from the Fafnir family. Her aura was invisible to the naked eye, a continuous attack that could not be seen, only felt. Sandy called it subtle and sinister, and said it suited them perfectly. Edges gave her an awkward look, and asked her not to say things like that, though he admitted it was genuinely a very difficult ability to deal with. Rangis prayed silently for Zeke from where he stood. Back in the arena, 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 seethed with frustration, unable to understand why he could not land even one proper strike. Zeke explained calmly that if you watched the flow of things carefully enough, everything became simple. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 rejected the explanation with a shout of pure rage. Down. Zeke tapped the back of his head and pointed out another opening in his defense. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 staggered from the hit, his anger past the point of words now, cursing at Zeke and demanding that it end, his voice carrying the desperate edge of someone who had lost control of the situation completely. He tried to attack from behind. Zeke stepped aside without effort, and remarked that 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 still seemed to be in the middle of his rebellious phase, asking pleasantly whether he had vented enough yet. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 screamed that he was going to kill him. Zeke acknowledged that kind of perseverance as something admirable in a warrior. Then he moved faster than the eye could track and appeared directly beside 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. He delivered a full-force punch into his stomach and told him plainly that his body had reached its limits a long time ago. If he pushed any further, he would only suffer more. It was time to end the fight. Blood burst from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's mouth. He collapsed. Then his hand shot out and grabbed Zeke's legs. Zeke looked down at him with a faint scoff. He implied that if 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 wanted to continue until the very end, then so be it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 forced himself back upright. A dark purple aura began rising from his body, and then he started laughing, loud and unhinged, the kind of laugh that comes from someone who has been holding something back and has finally decided to use it. He raised his sword forward, and a powerful aura surged from the blade. His smirk widened as he declared that it was over, that Zeke was finished. Zeke registered a flicker of genuine surprise at the shift. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 activated the wind-cutting fan technique and unleashed the wind gulp projectile. The attack was overwhelming in scale. Zeke could not block it. He was sent flying far across the arena and crashed down hard. Rick and Rangis both reacted with shock and alarm, watching Zeke hit the ground. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 observed the scene carefully. He noted that something about Zeke had changed. Someone nearby agreed with the observation immediately. The blue-haired girl looked around confused, trying to understand what they meant. A voice came from behind the group. It acknowledged the situation and said that it was exactly what you would expect from 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 turned and responded in agreement before the full picture registered. It was 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. She had regained consciousness. Her teammates were supporting her carefully as they brought her over, and she smiled through the effort it cost her, telling 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 that he had done well to catch it. Sandy, Rangis, and the others felt the relief wash through them the moment they saw her. They crowded around and asked immediately if she was all right. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 sat down carefully and apologized to all of them for making them worry. The blonde boy asked her, still nervous, whether she understood what was happening with Zeke. Why had he changed? 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 thought about it and told them that, in her view, Zeke was going through the same condition she had experienced. She reminded them that during her own fight, her ether had vanished without warning or explanation. Rangis stared at her in shock. Rick could not accept what he was hearing, unable to understand how something like that was even possible. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 admitted she did not know the exact reason, but she pointed to the pattern. Lena, who had fought in the first encounter, had also behaved strangely. 𝗟𝗏 had been in an unusual state as well. If that thread held, then Zeke was most likely experiencing the same thing right now. Rangis felt the implication land fully. Zeke might currently be unable to use his ether at all. In the arena, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 laughed loudly and mocked Zeke, saying this was the consequence of his arrogance, and that he would make sure Zeke never challenged him again. He activated the first secret technique of the fan, the sediment typhoon. A raging, typhoon-like aura erupted from his entire body as he charged straight toward Zeke with killing intent, the attack closing the distance rapidly. Rangis screamed Zeke's name from the sideline. Zeke clenched his fist and moved forward to meet it. The punch landed directly on 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Blood burst from his mouth and nose. He collapsed to the ground, completely unable to understand why, after everything, this was still happening to him. Zeke's friends stood in stunned silence, every single one of them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 smiled quietly and remarked that she had more to say on the matter, but it seemed Zeke himself did not particularly care about any of it. As the dust from the collision settled, Zeke was revealed standing in the middle of it all, a wild grin stretched across his face, looking like someone who had stopped thinking and simply let himself go completely. The fight was not over. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 clenched his teeth, overwhelmed by confusion and fury in equal measure. And then something strange began forming around Zeke's hand. A poisonous aura. Faint at first, then unmistakable. Zeke looked at it with the mild curiosity of someone who has just noticed something interesting, and then his fist tightened as the full picture clicked into place. He understood what it was. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's rage turned to disbelief. The poison had been designed to be completely undetectable. That was its entire purpose. That Zeke had identified it at all was something he could not reconcile. Zeke laid it out plainly. The reason every previous opponent had been defeated so decisively was a unique poison. One that only activated when ether was used. Until he had used his own ether and felt it respond, even he had not noticed its presence. He acknowledged 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's ingenuity with a playful smirk. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 demanded to know how Zeke had still managed to land hits when the poison should have shut his ether down completely. Zeke casually flexed his arm and told him that tricks like these were useless against a body trained to the level his had been. A momentary seal on his ether was not enough to make someone who considered himself the strongest hesitate, not even for a second. Vananiel's fury deepened, his fists clenched harder. Being told that his ether-destroying poison was useless was not something he had any capacity to accept. Zeke pointed out, almost appreciatively, that the poison did not appear to affect its own creator. He recognized it as a genuinely revolutionary creation, one that worked by channeling through ether into others.
He even admitted that building something like that was admirable,
but despite everything unique about it, it had no effect on him whatsoever. Then the poison began leaving Zeke's body. Through his nose. Through his mouth. He expelled it completely and stood there as Vananiel watched in stunned silence, realizing that Zeke had simply detoxified himself from the inside. Zeke treated the whole thing as nothing more than an interesting experience. In the end, he said, everything came down to one's own strength. Relying entirely on poison only showed that Vananiel still had a long way to go. Those words hit harder than any punch had. Zeke moved forward, telling him that he should be satisfied by now and that it was time to finish the fight. Vananiel clenched his teeth again. The rage was still there. But underneath it, something older and heavier was beginning to surface. The memories came without warning. His mother's voice. Hard and cold and relentless, she had told him over and over, from as early as he could remember, that he had to do whatever it took and become the head of the family. Anyone who failed to reach that position was completely worthless. Those words had not simply been spoken to him. They had been carved into him, shaped the way he understood his own existence from the ground up. And then there was 𝗥𝗲𝗁. People around him had always praised her. She had mastered her family's martial arts at a young age. The candidates for the next family head were described as geniuses, every single one of them. Except for one. When his name came up, people would acknowledge him only to point out that he had the least chance among all the candidates. To everyone around him, Vananiel was the failure drifting among prodigies, the one who did not belong in the same conversation. He had always been average. No matter how hard he pushed himself, that lack of talent would eventually be exposed. He could not even perform basic magic, and for that, his mother would punish him, scold him, tell him how useless he was. But then he found it. Poison. Not swordsmanship, not magic, not any of the noble skills the others carried so easily. Poison, the ability to create it, to use it, to build something with it that no one else had thought to build. In his mind, that was enough. With poison, even he could fight. With poison, he could rise. He became convinced that through this one ability, he would become the head of the family. And if he achieved that, his mother would finally see him. But something inside him had twisted along the way. The dark aura pouring from his body now was the evidence of it. Years of resentment and pressure and comparison had built into something that no longer had a clean shape. He screamed. He told Zeke that no one understood him, that every single day of his life he had been measured against geniuses and found lacking. No matter how hard he tried, he could never match their talent. And still they kept comparing him to 𝗥𝗲𝗁 again and again and again. He declared that he had to fight with everything he had, and that no one had the right to speak as though they understood his struggle. He attacked like a mad dog, reckless, driven by rage rather than reason. Zeke caught his hand without effort. The dagger slipped from Vananiel's grip and fell to the ground. Then something happened that nobody in that arena was prepared for. A massive amount of poison began flowing out from Zeke's body, the very poison Vananiel had created. It poured from him in waves, filling the space around them. Vananiel stared. Rangis stared. 𝗥𝗲𝗁, Rick, the entire team stood frozen. Sandy could not find words for what she was seeing. Edges watched in complete silence, careful and still, choosing observation over reaction. Zeke used that same poison to surround Vananiel entirely. The toxic aura closed in around him, trapping him within the very thing he had built. Rather than breaking him, it pushed him further into frenzy. His breathing turned ragged. His movements became erratic. His expression went feral. He embraced the chaos and shouted that relying on poison was exactly right. As long as he won, nothing else mattered. He had no talent for combat, but with poison he had something he could call his own. With poison, he believed, he could never lose. Then a smirk appeared on his face. He admitted that he had not wanted to use this particular poison, but to win, he had no other choice. Hidden within the deadly smoke were poison needles so dangerous that even he, who created them, would struggle to counteract their effects. He had already inhaled some of the smoke himself, and still he believed this would secure the victory. Zeke looked at him with a cold, piercing stare and asked what exactly was going through his mind. Why was he smiling in a situation like this? 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes found the answer before he could speak it. Zeke was holding one of the poisonous needles between his teeth, completely unfazed, wearing a calm smirk as he indicated that had been the last attack. The confidence shattered. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's body gave out beneath the weight of it, and he collapsed to the ground. Zeke spat the needle out casually, as though it had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience he had nearly forgotten about. Then he stepped forward and extended his hand toward 𝗏𝗏𝗏. The gesture alone was enough to frighten him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could not comprehend what kind of person was standing in front of him. Zeke gripped his shoulder firmly and told him to listen. He said that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was wrong about one thing. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 waited. Zeke told him that becoming strong did not require talent in martial arts. It did not require talent in manipulating ether. What truly mattered was the will to win. The burning, relentless thirst for victory. That desire, when it was real and when it would not be extinguished, was what drove a person toward genuine strength. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 sat with that in silence, unable to immediately process it. Zeke's tone shifted. Firmer now, closer to a teacher correcting a student who had been making the same mistake for too long. He addressed what 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had said about having no talent in martial arts, and rejected it outright. The problem was not a lack of talent, he said. The problem was the choice of weapon. The iron fan simply was not suited to him. He thought about it for a moment and then suggested that something with a slightly longer handle might suit him better. He offered an example, an umbrella. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stared at him. Internally he questioned whether this was some kind of joke. Zeke told him plainly that it was not. An umbrella, like the iron fan, carried history and tradition as a weapon. From his perspective, almost anything in the world could become a weapon if the person holding it understood how to use it correctly. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 went quiet. Something was shifting in the way he was thinking. Slowly and reluctantly, but shifting nonetheless. He began to wonder whether the problem had never been himself at all, but whether the tools he had been forcing himself to use were simply wrong for him from the very beginning. His mother's voice came back again. Anyone who cannot become the head of the family has no value. Zeke gently patted his head and observed that 𝗏𝗏𝗏 seemed to grieve his lack of combat talent. Then he reframed the entire picture. From a battlefield perspective, he said, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was actually more of a warrior than most people in that arena. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked up at him, confused. Zeke continued. On the battlefield, as 𝗏𝗏𝗏 himself had always insisted, winning was everything. But focusing only on warrior pride would prevent a person from protecting anything that truly mattered. To win and to protect what was important required using every possible means available. From that angle, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's way of thinking was not wrong. What was wrong was where and how he had chosen to apply it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 absorbed every word in silence. Zeke stood up, a faint smile on his face. He extended his hand and invited 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to come with him. That single invitation left 𝗏𝗏𝗏 frozen there. Zeke promised that if 𝗏𝗏𝗏 chose to follow him, he would make him as strong as he wanted to be. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, still irritated, still uncertain, asked whether Zeke was seriously claiming he could do that. Zeke laughed lightly and pointed out that he was already stronger than 𝗏𝗏𝗏, so he should relax. Under his training, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 would not have time to worry about trivial things like talent. He would simply be taught how to truly grow. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked at him, and what he thought to himself, quietly, was that this man spoke with the kind of confidence that made you believe everything he said would simply become real, whether he wanted it to or not. He hesitated, could not find words. Zeke remarked that he had almost forgotten they were still in the middle of a battle. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 barely had time to register the statement before Zeke's punch connected with his chin and sent him flying backward. Zeke raised his hand proudly and declared that combat truly began when one woke up, and invited his opponent to come with him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was already unconscious before he finished the sentence. The instructor observed the scene and announced that the battle was over. He declared the winner to be the East Wing. Zeke stood with his arms crossed, composed and satisfied. The East Wing erupted around him. Edges and Sandy joined in the celebration, their relief and joy visible and genuine. The rest of the students watching stood in varying degrees of shock, still processing what they had witnessed from start to finish. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, having lost, burned with a fury he had no immediate outlet for. The selection round had reached its conclusion.
What came after carried a different kind of surprise entirely. The instructor treated the East Wing candidates to a proper meal, which left them all pleasantly caught off guard. When they had eaten, he clapped his hands, offered his congratulations, and then turned his attention to what came next.
The students reacted with visible excitement the moment the instructor finished speaking, noting that the winners had come from the East Wing. Sandy, sitting among them, looked around in confusion and asked why their group had been called together as well. Edges responded with a light chuckle, suggesting that perhaps they were about to find out. Most of the students had stopped eating. They stared ahead with tense, uncertain expressions, trying to read the room before the room had said anything. Zeke had not stopped eating at all. He sat calmly, working through his meal with complete ease, unbothered by the atmosphere building around him. He noticed their faces and pointed out that if they did not eat quickly, their food would go cold. The comment stunned the table into a brief silence before a few of them broke into quiet laughter. Leica looked at him and asked how he could possibly be this calm, and where his curiosity about what was coming had gone. Zeke looked up and said loudly and without any hesitation that he was absolutely curious. Leica smiled awkwardly and acknowledged the answer. The instructor apologized for the delay and encouraged everyone to continue eating, noting with a pointed look that one person had already gotten ahead of the rest. He explained that the meal had been prepared as a reward for the strength demonstrated throughout the 66 lesson trials, specifically recognizing the achievement of reaching 86 strength. The students from the West team received that praise with a mixture of happiness and sheepishness. Then the instructor announced that it was time to explain the details of the special mission. Edges quietly asked whether their group might also be permitted to listen. The instructor smiled and said yes, adding that there was a possibility they might be involved as well. That single sentence was enough to stop Edges completely. The weight of it settled across the room like a change in weather. The instructor stood firm and began to explain what he called the situation referred to as does. A few days earlier, a special crack had been discovered deep within the lands of the El Dragon family. The reaction was immediate. Shock rippled through every corner of the room. Even Zeke set his food down and turned his full attention to the instructor, something in the explanation pulling at a memory he had carried from his studies in the Dragon Hall, from a book he had read long ago about cracks. The memory now felt considerably more relevant than it had at the time. The instructor continued with measured calm. Everyone present would already have some basic knowledge of cracks, he said, as they were not entirely unfamiliar. But what they were dealing with now was something different, something far more unusual, a special crack. And special cracks, he clarified, could not be conquered using normal methods. They were unpredictable, dangerous in ways that ordinary cracks were not. Leica tried to process the distinction and admitted she did not fully understand what made them so different or why the usual approach would not work. The instructor elaborated. This particular special crack came with strict, unavoidable limitations. Only 7 individuals at 3-star level or lower were permitted to enter. That restriction was absolute. There was a 97% certainty that anyone with 4 stars or above who attempted to enter, or any group that exceeded the permitted number, would be immediately expelled by the crack itself. No exceptions. Not even the head of the family could bypass these conditions. The students from every wing listened without a sound. West, east, north, south, all of them absorbing the weight of what was being described. The instructor continued. While there were 3-star warriors among the El Dragon soldiers who technically qualified, the recent surge in crack appearances had stretched the family's available personnel thin. There simply were not enough people to cover everything at once. That was why their attention had turned to the students. The responsibility, unexpected and significant, had landed on the people sitting in that room. Then came the detail that changed everything. Within this special crack, the instructor said there was a very high possibility that magic water existed, the kind necessary to awaken magical power. The shock that followed was of a different quality entirely. Rick looked confused and asked what magic water actually was. Zeke's reaction was the opposite. His thoughts aligned immediately with something he already knew, and recognition moved across his face with complete certainty. The instructor explained. The key was something called AGI. By drinking the magic water, A person would gain the ability to convert ether into magical power, a transformation that allowed the human body to properly handle and use magic in the first place. Zeke could not contain it. The excitement that broke across his face was unguarded and genuine, his eyes bright, his earlier composure replaced entirely by the pure enthusiasm of someone who has just been told that something they have wanted for a very long time might be within reach. He celebrated the idea of magic openly, with no attempt to hide how much it meant to him. The instructor shifted to the broader context. The world, as everyone knew, was governed by the 8 families, collectively known as the 8 gates of the hegemonial, and the El Dragon family was among them. But El Dragon carried a crucial disadvantage that none of the others shared. While every other family possessed Lena, the magical fountain from which magic originated, El Dragon was the only one without such a source. That absence was the reason magic water held such immense importance for them. It represented something rare, a genuine opportunity that could not be manufactured or replaced. The objective, the instructor summarized, was clear: conquer the special crack and recover the magic water. The mission carried the highest level of importance, and failure was not a consideration. There was one more complication. The crack had appeared dangerously close to the territory of the Cerberus family, another of the 8 gates. It was highly likely that the Cerberus family would move to claim the crack as well, which meant the mission carried the additional weight of potential conflict from outside. With that, the purpose of the selection trials became fully clear. Every fight, every bout, every match that had taken place had been designed to identify individuals who were 3 stars or lower, but possessed the ability and strength to take on something this dangerous. The full picture had finally assembled itself, and it rested on the shoulders of the chosen few sitting in that room. Edges processed everything quietly before turning to Sandy and telling her that he understood now. From what he had gathered, it seemed the 7 members of the East Wing who had won would be placed in charge of the conquest mission. Sandy smiled and acknowledged his conclusion without confirming it entirely. The instructor added an important clarification. The East Wing's victory in the trials did not automatically make those 7 members the conquest team. That distinction shifted the mood once more. Edges reacted with a mix of surprise and quiet satisfaction, pleased that he had at least partially read the situation correctly. Sandy let out a small laugh at his expression. Then the instructor brought his hand down firmly on the table. From this point forward, he declared, the conquest team for the special crack would be formed under the leadership of the East Wing. But it would not be drawn from a single group. The team would be selected from among everyone present in that room. The unease that spread through the students was immediate and genuine. The instructor explained his reasoning. The purpose of making everyone fight to the very end, regardless of outcome, had been to observe and evaluate the skills and characteristics each individual brought to their martial art. Through that process, they had established proper criteria for building the most suitable team. He acknowledged, however, that some individuals had not been able to fully demonstrate their true potential. As he said it, his gaze shifted deliberately and landed on Zeke. With full authority, the instructor declared that Zeke would be the one to select the members of the conquest team. Zeke choked. Food nearly left his mouth as the weight of the assignment hit him without warning. He struggled to compose himself and looked at the instructor with genuine disbelief. The instructor pointed out that there was no reason for such a reaction, given that Zeke was the representative of the East Wing. Zeke hesitated, fumbled for words, and then turned immediately toward Laika and tried to hand the entire responsibility to her, insisting that she should be the one to make the decisions. Laika froze. She had not been prepared for that at all. Zeke kept going in his usual unpredictable fashion, acknowledging that his own participation in the mission was mandatory while simultaneously questioning whether the arrangement made any sense. Then, with a shift in tone that surprised everyone at the table, he declared that if he were allowed to choose freely, he would simply form a one-man conquest team and handle the entire mission by himself. Laika stared at him. She admitted that while the suggestion sounded completely absurd, knowing Zeke, it was not entirely beyond him to attempt something like that, which made it somehow worse. Zeke, apparently pleased with that response, continued in a scattered but confident way, telling her to consider the situation carefully, evaluate the top individuals, use her own knowledge and judgment, and make the call. Then he concluded simply that everything seemed fine and handed the position of representative over to 𝗏𝗏 entirely. The instructor paused and asked whether Zeke was truly certain. He reminded him that leading the conquest team would bring him one step closer to becoming the next head of the family. Zeke said without any hesitation that he had no intention of becoming the family head. The room went still. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗀 could not hide his shock. Edges immediately questioned how anyone could turn down a position like that. Sandy reacted with open disbelief. 𝗏𝗏𝗀, however, confirmed quietly that Zeke was being completely genuine. Zeke explained himself. The position held no real value for him. What mattered to him was his own path, his own goals, the things he was pursuing that existed outside of titles and authority. Edges pushed back, pointing out that becoming family head would mean control over the entire El Dragon family and immense power to go with it. Zeke dismissed it without breaking stride. He had no need for any of that. There was only one thing he was actually after. He said it clearly, with the quiet conviction of someone who had known it for a very long time. The ultimate end of martial arts. The absolute pinnacle of strength and mastery. The room fell into complete silence. Every set of eyes in that space turned toward him, drawn by the weight and certainty in those words. Zeke's expression softened into a confident smile. He turned to 𝗏𝗏𝗀 and told her not to worry about him. He shifted all of his focus onto her, urging her to concentrate on what was in front of her and choose the members she would bring on the mission. 𝗏𝗏𝗀 felt the full weight of the responsibility land on her. She stood slowly, gathered herself, and accepted it. Her expression settled into something serious and purposeful as she prepared to announce her choices. Then the scene shifted entirely. Somewhere else, in a place that carried a different kind of authority, a powerful figure sat in a commanding position. Beside him rested a terrifying two-headed wolf, its presence radiating menace into the surrounding space. The figure sat calmly, smoking, when an assistant approached and delivered urgent news. He reacted with sharp, immediate interest. He asked whether what he had just been told was accurate. The assistant confirmed it without hesitation. A special crack had been discovered within the forest of the Abundant Dog. A slow smirk spread across the figure's face as he processed the information. He noted that the El Dragon family, whom he referred to with contempt as lizards, had already begun making their move. But his tone shifted quickly to irritation as he demanded to know why he was only hearing about this now. The tension in the room became visible instantly. Everyone around him went stiff. The assistant bowed deeply and apologized, explaining that they had been skillfully deceived, which had caused the delay. The figure returned to smoking, the smirk finding its way back as he reflected on what he had been hearing about those lizards operating in the forest of the Abundant Dog. Their behavior had apparently been strangely provocative lately. Now that provocation made sense to him. He acknowledged their plan as clever. Then he wondered aloud whether there was something particularly valuable about this specific crack, given the lengths they were going to. The assistant explained that it was highly likely the crack contained 𝗥𝗲𝗄𝗏, something of considerable significance. The figure absorbed that calmly. It was no surprise, he said, that the other side would want it at any cost. He asked about the conditions for entering the special crack. The assistant explained the limitations. 3 stars or lower. A restricted number of participants. The figure smirked and noted that those conditions did not sound particularly difficult to meet. But he also recognized that the El Dragon side had taken the lead and would likely occupy all available positions before anyone else could act. The assistant added that El Dragon did not have enough trained soldiers to send, so they were reportedly dispatching young trainees who had not yet reached proper rank levels. The figure looked genuinely surprised at that. He found it difficult to believe that they intended to conquer something this important with a group of students. The assistant asked carefully what course of action they should take, suggesting whether they should immediately begin assembling their own team of 3-star fighters or below. The figure considered it. He acknowledged that forming such a team from scratch at this stage was already too late. But he pointed out something that the assistant had not accounted for. When rare opportunities like special 𝗙𝗏𝗁𝗁𝗁 appeared, the heirs of the El Dragon family would certainly be involved. That realization hit the assistant visibly. The figure turned his attention elsewhere and asked how many deception bracelets remained in their possession. The assistant recalled quickly. Approximately 4. A dangerous smirk settled across the figure's face. He issued the order without hesitation. He did not care if all 4 were used. He commanded the assistant to go and eliminate the young trainees. Every single one of them. The assistant hesitated, visibly shaken, pointing out that they did not know when they would be able to acquire more deception bracelets and questioning whether this was the right call. The figure dismissed the concern entirely. There is no point in being careful with resources that were otherwise sitting unused in storage. Better to spend them all at once in a moment that actually mattered. As he continued, his tone darkened, almost amused, as he imagined the look on the El Dragon leader's face when the consequences of this order came to light. The thought brought a wide, sinister grin to his face. He found it deeply satisfying. Before Zeke left, he made one thing absolutely clear to the companions he was leaving behind. Their current strength was not enough. Improvement was not a suggestion. It was the only option available to them. He did not ease them into it. The first exercise set the tone immediately. They were made to perform push-ups with enormous boulders pressing down on their backs, the weight so crushing that every repetition became its own small battle. Zeke offered no relief and showed no sign of offering any. The training escalated from there. Rangis and the others were driven into endurance runs at full speed while dragging massive stones behind them. Their bodies pushed further than comfort had any jurisdiction over. Rick and Marin watched the whole thing unfold with visible dread, quietly questioning whether punishment at this level was truly necessary. Zeke looked back at them with an almost playful expression. Innocent, unbothered. The complete opposite of what he had just put their teammates through. They understood immediately that arguing would accomplish nothing. They forced uneasy smiles, accepted the situation, and recognized that with Zeke in the role of instructor, resistance was simply not a productive use of energy. Zeke gave them a subtle nod of satisfaction and moved on. His attention turned to Raymond, the blonde shield user. Zeke introduced a new tool. Massive, enchanted objects he called regeneration stones, prepared in advance and placed before the group. Nobody immediately understood what they were looking at. Zeke explained. These stones possessed a specific and dangerous characteristic. Any force applied to them was reflected back at the source, amplified many times over. He said it the way someone says something they have experienced personally and not forgotten. Despite the obvious risk, he announced his intention to strike one of the stones using nothing but raw physical strength. No source power, no enhancement of any kind. The group stared at him. The idea sounded reckless to the point of being absurd. Zeke prepared himself with calm focus and delivered a clean, unenhanced punch directly into the stone. The observers could not process what they were seeing. Before anyone could react, the stone released an explosive surge of energy that came roaring back toward him. The magnitude of it should have meant serious injury. But Zeke had anticipated every bit of it. He raised a basic shield to intercept the returning shockwave at the last moment. The shield cracked under the strain and held just long enough to make the point. That was the lesson for Raymond. Defensive mastery. Either endure the impact head-on by building a body capable of absorbing it, or learn to redirect the force before it can land. Raymond looked at the cracked shield and felt the full weight of what was being asked of him settle across his shoulders. Zeke moved on to Celine. He handed her a sword and told her to attack the regeneration stone using her source power. She came forward with determination and unleashed a rapid sequence of strikes, one after another, fast and committed. But her attacks were scattered across multiple points on the stone's surface rather than converging on a single target. The stone's regenerative ability responded faster than her assault. It recovered almost instantly each time, absorbing everything she threw at it and giving nothing back. Zeke identified the flaw without hesitation. Her strength was dispersed, volume without precision. As long as she continued that way, the stone would simply outpace her no matter how fast she moved. He showed her what the alternative looked like. One strike, a single, fluid, perfectly concentrated motion. The impact did not spread across the surface. It drove directly into the stone's core, and cracks spread outward from that single point across the entire surface like a map of everywhere the force had traveled. Celine stared at it. The difference between what she had done and what he had just done was not subtle. It was the difference between noise and intention. Zeke told her that her current style prioritized rapid and numerous attacks, and that advancing beyond her present level required a shift in how she thought about combat entirely. Every strike needed to carry purpose and accuracy. Volume alone would never be enough. Celine accepted the guidance with genuine gratitude, and the path forward became clear to her even if the road itself was going to be difficult. Then Zeke turned to Rangis. Rangis braced himself for whatever was coming next. What Zeke placed in front of him was a single white feather. Rangis looked at it, then looked at Zeke. The simplicity of the object made the task feel deceptively manageable, right up until a swirling green aura of wind energy began forming around the feather, alive and restless, moving with a precision that immediately reminded Rangis of something or someone. A powerful figure, a technique he recognized instantly from having seen it up close. Zeke told him that he had learned to replicate the ability after experiencing it firsthand in battle. Rangis had no framework for that. The idea that someone could simply absorb a technique by being on the receiving end of it defied the logic he had built his understanding of martial arts around. Zeke did not linger on the disbelief. He moved straight to the objective. Rangis had to learn to control the flow of wind with enough precision to manipulate the feather without ever touching it. No contact, only current. To show him what that looked like, Zeke demonstrated. He balanced the feather using nothing but controlled bursts of wind generated through his own movement, holding it in position with an accuracy that seemed to defy the feather's own nature. A feather was light to the point of being unreliable. The slightest disturbance sent it in a direction nobody intended. And yet Zeke held it steady as though it were resting on a surface. He explained what made it possible. The instinct was to force control over the wind, to dominate it and bend it to a specific will. That instinct, he said, was exactly wrong. True mastery required alignment with the wind's natural flow rather than resistance to it. He demonstrated again, using subtle, gentle movements to create soft currents that lifted and guided the feather rather than commanding it. The lesson was not about power. It was about understanding. Harmony over force. Rangis struggled to absorb it all. The concept sat just outside the edge of what he could fully grasp in the moment. But the demonstration had left a strong impression regardless, the kind that works on a person slowly long after the moment has passed. The training session drew to a close. Zeke stood among his companions with the composed ease of someone who has already been where they're trying to go and knows exactly how far they still have to travel. Each of them faced something daunting. Each of them had been given what they needed, even if none of them felt ready. Then a voice called out to Zeke, telling him to hurry. He turned back to the group briefly, gave each of them their task one last time, and left to join the mission team. Rangis stood still for a moment after he was gone. The doubt crept in quickly, quiet and persistent, wrapping itself around everything Zeke had just shown him. He was not sure he could do it. He was not sure any of them could. But his companions were still there beside him, and their presence was enough to push the uncertainty back from the edge. The doubt did not disappear. It transformed into something he could carry forward instead of something that stopped him in place. Elsewhere, the mission team was assembling. The group that gathered was an unconventional one, built from both allies and rivals, the selection reflecting a deliberate strategic calculation rather than simple preference. The underlying tensions between certain members were present and unspoken, but the shared objective held everything together with enough force to keep it moving forward. Elsewhere, the instructor was delivering a report directly to the family head. His name is 𝗏𝗏𝗁, and the news he was receiving had arrived faster than he had expected. The instructor informed him that the team had already departed for the special rift. The other person present added that they had also received word that the wild dogs had discovered the existence of the special rift. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 received that information with a small flicker of annoyance and remarked simply that it was fast. The instructor continued, even if the wild dogs moved immediately, the selected team had already entered the rift ahead of them. There was only one concern remaining. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 asked what it was. The man explained that after the rift was cleared, there was a possibility that the wild dogs would attempt to move in and claim the spoils. If the selected team members and the available soldiers could regroup quickly enough, it would be manageable. Otherwise, it could become a problem. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 asked how capable the selected team actually was. The instructor answered with the steadiness of someone who had thought carefully about the question before being asked it. The selected members were among the strongest at the 3-star rank. They should be able to clear the rift without difficulty, and even if the wild dogs showed up, they should be able to hold their ground. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 asked, with something almost playful in the question, whether that held even with a 2-star mixed into the group. The instructor smiled and said that yes, or rather, Lord Zeke alone would be enough. Both 𝗏𝗁𝘁 and the other man reacted to that with visible surprise. The instructor continued, telling them what he had seen for himself. Among all of Lord 𝗏𝗁𝘁's children, Lord Zeke was the first one whose true limit he had been unable to see at all. The other man pressed back. He pointed out that Zeke was still only at 2-star rank. How could that be? The instructor acknowledged it. That was technically correct. But after watching Lord Zeke, he had come to understand something he had not fully believed before. The number of stars did not determine strength. Not in every case. Not in this one. The other man looked unsettled by that. He said that for the instructor to make a statement like that, it must have taken something significant to bring him to it. The instructor's expression shifted. Something colder and more serious moved behind his eyes as he continued. When he first witnessed Lord Zeke's martial arts, he felt the same thing he had felt the first time he witnessed Lord 𝗏𝗁𝘁's dragon-slaying combat art. The room went quiet at that. 𝗏𝗁𝘁's expression darkened with something between concern and disbelief. He asked what the instructor meant. The dragon-slaying combat art was a secret martial art passed down exclusively to the heads of the El Dragon family. It was kept under strict secrecy as a matter of survival and tradition, and it was said that ordinary people could not learn it under any circumstances, not even in theory. The instructor said it plainly. He was certain that Lord Zeke possessed that martial art. He understood how impossible that sounded. He had been surprised by it himself. But he had witnessed Lord 𝗏𝗁𝘁's dragon-slaying combat art enough times over the years that he knew exactly what it looked like from every angle, and what he saw in Zeke's techniques was the same thing. Without question, the room held that weight in silence for a moment. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 sat with it quietly, his expression unreadable. He had ordered an investigation into Zeke a few years ago, he said. A thorough one that covered everything, including his birth records. Not a single useful piece of information had come back. Beyond that, there was no sign anywhere that Zeke had learned martial arts from anyone before entering the dragon nest. He had told himself, upon hearing that it simply meant everything Zeke had learned he had learned entirely on his own. But now, sitting with what the instructor had just said, that explanation felt considerably less complete. The instructor spoke carefully. It was as though one were looking at the first patriarch, he said. Or perhaps the 15th. The resemblance was that specific, that deep. It felt less like coincidence and more like something that had happened before. He let the word sit without saying it directly. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 looked at him with a searching expression, something between surprise and genuine uncertainty forming behind his eyes. Reincarnation, he said quietly. A question as much as a thought. The head watched the nervousness spreading through the room and dismissed the entire conversation with a wave of his hand. He called it an absurd story. If the kid truly possessed that level of power, he reasoned, then wild dogs like those would be completely insignificant to him. The matter was closed as far as he was concerned. 1 week later, the jungle had become the gathering point for all the instructors and students assigned to the mission. Freya stood among them, with visible worry pulling at her expression. She asked about the whereabouts of the vice leader of the Black Dragon Squadron. An instructor hesitated before explaining that by the time they had understood what was happening, the vice leader had already disappeared. The word disappeared sat heavily in the air. Freya reacted with quiet concern. They had promised to send more personnel, and she was not certain whether he would be safe. Before she could dwell on it further, she noticed that others had just arrived. 𝗏𝗏 came forward with Zeke following behind her. 𝗏𝗏 spoke energetically about the route they had taken, questioning why anyone would waste energy running the fastest path before a mission had even started, and then asked why Instructor Freya was present at all. Freya responded with a cool correction. She was no longer acting as their instructor here. She was on a protection mission for the special domain. 𝗏𝗏 registered the term. Freya explained that certain cracks had the ability to influence the world outside their boundaries and create special domains around themselves. This was one of those cases. Zeke listened and looked out at the trees surrounding them. Something about the energy moving through the air was familiar. Dark, dense. It reminded him of the black mist that had come off the raging boar he had fought before. He had never connected that phenomenon to a crack until this moment. The realization settled quietly in the back of his mind. He asked Freya what exactly her role here was. She told him. Her purpose was to contain and sabotage any moves made by the Cerberus family. 𝗏𝗏 asked what sabotage meant in this context. Freya elaborated. Conquering the rift and claiming the magic water would make the El Dragon family considerably stronger, and their rivals understood that perfectly. She added that her duties also included handling any monsters expelled from the special domain. Zeke caught the word expelled and asked about it. Freya explained the mechanics. Entry into the special rift was restricted to 7 individuals at 3-star level or lower. Edges confirmed that he had been told the same. Freya placed her hand against the domain barrier and demonstrated. Anyone who did not meet the requirements, including herself, was simply expelled the moment they made contact. Monsters of 4 stars or higher were excluded by the same rule. Only those who qualified could enter, and entry operated on a strict first-come, first-served basis. Once a group was inside, no one else could join until the rift had been conquered or fully cleared. Zeke placed his hand on the barrier with complete ease. Freya noticed, and something in her expression shifted inward. He studied the barrier with quiet interest, analyzing it as something that selected participants rather than simply blocked entry. He had heard it described as indestructible by force, and the more he considered that claim, the more he felt the urge to test it personally. A smirk found its way onto his face. Freya told him to listen when others were speaking. Zeke told her he had been listening the whole time. Freya called that a lie immediately. She moved on and warned the group that they had no way of knowing when the Cerberus family might arrive, which meant they needed to move quickly. She turned to the students and asked whether they were ready. The group answered with firm, unified determination. Freya wished them good luck, and the team entered the domain. They did not have long to find their footing before a herd of massive deer came crashing toward them, their enormous antlers lowered, and their movement fast and coordinated. 𝗏𝗏 stepped forward and eliminated the entire herd in a single, clean strike. His companion praised the performance with genuine admiration. 𝗏𝗏 said nothing. He stood quietly and looked at the weapon in his hand, something unresolved sitting behind his expression. The sight triggered a memory for Edges. He had seen it happen, quietly, before the mission began. Zeke had pulled 𝗏𝗏 aside and handed him a weapon. He told him to take it, reminding him that he always followed through on his promises, and that this mission would involve real combat. The weapon was a staff. Zeke told him to use it. 𝗏𝗏 had looked at it with open skepticism. He pointed out that the mission was important, that he had no familiarity with the weapon, and that this was not the time for experimentation. Zeke insisted anyway. 𝗏𝗏 threw the staff aside and refused outright, demanding to know why he should use something he did not even understand. As he walked away, Zeke raised the staff behind him and released a burst of powerful wind energy from it. The force made 𝗏𝗏 stop and turn around, stunned. He demanded to know why Zeke was using wind energy through it. Zeke dismissed the question and told him again to use the weapon. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 said no. Zeke told him to use it. The exchange continued with the particular exhausting persistence of someone who had already decided the outcome and was simply waiting for the other person to arrive at the same conclusion. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 eventually collapsed under the weight of it, accepted the staff, and admitted that there was simply no reasoning with Zeke. Zeke explained his thinking. There was no umbrella available, but the staff served as a close substitute, with handling similar to what he had in mind. He told 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 that this time his training would be built specifically around that style. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 pointed out that he had no base knowledge, no techniques, nothing to start from. Zeke told him that was not a problem because he had already created a technique tailored specifically for him. He revealed its name, the Phantom Wind Umbrella Technique. Back in the present, 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 turned the name over in his mind. The idea that Zeke had built a technique from nothing, designed specifically for him, was still difficult to accept. And yet since he had begun using it, something had changed. His movements felt sharper, more natural. The technique aligned with his wind attribute in a way that nothing he had used before ever had. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 watched him and wondered quietly to himself whether Zeke had genuinely done that. Whether he had looked at 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 and built something from scratch that fit him like it had always existed. Zeke praised 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄's last strike. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄's companion confirmed in a low voice that yes, the technique had been created by Zeke. She whispered the question that was sitting in everyone's mind. Who was this person, actually? 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 admitted, with clear frustration, that he did not know. 𝗟RA stepped toward Zeke with a smile and asked him directly whether he had created the technique himself. Zeke confirmed it proudly. 𝗟RA clapped with genuine delight. Sandy made her position clear immediately, declaring the claim impossible. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 said that considering who they were talking about, it somehow made complete sense. Sandy chose to redirect her frustration rather than continue that particular argument, turning it toward 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 and his companion instead. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 reacted sharply and demanded to know what her problem was. Sandy told him plainly that he could not fight without leaning on poison and was now standing there using a technique he barely understood. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄 and his companion fired back, warning her to watch how she spoke. Sandy accused them of only reacting that way because what she said was true and pressed further. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 stepped in and urged Sandy to bring it down. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 laughed and tried to hold the moment together, reminding everyone that they were partners in conquering the rift and that cooperation was not optional. It was the entire point. Sandy rejected that framing immediately. She asked how she was supposed to cooperate with people who had nearly killed 𝗥𝗁𝗄𝗄 with poison. She made it known that she disagreed with the team selection entirely. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 and 𝗥𝗁𝗄𝗄 moved to restrain her before the tension could pull itself apart completely. Zeke turned to 𝗟RA and asked what she thought about all of it. 𝗟RA looked back at him with total indifference and said she did not particularly care, as long as she was able to participate in the mission. Zeke found her attitude genuinely amusing and praised her for it. Sandy turned to 𝗥𝗂𝗁 and asked how she had decided to include people like that in the team at all. 𝗥𝗂𝗁 explained herself honestly. She was not as unbothered as 𝗟RA, she said, but she recognized the outstanding ability of the individuals she had chosen, and she believed they were necessary for what lay ahead. 𝗬𝗲𝗄𝗄's companion remarked with dry sarcasm that at least the leader seemed sensible, unlike certain older cousins she could name. Sandy launched back at that. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 caught her before it could go further. 𝗥𝗂𝗁 looked at the group around her and felt the weight of a private concern. Whether this team could actually function was a real question. Zeke thought about it from the inside. The aftermath of the selection trials was still alive in each of them, sitting just beneath the surface, making trust difficult and cooperation fragile. Every member was carrying something unresolved. The group was unstable. But if they could find a way through that, if they could reach genuine understanding and acceptance of one another, they might become something worth relying on. 𝗥𝗂𝗁 drew everyone's attention forward. Ahead of them, the crack sat open in the air, a visible tear in the fabric of space itself. Zeke looked at it and felt a sharp, uncontainable excitement move through him. An actual crack, right there in front of him. 𝗥𝗂𝗁 shifted into the tone of someone who had accepted the responsibility she was carrying. She reminded the group that they did not know what was waiting for them on the other side, and urged everyone to stay focused and stay sharp. The group steadied. Zeke stretched his arms and told everyone to move. Then he felt it, something entering the domain from behind them. He turned and looked back briefly, reading the sensation without letting it show on his face. 𝗟𝗏 noticed and asked if something was wrong. Zeke told her it was nothing and urged the group forward immediately. Everyone turned their attention back to the crack, gathered themselves, and stepped toward it together. They moved carefully, step by step, toward what felt like the center of the anomaly. Whatever was waiting for them ahead, they understood it would not be easy. Their caution was justified almost the moment they crossed into the heart of the domain. Everything came apart at once. 𝗏𝗏 was overcome with terror, her reaction instant and completely unguarded. Edges' expression twisted as fear hit him. Sandy went still, struggling to process what was unfolding around her. The ground beneath all of them simply ceased to exist, as though it had never been there. In a single, breathless instant, the entire group was falling through open sky, dropping fast through air with nothing below them but distance. There was no time to think. 𝗏𝗏 tried anyway, forcing herself to focus, urging the others mentally to find a way to land, to stay calm, to prepare for whatever was coming. Then the bird arrived. It descended out of nowhere at terrifying speed, enormous and overwhelming. And before anyone could react, it had snatched Zeke clean out of the air and was carrying him away through the sky. The action was so sudden and so complete that the rest of the team could only watch it happen. There was nothing to intercept, nothing to grab. He was simply gone. Sandy watched in horror, her attention splitting between Zeke disappearing into the distance and 𝗏𝗏 still falling toward the forest far below. Zeke himself had barely processed the moment. 1 second, he had been falling alongside his team. The next, he was being hauled through the sky in the grip of something enormous, the ground growing smaller beneath him, his team already far away. Below, 𝗏𝗏 reached toward the sky, her eyes locked on the direction Zeke had been taken, the concern on her face immediate and raw. Edges pulled her focus back with a sharp urgency. The ground was coming fast. Their survival was the problem in front of them right now. 𝗏𝗏 braced herself and prepared for impact. 𝗏𝗏 reacted with visible irritation at the chaos surrounding him. He called for his attendant, Alan, and the two moved into action without hesitation. Alan executed a newly mastered technique, channeling wind into a protective form that resembled an umbrella spreading open beneath them. At the same time, 𝗏𝗏 unleashed his own refined wind abilities alongside it. Together, the two techniques generated a powerful whirlwind beneath the falling group, a cushion of swirling air that slowed the descent and softened what would have otherwise been a killing impact. The effect reached everyone just in time. Edges caught a sturdy tree branch at the last possible moment and held on. 𝗏𝗏 and Alan touched down with clean precision, their control over the wind carrying them smoothly to the ground. 𝗏𝗏 and Sandy were not as fortunate. They hit the ground hard, the impact driving pain through both of them. Sandy voiced her frustration immediately, shaken and unimpressed. 𝗏𝗏 offered nothing in response, dismissing the situation with a particular coldness that had become his default setting. Edges stepped in quickly and pointed out that without 𝗏𝗏 and Alan's intervention, the outcome would have been considerably worse. 𝗏𝗏 pushed herself upright slowly, acknowledged the pain, and confirmed she could continue. The group took a moment to breathe as Edges scanned the environment around them. It was unfamiliar and unsettling, unlike anything they had moved through before. He suggested they use the pause wisely and take whatever healing resources they had while the opportunity existed. With the immediate crisis behind her, 𝗏𝗏 turned to 𝗏𝗏 and Alan and expressed genuine gratitude. They had saved the team, and she wanted them to know it. 𝗏𝗏 received it with distance. He framed his actions as a necessity for the mission's success rather than any kind of goodwill, and left it at that. Sandy exhaled with mild exasperation, wishing for even a small acknowledgement. Alan redirected the group's attention to the more pressing question hanging over all of them. Where was Zeke? And what were they going to do about it? 𝗏𝗏𝗏's answer was immediate and blunt. Move on without him. 𝗏𝗏 tilted her head and asked, with quiet curiosity, whether 𝗏𝗏𝗏 might actually be worried despite how he was talking. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 rejected that immediately and with some force, his denial arriving faster than it probably needed to. Sandy watched the reaction and noted plainly that he seemed incapable of being honest about his own feelings. Edges, to Sandy's surprise, sided with 𝗏𝗏𝗏's conclusion rather than his attitude. He argued that worrying about someone like Zeke was likely unnecessary. Sandy looked at him and asked how he could be that certain. Leica agreed with Edges without hesitation. Sandy looked between them, unable to follow the logic. Then the memories surfaced, not just for her, but for all of them. Zeke in training, relentless and unreadable. Zeke in combat, moving in ways that should not have been possible. The weight of his presence, the scale of what they had watched him do. Each recollection added to the same quiet conclusion forming in all of them. Whatever Zeke had been dropped into, he was not in danger the way an ordinary person would be. He was something else entirely. Sandy found herself beginning to question whether her perception was the outlier in the room. Edges brought the conversation back to what actually needed solving. Regardless of what they believed about Zeke's capability, they still needed to find him. The question was where to start. 𝗏𝗏 offered the answer. During the fall, she had caught sight of something unusual in the distance. A distinct pillar of light rising above the tree line. Alan expressed skepticism that anyone could have maintained that kind of awareness during the chaos of a freefall through open sky. 𝗏𝗏 remained completely confident. She pointed in a specific direction through the dense forest, certain of what she had seen and where it had been. She explained that she had briefly surveyed the surroundings mid-fall and committed the location to memory before impact. Sandy stared at her with open admiration. Leica did not waste time. She formed the plan quickly and decisively. The bird carrying Zeke had been moving in the same direction as the pillar of light. That connection was enough. Rather than moving blindly through unknown terrain, they had a direction and a reason for it. The group agreed without much debate, recognizing that if anything in this place was going to draw Zeke's attention on its own, it was something as strange and unexplained as a glowing column of light rising out of nowhere. They began moving. Far away from the others, our boy Zeke was experiencing the situation in his own particular way. He was not panicking. He was not even especially unsettled. Being snatched out of the air by a massive creature the instant he entered the rift was not something he had anticipated, and yet he turned it over in his mind with curiosity rather than alarm. An attack originating from another dimension entirely. That was genuinely new. Even the shock of it had not lasted. He was already treating it as something worth learning from, a rare encounter that most people would never have the opportunity to experience at all. As for his team, he felt no particular concern. They were capable. They would manage. The bird flew on for a long time, powerful and purposeful, carrying him through the sky above the rift. Then its behavior shifted. Something subtle changed in the way it moved, and Zeke read the change for what it was. They were nearing the end of the journey. Without ceremony, the creature released him. He was falling again. Alone this time, with nothing around him but open air and the ground rushing upward from below. He looked down and understood the situation immediately. A massive nest sat perched on a jagged mountain peak, crudely built but enormous, constructed from materials that looked like they had been gathered from across the entire rift. Inside it were 3 large, restless chicks, each one alert and hungry, their attention locking onto him the moment he came into view. Their excitement was unmistakable. They had been waiting for a meal, and as far as they were concerned, one had just arrived. Whatever had happened with the chicks played out off-screen, but the result was clear enough. The danger had passed. The hatchlings that had looked at Zeke like a meal minutes earlier were no longer acting aggressive. The one that had come closest to tearing into him now trembled in a corner, sweat running down its tiny body, whimpering in the particular way of something that has just realized it picked the wrong fight entirely. Zeke brushed the dirt from his clothes and reflected briefly on how close he had come to being bird food the moment he arrived in this place. He looked around. The world inside the rift was nothing like the one he had come from. Everything about it felt hostile and wild, untouched by anything that could be called familiar. His attention drifted toward the enormous bird family nearby, the massive creatures that had brought him here. Up close, they were not what the word chaos monster suggested. They were large and fluffy and, if he was being honest with himself, oddly adorable. He reached out and touched the mother bird gently, finding her feathers surprisingly soft beneath his hand. Then he looked more carefully, and the softness gave way to something else. Her condition was poor. Her feathers were tangled and dull, her body far too thin for a creature her size, and every movement she made carried the weight of something that had been running on empty for too long. She flinched under his touch, the small reaction revealing how much pain she had been concealing. Zeke studied her and confirmed what he already suspected. She was badly weakened, likely injured as well. He stood there wondering what could have brought a creature this massive to such a miserable state. The answer came before the question had fully formed. He had been sensing something approaching for a while now, a presence stalking them from a distance, and it was closing in fast. Then the sky told him everything he needed to know. Far out, the light darkened beneath a massive, surging swarm. Countless insect-like monsters moving through the air in formation, wrapped in a purple aura that radiated pure hostility from every direction. The mother bird saw them, and panic took her immediately. She pulled back behind Zeke without thinking, placing him between her family and the swarm, as though some part of her had already decided he was the only thing standing between them and death. Zeke understood everything in that moment. These insects were the real chaos monsters. The bird family had not been hunting. They had been prey, and the swarm had come back to finish what it started. He assessed the enemy calmly. The smaller locust-like creatures were around 3-star level, dangerous in numbers, more dangerous in a swarm this size. Their leader was clearly something beyond that, a genuine 4-star threat. He looked back at the mother bird and her chicks, starving, exhausted, barely holding together. The mother bird's fear began to change. For a moment, she looked ready to run, as though escape was the only rational response to what was descending on them. But then she looked down at her trembling chicks, and something shifted behind her eyes. Something older and fiercer than fear. She spread her wings wide and positioned herself over her young, every last bit of her exhausted body arranged into a shield, preparing to fight to the end, even if the end was already decided. Even the tiny chicks puffed out their chests and chirped beside her, defiant and ridiculous and somehow completely sincere. A faint smile appeared on Zeke's face. That spirit made the decision for him. The swarm descended with killing intent filling the air, and the mother bird lunged forward to meet it. Zeke moved alongside her without hesitation, driving straight into the incoming horde. One of the smaller locusts rushed at him first. He caught it by the head, held it for a fraction of a second, and crushed it with a single punch. The insect's skull gave out instantly, spraying green across everything within range. Zeke stood there covered in it, his eyes gleaming with the particular excitement that combat had been producing in him more and more lately. The swarm did not slow. The 4-star leader and the massive insects behind it kept coming as though the death of one of their own registered as nothing at all. Behind Zeke, the mother bird stared with her beak open, struggling to process the kind of strength that could make that look effortless. Then our boy Zeke decided to stop holding back. A blood-red aura erupted from his body. Dark energy radiated outward in waves, and his eyes took on a glow that turned the air around him heavy. The atmosphere itself seemed to lock up under the pressure he was releasing. And then, high above the battlefield, a gigantic draconic eye materialized in the sky, ancient and vast and utterly without mercy, staring down at the swarm from above. Every insect in the formation froze. The paralysis was total. Not a single one of them moved. The crushing pressure of dragon dominance had found them all at once, and the message it carried needed no translation. Retreat now, or face complete annihilation. The swarm broke. Every insect turned and fled into the distance in complete, unorganized panic, abandoning the hunt without a second pass. Zeke watched them go and remarked casually to himself that they had terrible taste anyway. Then the exhaustion found him. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and acknowledged internally what using dragon pressure while his body was still weakened had cost him. It had placed a real strain on him. He did not let it show beyond that. The mother bird was still trembling, but the quality of the trembling had changed completely. It was no longer fear. It was awe. She stood there staring at him in stunned silence, then slowly turned her attention toward the corpse of the dead locust on the ground. She nudged it weakly with her beak, drawn by hunger she could no longer ignore. Zeke noticed immediately. He gestured toward the carcass without hesitation, offering it to her. She did not wait. She tore into the chaos monster with the desperate urgency of something that had been starving for a very long time, and ate. The full picture came together through a brief flash of memory. Earlier, the mother bird had left the nest to find food for her starving chicks. The swarm had ambushed her mid-search. She had barely survived the encounter and escaped with serious injuries, and on her return journey, exhausted and desperate, she had spotted something falling from the sky and done the only thing that made sense to her in that moment. She had grabbed it and brought it home. That something had been Zeke. Back in the present, the chicks slept. Their small bodies were sprawled out in the nest with full stomachs, drool trailing from their beaks in the boneless contentment of creatures that no longer had anything to worry about for a while. Zeke looked at them and thought about how close he had come to being their dinner when he first arrived here. Somehow the whole thing felt less like an accident and more like something that was supposed to happen. That feeling made his next decision easy. The mother bird lifted her head and looked at him with quiet confusion as he turned toward her with a new kind of focus in his expression. He had seen how desperately this family needed to be able to feed themselves, and he had made up his mind. He was going to help transform this weakened creature into a real predator. Something powerful enough that she and her chicks would never go hungry again. He flexed his arm with visible enthusiasm. The hunt was about to begin. Deep in the forest below, something else was beginning as well. A sharp blade slid through the corpse of a chaos bug and came out clean on the other side. A group of men in formal suits and fedoras stood surveying the scene around them with a composed detachment of people who had seen worse and found it beneath comment. These were men of the Cerberus family, and they did not look like fighters so much as they looked like a very specific kind of problem arriving in a very specific kind of packaging. Their leader examined the remains of the battle around him, dismissed the rift and the dead insects as insignificant distractions, and gave the word. In unison, the men drew sleek katanas from their sides. The blades caught what light existed in the dark forest and held it briefly before the movement continued. The leader stood among them with his own blade gleaming and announced that the true mission could now begin. The lizard hunt had officially started. Zeke's smirk did not waver for a second. The Cerberus family members stood there looking at it and found themselves unsettled, unable to understand why he was reacting as though he had been expecting them all along. Sandy and Edges were equally thrown by it, but Edges was already moving past the confusion and into calculation. He recognized the danger the moment it materialized, identified who these people were, and tightened his grip on his sword. He also remembered the rule. Only 7 individuals with fewer than 3 stars were permitted inside the rift. No one outside their group should have been able to enter. What was standing in front of him directly contradicted that. The answer came without being asked for. Immense mana began pouring from the bodies of every Cerberus family member in the room, and one of them explained calmly that the method they had used to enter must have seemed strange. They raised their wrists. Strange bracelets sat on each of them, and the sight confused 𝗏𝗏𝗏 immediately. The bracelet of deception. By wearing it, the rift itself could be tricked into ignoring entry restrictions entirely. The rules simply did not apply to them. Edges absorbed that with visible disbelief. The idea that such an item even existed had not occurred to him. Venial shouted in frustration, demanding to know why the enemy would hand over something that important so freely. One of the Cerberus members removed his bracelet, set it aside with complete calm, and told them it did not matter anymore. Everyone present was about to die. Zeke's eyes widened. He read the incoming attack before it arrived and shoved 𝗥𝗲𝗁 behind him in a single motion. The Cerberus members unleashed blazing fire mana directly from their hands. The attack hit Zeke head-on and sent him crashing backward. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 screamed his name. In the same moment, several members broke toward 𝗥𝗲𝗁 with their swords already raised. Venial stepped in front of her before the strike could land, catching the assault with considerable effort, his body straining against the combined force of their push. He told her not to lower her guard and ordered her out of the way. Then he released a burst of mana and drove the attackers back. They did not retreat. They activated the 𝗤𝗁𝗁 technique simultaneously, extending their fingers and launching a barrage of blazing firestones toward every student at once. Explosions erupted across the ground as the group scrambled to avoid them. Before anyone could recover, the Cerberus members followed the ranged assault with thunderstick mana and charged forward together. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 saw them closing in and forced the fear out of her mind. Sandy called out to 𝗥𝗲𝗁 and declared they needed to meet the enemy directly. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 assessed the battlefield quickly and kept his composure, understanding that the priority was buying enough time to reunite the group. He also understood, with quiet certainty, what the Cerberus family was actually after. The magic water. That was the real objective behind all of this. One of the Cerberus members told him coldly that he had nothing more to say. The two sides locked eyes across the battlefield as the weight of what was coming settled over everything. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 pulled her focus together and forced herself to analyze rather than react. These opponents were all 4-star level fighters. She understood what that meant. 4 stars was not simply a higher number on a scale. It was a different category of existence entirely. No matter how hard an ordinary person worked, 3 stars was the ceiling most people would ever reach. 4 stars belonged only to those born with genuine talent, and the gap between the two was not something effort alone could close. Then she looked at the leader standing behind them all and arrived at an even more troubling conclusion. He was most likely a 5-star fighter. Even if she somehow managed to get through the opponents in front of her, the moment that man decided to move personally, it would be over before anyone could respond. She also recalled the strange event from earlier and concluded that he was almost certainly a high-level magic user on top of everything else. The leader gave the order. His voice was cold and flat, and the command it carried was simple. Finish everyone off. Every Cerberus member began summoning at once. Enormous wolf-like monsters materialized around them, savage and massive, their presence alone changing the atmosphere of the entire area. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 felt genuine fear move through her at the sight of them. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 stared and acknowledged to himself that they had actually summoned monsters. Sandy looked at the nearest creature in open disbelief, unable to reconcile the size of it with anything she had faced before. Venial's companion quickly assessed the nearest one and concluded it was a 3-star monster. The situation had gone from desperate to something beyond that. Then Zeke appeared. He was holding an enormous stone in one hand, lifting it with the casual ease of someone picking up something they found on the ground. The Cerberus members stared at him. They could not understand how he was upright at all after taking that fire mana attack directly. Before any of them could process it, he threw the stone straight at them. They barely managed to scatter out of the way, and the terror on their faces was genuine even as they landed. Zeke reached down and picked up another stone. He bounced it once in his palm with an arrogant ease and then told them, with real disappointment in his voice, that he had expected magic to be something impressive. He had genuinely looked forward to finally seeing it for himself. What they had shown him had not come close to meeting that expectation. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 saw him standing there, and the relief hit her all at once. Zeke glanced at her and made it clear there had never been any reason to worry about him. He threw the second stone. This time the target did not move fast enough. The impact sent the Cerberus member flying, and he did not get up from where he landed. Zeke looked at the rest of them and told them plainly that if their magic was nothing more than throwing things around, then he could do exactly the same without any of the ceremony. The leader of the Cerberus family watched his subordinate crumple to the ground and said nothing. But the look in his eyes when they found Zeke carried the particular quality of someone who has just been humiliated in a way they're not going to forget. Seeing Zeke standing there completely unharmed and wearing a smile was apparently the last thing the Cerberus family head had been prepared for. He clenched his teeth and admitted that the resistance had been unexpected, but he made it equally clear that none of it would change what was coming. The outcome, he insisted, was already decided. He activated invocation mana. Summoning magic spread across the battlefield, and monsters began appearing one after another, materializing out of the energy pouring from him. Zeke watched them arrive, and his reaction was not what anyone on either side had anticipated. His eyes lit up. He realized there was magic capable of summoning monsters, and rather than dread, what moved across his face was pure, undisguised excitement. The Cerberus family had stared at him and genuinely could not understand the attitude. He pointed out the overwhelming gap in power between them. Even accounting for the current disadvantage his side was operating under, his confidence in the final result had not shifted at all. Then the sky moved. The giant birds descended from above without warning, their enormous shapes cutting through the air and landing on the battlefield with a force that shook the ground beneath everyone's feet. The arrival shocked every person present on both sides. Zeke turned toward them and greeted them warmly, reaching out to pet the nearest one as they landed. He noted that they had come at exactly the right moment and asked, with genuine curiosity, whether they had already eaten. The birds moved forward and positioned themselves directly in front of him without being told to, standing between him and the enemy like guards who had decided this was where they belonged. The people around Zeke looked at the scene and looked at each other. Someone asked what those birds actually were. Zeke told them casually that they were basically his disciples. The silence that followed carried the particular quality of a group of people trying to process something that should not be possible. Zeke explained that while everyone else had been making their way through the forest, he had spent his time looking after the birds. He had trained them properly, which was why they had grown as much as they had since the first time he encountered them. He noted the difference with visible pride. 𝗏𝗏 could not organize a coherent response to any of this. The idea of birds being treated as disciples sat so far outside of anything she had a framework for that she simply stared. Sandy struggled equally, trying and failing to reconstruct what exactly Zeke had been doing during the week they had spent fighting through endless insects. Zeke, unbothered by the confusion surrounding him, apologized for asking for help so suddenly. He then suggested that everyone join him for some light exercise after lunch and proposed letting the birds handle the little dogs standing in front of them. The birds responded to his words immediately and charged forward. The summoned monsters came at the same moment from the other direction. The two forces met in the middle, and the battle between them erupted with immediate and total ferocity. Zeke watched it unfold and turned his smirk toward the Cerberus family head, declaring that this alone should be more than enough to keep him occupied while the two of them dealt with each other properly. The family head was not moved. He drew his sword and told Zeke not to overestimate himself. A few winged birds joining the fight changed nothing. He launched a powerful sword strike directly at Zeke. Zeke stepped out of the way with ease. 𝗏𝗏 called out his name the moment the attack came. 𝗏𝗏 cut her off sharply. He reminded her that the opponent standing in front of her was not someone she could face while her attention was somewhere else. He told her to worry about herself first and deal with her own enemy before thinking about anyone else. 𝗏𝗏 caught herself, apologized, and pulled her focus back to what was directly in front of her. Across the battlefield, a Cerberus family member turned his mockery on 𝗏𝗏. He pointed out that her friend was supposedly about to die and asked why she was not going to him. 𝗏𝗏 told him without breaking her stance that she would help Zeke after she had finished with him first. The Cerberus member's patience snapped. He called her a foolish brat and declared that defeating him was not something she was capable of. He activated the Earth Dog sword technique and came at her directly. 𝗏𝗏 moved to meet him head-on. At the same moment, 𝗏𝗏 stepped in beside her and activated the Ghost Wind umbrella technique. A powerful wind gust tore across that section of the battlefield, creating the opening they needed. Leica followed it immediately with the Great Thunder sword technique. A bright, violent flash of thunder erupted forward, and the combined force of both attacks struck the Cerberus member and sent him crashing hard across the ground. He got back up. He was smirking as he rose, dusting himself off with the composure of someone who had taken the hit and found it insufficient. He recognized what he was looking at now. A long-range wind attack paired with a thunder slash. He identified the two standing before him as children of the family head, his tone carrying the particular weight of someone who has just decided the situation is more interesting than he initially gave it credit for. Venial clicked his tongue. After watching how little real damage their combined strike had produced, he admitted that this opponent was going to be troublesome to deal with. Leica agreed that he was strong, but she did not lower her guard or her certainty. She looked at Venial beside her and declared that as long as the two of them were fighting together, victory was still possible. Edges moved first. He drove a sword strike toward the Cerberus member in front of him, aiming clean and direct. The opponent read it just in time, slipped out of the way, and immediately countered with the 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 technique, pushing Edges into a defensive struggle that left him no room to breathe. Lila entered the fight and activated the celestial sound technique. A massive surge of purple aura erupted from her weapon as a sound impact wave tore forward. The Cerberus member caught it on a wall repeal and held. He did not give them a moment to regroup. He turned his focus toward Venial and launched a sequence that moved without pause, the Earth Dog sword technique flowing directly into 𝗟𝗁𝗏𝗀𝗁𝗁, then the style of 1,000 katana, then brilliant choja, each strike feeding into the next without a gap. Venial did not step back. He pushed into it instead, forcing the opponent out of his rhythm, making him uncomfortable. The pressure worked. The Cerberus member struggled to find his footing and took a cut across the side of his waist in the exchange. It was not enough to stop him. He gathered mana through his fingers, launched another strike, and declared that Venial was nothing but a weakling even after catching him like that. Lila came back in from the front, activating the wave resonance stick technique and following it into 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 raising an earth wall around her that cut off her movement entirely. He converted his mana into a concentrated blast through his fingers and sent her flying backward with overwhelming force. Edges screamed her name as she hit the ground. The Cerberus member fighting Edges did not let the moment pass. He came in with 𝗏𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, then spun condensed oil into a tornado and launched it directly at Edges in a wide, destructive arc. Edges caught it on his guard and held, teeth clenched under the pressure of it. The Cerberus family head observed the struggle and remarked that they were still managing to endure that level of power. Then he stopped talking and moved. He activated 𝗥𝗲𝗶𝗿𝘀𝗁𝗏𝗁𝗏𝗏𝗏. Sharp soil spikes erupted from the ground and began forming a cage around Edges, closing in to trap him completely. Then a kick came from somewhere inside the formation and disrupted the technique at the critical moment, creating a gap just wide enough. Edges moved through it as the earth cage sealed shut behind him. He caught his breath and acknowledged what he was dealing with. 4-star strength. Dangerous and deliberate. Lila agreed with his assessment from where she had steadied herself. Edges turned the earlier wound over in his mind, trying to understand it. The cut had felt unnatural. He suspected the opponent was enhancing the blade with magic, and that was what made it so difficult to read. On top of that, their own weapon was approaching its limit. Lila asked if he was okay. He told her he was fine for now. She warned him again about the sword. He acknowledged it and admitted he was not sure how much longer they could hold out. Then something settled across Edges' face. A plan. He smiled. The Cerberus family head noticed and smirked back at him. He asked what their little strategy discussion had produced. Edges returned the expression without explaining it. The head asked what was so amusing. Edges told him calmly that nothing was wrong, only that he believed they could still turn the situation around, and that perhaps the opponent had grown a little too comfortable with his own confidence. The head erupted. He launched a furious assault at Edges, shouting at him to disappear, mocking him for the arrogance of a 3-star fighter daring to speak that way. He combined soil and fire mana together into a destructive mixed assault and drove it forward with everything behind it. Edges moved to dodge the pressure. At the same moment, 𝗏𝗏 broke from above and came down using the wave resonance cane technique, targeting the family head from overhead. The head turned. He had already seen her coming. He said as much, his eyes finding her before she had fully committed, telling her he had warned them he could track their movements. That was the opening Edges had been building toward. The moment the head's attention shifted to 𝗏𝗏, Edges threw his sword forward and declared that he could do it too. The move caught the opponent completely off guard. Edges activated the style of 1,000-leaf katana and unleashed the secret technique. Extreme Katana. 5 blades. The attack landed directly on the Cerberus family head's chest. He was thrown backward and crashed to the ground. Blood came from his chest and his mouth as he lay there struggling with what had just happened. He could not accept it. He said aloud that it was impossible for someone with only 3-star strength to do this to a 4-star fighter. 𝗏𝗏 ran to Edges and asked if he was all right. He told her he was relieved they had found the opening. She looked confused. He clarified that it was something 𝗏𝗏 had taught him. She asked who he meant. Edges smiled and explained what he had worked out during the fight. When the opponent used magic, the sword reverted to its normal form. The upgrade activated through magic, but it also disabled something in the process. The opponent could not use magic and sword technique simultaneously. That meant there was always a brief transition point between the two, a moment where neither was fully active. A weak point, short and predictable once you knew it was there. Edges had simply waited for that exact moment and hit it. 𝗏𝗏 clapped and called him a genius. Edges denied it entirely and said the credit belonged to her. With the fight turned in their favor, he prepared to move and rejoin the others. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Sandy and Venial's companion had found each other and thrown themselves into a coordinated assault against another Cerberus member. Together, they launched Flash of Thunder and Wind Gold Projectile in combination, using speed and range pressure to corner their opponent. Mid-attack, Sandy complained that he had nearly dragged her into the blast radius. The companion fired back immediately, arguing that his hesitation during the exchange was the real problem. Sandy demanded to know what she meant by that. The Cerberus member got back up before they could finish the argument. He observed them with something like amusement and noted that they seemed extremely close based on the way they were talking to each other. He attacked again. The companion reacted with Wall of Wind, deflecting the strike and creating space. Sandy acknowledged that 4-star opponents were considerably harder than expected. The companion agreed, then complained that because of Sandy's timing, her own attacks were failing to connect properly. Sandy snapped back that her interference was the reason his strikes were going wide. The argument escalated. She insisted she was constantly the one covering for him when he dropped his guard. Sandy countered that she did the same thing. Neither of them stopped fighting while they were doing it. The Cerberus member used the opening. Sharp soil spikes rose around Sandy and closed into a cage. The companion activated Choja of the storm and broke Sandy free, still irritated, telling him this was exactly what she had been warning him about, and to be more careful. Sandy shouted back that he already knew that. The Cerberus member looked at the two of them and shook his head. He mocked their coordination, called it immature, and told them plainly that children like these could never defeat him. Sandy opened his mouth to argue and then stopped. He admitted it. The teamwork was immature and neither of them was going to deny it. But hearing it from this particular person was especially irritating. The companion clicked her tongue and reluctantly agreed with that assessment as well. Then Sandy looked at the opponent more carefully and pointed out that among the 4-star fighters on the opposing side, this one seemed to be among the weaker examples. He believed they could take him. The Cerberus member's face went red. He cursed them for being insects who could not comprehend the true difference in power between them. Sandy told him to die, regretting his own impotence, and declared that she would finish this herself. The companion made a sound of frustration at Sandy making the call unilaterally, but clicked her tongue and accepted that there was no other option. She activated the wind cutting fan technique and launched a wind gust projectile. The opponent dodged and mocked her, convinced she had nothing left to offer. But the projectile had not been a real attack. She had loaded additional wind power into the technique, specifically to lock his movement in place. Sandy came down from above in that moment, an unleashed flash of thunderlight. The opponent could not block it in time. The companion followed immediately with typhoon of sediments, combining the two strikes into one finishing sequence. The Cerberus member went down. The companion immediately turned on Sandy and told her that if she was going to declare she would finish someone off, she needed to actually finish the job all the way through without leaving gaps. Sandy shouted back that the technique had only landed perfectly because of her own contribution. The companion pointed out with dry satisfaction that despite all the confidence, Sandy had still not managed to close it alone. She sighed. Sandy snapped that she could hear every word. The enemy was defeated. The argument continued anyway, the two of them going at it with the particular relentless energy of people who had just survived something genuinely dangerous and had decided to spend the aftermath fighting each other instead of resting. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was being pressed hard by the Cerberus family member in front of him, the relentless pace of the attacks giving him no room to settle. He gritted his teeth and launched his ghost wind umbrella technique, Torbellino impact, driving the opponent back just enough to create an opening. The Cerberus member recognized immediately how deliberately that opening had been built. The moment his attention shifted toward 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Leica moved. She came in with her great thunder sword technique, the first secret technique, celestial thunder, the strike carrying everything she had behind it. The Cerberus member caught the movement instantly. He raised his sword and blocked it head-on, mocking the speed of her attack even as he absorbed it. Her slash crashed into the ground instead of him, tearing the earth apart and sending stone fragments exploding outward across the battlefield. He had not moved an inch. He activated his Earth Dog sword technique, union of the sword and the earth. The ground beneath them began to shake violently as his power fused directly into the earth itself, rising with overwhelming force. Leica felt the surge before she saw it, and the scale of it caught her completely off guard. The two attacks collided. Thunder against earth, directly, without compromise. He barely registered the impact. Leica took the full weight of it and came away badly injured. Still, she refused to fold. She gritted her teeth, realizing her lightning had simply been redirected straight into the ground beneath him, absorbed and dissolved before it could do anything. The fight continued at that same brutal pace. Leica scrambled to dodge his relentless follow-ups as he unleashed landslide cut without warning. The attack caught her before she could fully recover, and a powerful kick to her stomach sent her flying across the battlefield. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 answered from behind with his blast of wind. The Cerberus member sensed it instantly and avoided it without effort. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's frustration deepened. Even a surprise attack had been read before it landed. The pressure on both of them was becoming unbearable. They pulled back behind a large stone for a moment, just long enough to breathe. Leica thanked him quietly for saving her life. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 rolled his eyes and brushed it off, telling her to simply take advantage of any mistake the man made, however small. Leica smiled, a little awkward, a little grateful, and let it go at that. From behind the stone, she studied the battlefield carefully and understood, with growing clarity, exactly how dangerous their opponent was. He ranked well above the average 4-star fighter, and the technique that fused his sword with the earth made him essentially impenetrable to her thunder. On top of that, he carried something specifically designed to wear down enchanted weapons over time, which meant he left almost no real openings to exploit. The only weakness she had managed to identify came during the brief transition when he switched between magic and martial technique. That window was far too short to use. He had clearly spent years training to eliminate exactly that kind of vulnerability from his style. Her own combat approach leaned heavily on speed, and even that was not fast enough to catch the gap he left behind. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's patience finally broke. He admitted that fighting this way, the two of them were never going to bring this man down. Leica had already reached the same conclusion and was searching for another option. She asked whether he had any poison or hidden method left to use. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 told her that Zeke had taken all of it before leaving. According to Zeke's reasoning, it would not count as proper training if 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had poison to lean on in a real fight. And as an extra complication, The poison Zeke had consumed had also neutralized the ether-destroying poison 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had been carrying inside his own body the whole time. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 could only stare at that information, helpless in the face of it. It meant fewer tools, fewer angles, fewer ways to find the opening they needed. Then 𝗏𝗏𝗏 said there was still one option left. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 understood immediately what he meant, even before he explained it. The Cerberus member did not give them time to finish the thought. He attacked again, mocking the fact that they were standing there calmly discussing strategy in the middle of a fight. Both of them barely dodged it. Mid-evasion, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 demanded to know what exactly 𝗏𝗏𝗏 was planning. He told her to hit the man with the fastest technique she had. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 hesitated, unsure if her speed alone would ever be enough. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 told her calmly that he would handle the rest. The unspoken question underneath, that was simple. Did she trust him? Before he could even finish the thought, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 moved to shield him from another incoming strike. As she did, she said it plainly. She trusted him completely. With that settled, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 started running forward, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 fell in close behind him, covering his approach from the enemy's attacks. The Cerberus member watched them advance and smiled with total confidence, certain that no matter what they attempted, the result would not change. He activated Rocket's needle. Countless sharp spikes tore up from the ground and rushed toward them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 intercepted it with whirlwind impact. The Cerberus member responded immediately with another wave of Rocket's needle, telling them arrogantly to just give up. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had already prepared for this. At the precise moment, he called out for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to move. She responded instantly. The Cerberus member, realizing what they were doing, erupted with fury and swore he would turn 𝗏𝗏𝗏 into something full of holes. Before the attack could land, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stepped in front of it and refused to let it through. Then both of them charged him together. Even under their combined assault, he kept pouring mana into his techniques without slowing down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 unleashed Torbellino impact and called for 𝗏𝗏𝗏 to execute the plan they had built together. The Cerberus member watched their movements sync up and felt a flicker of genuine shock, but he held on to his belief that it would all end the same way regardless of how many times they tried. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 pushed forward with full force and total intent. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 activated his Phantom Wind umbrella technique. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 unleashed her Great Thunder Sword technique at the same moment. The two merged into something stronger than either alone, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 poured everything she had left into flashing thunder, the combination of all three techniques converging directly on the Cerberus family member. He went down. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 collapsed to the ground in exhaustion immediately after, trying to piece together exactly what had just happened in that final exchange. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 explained it to her calmly. Neither of their individual speeds had been enough to catch him alone. But by channeling his wind energy into accelerating her movement, he had believed they could finally match the speed the opponent had been using against them the entire fight. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 understood immediately and smiled softly. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, with a flicker of genuine curiosity, asked why she had trusted him so completely in that moment. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked confused by the question at first. He pointed out that despite everything between them, the two of them had trusted each other completely at the exact moment it mattered most. She thought back over everything they had been through together. The friction, the history, the complicated path that had brought them to standing side by side instead of across from each other. As the team's leader, she had personally chosen him to fight alongside her, and that choice had meant something. Because of it, she had decided to trust him fully, without reservation. She thanked him, genuinely, for the part he had played in their victory. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 looked visibly thrown by that. He turned his face away and told her not to misread anything, insisting he had only helped because there was no other way to win. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 accepted that with a simple nod, letting the moment pass without pushing on it. Then she remembered. The 5-star opponent was still out there somewhere. Both of them spotted Zeke nearby in the same instant. He was injured, lying on the ground, but he pushed himself back up slowly, laughing as he rose. He looked toward the Cerberus family head with genuine excitement and called the fight good, asking to see more of his magic. The family head answered with the cutting gravel sword technique, sharp rock spikes erupting from the ground as part of the assault. Zeke caught the attack with his bare hand and told him plainly that surrounding himself with rock did nothing to him. The family head responded by activating 𝗙𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏𝗏𝗏 of the terrestrial crack, striking the ground with overwhelming force. The earth split apart beneath Zeke, and he fell into the collapsing terrain. He caught his balance mid-fall, sprang back up, and laughed, calling the whole thing genuinely entertaining. Then he looked around and noted something else. Everyone else on the battlefield had already finished their fights. His bird disciples had wiped out the Cerberus wolves and summoned monsters. His companions had taken down every remaining Cerberus member. The family head's frustration surfaced. He admitted that he would have liked to keep enjoying this exchange of magic for as long as possible, but he had never expected to be defeated, even partially, by someone holding only 3-star strength. Then he made a decision that stopped everyone cold. He tore out his own heart. He declared that even if it cost him his life, he would complete the mission. The ground began to collapse and shake violently the instant the words left him. Zeke's allies struggled to keep their footing as the terrain destabilized beneath them, something massive clearly building from below. Confusion spread fast. Nobody understood what force was tearing the ground apart like this. Edges analyzed it and reached the answer. This was not ordinary magic. This was the man's own magical power reacting violently and reshaping the terrain around itself in response. Zeke watched the changes carefully and felt the hardness and sharpness of the ground shifting into something entirely different from before. The opponent's magic was spiraling, possibly entering a state that no longer answered to its own user. Despite the explosive surge in output, Zeke understood exactly what that kind of uncontrolled power eventually led to. The Cerberus family head threw his own heart into the air. Everyone present stared in shock, unable to immediately process what he intended to do with it. Zeke remained calm. A faint smirk crossed his face, the kind that belongs to someone who has already worked out a response to something nobody else in the room has finished reacting to yet. The moment everyone noticed the stone hanging in the air, shock and panic spread through the battlefield instantly. Sandy understood the danger first and felt genuine terror at the thought of what would happen if it dropped. Edges cursed under his breath as he ran through the situation in his head. There was no escape route left, and if this continued, the Chaos Stone itself would eventually break apart. Lila pointed out that the Chaos Stone was supposed to be destroyed anyway. That was the mission. Edges corrected her. The moment the stone shattered, the crack connected to it would begin closing. Sandy's panic deepened immediately as the implication landed. Once the crack closed, everyone standing here would be trapped inside with no way out at all. Her screaming grated on 𝗬𝗏, who covered his ears and told her to stop wasting time panicking and focus on stopping the enemy actually causing this. Sandy knew that was the only real option. She also knew she was completely helpless to act on it. No matter what she tried, she could not close the distance to interfere. The Cerberus family head broke into laughter. With total confidence, he declared that it was already too late. Everyone present was going to die right there. 𝗏𝗏 went still at the certainty in his voice. Without hesitation, he activated 𝗥𝗲𝗿𝘀𝗁. The technique that followed left every person watching stunned by the scale of it. Zeke activated his own power in response. 𝗏𝗏 understood there was no more room to hesitate and called on everyone to throw everything they had at the rock. Edges stepped forward first and unleashed the style of a 1,000-leaf katana secret technique. Extreme 5-blade katana. Lila activated the celestial sound technique, secret technique sky-piercing sound. 𝗬𝗏 and his companion joined the assault, releasing the wind umbrella technique, ghost first secret technique mysterious wind, alongside the wind-cutting fan technique, first secret technique typhoon 𝗬𝗏. 𝗏𝗏 and Sandy combined their strength into the great thunder sword technique, first secret technique celestial thunder. Every voice rose together as all of it struck the stone in one single, overwhelming wave. The Cerberus family head stood there afterward completely unharmed. Nobody could process it. They had just thrown everything they had, combined, at full force, and it had done nothing. A smirk crossed his face as he told them, almost gently, to give up. Before arriving here, he had poured every bit of his power into the spell holding that stone together. The magic contained inside it reached 7-star level. Warriors carrying only 3-star strength, he explained, had no chance of breaking something like that. Not alone. Not combined. Not with any number of them attacking together. 𝗬𝗏 refused to accept it. He called on Alan, and the two of them launched another tornado technique together without hesitation. Lila watched the rock and saw exactly what she feared. It had not slowed down at all. Then Zeke appeared. He arrived with a playful laugh already on his lips, and the sight of him stopped 𝗥𝗲𝗁 and the others cold. He studied the rock, ran the calculation quickly in his head, and understood something important. In his current condition, releasing aura alone was not going to be enough to break it. He needed something else. The idea came to him, and he started laughing again. A direct punch would solve everything. He could feel, even as the thought formed, that his fists might shatter under the force of what he was about to do. He understood the risk completely and gathered every bit of strength he had left anyway. He launched the punch directly at the stone. Even the Cerberus family head's composure broke at the sight of it. Zeke did not stop there. He gathered the last of his strength and unleashed multiple techniques simultaneously. Through his right hand, world collapse. Through his left, world explosion. He combined both into the anti-dragon fighting technique, second form. What had once been the destructor dragon fighting technique had evolved into something else entirely. With everything he had remaining, he released the final technique. Destruction for the world. The stone shattered. His entire group of friends stood there stunned by what they had just watched. There was no time to celebrate. As the stone broke apart, massive chunks of rubble began falling from above. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 realized immediately that the debris itself, along with the remaining fragments of the chaos stone, had become a new and immediate threat. Everyone moved at once to destroy what was left before it could cause further damage. Edges called out to 𝗬𝗲𝗁 and the others. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 already understood what needed to happen. She clicked her tongue in irritation, complained that this group only ever caused problems for her, and accepted the task anyway, trusting the rest to hold their end while she handled hers. Edges took the responsibility without hesitation. As enormous rubble crashed down around him, he activated the style of a 1,000-leaf katana, flowing choja path of a katana, and successfully blocked a massive falling stone. The impact was tremendous. He stopped it. His sword did not survive the effort, shattering in his grip the moment the rubble had been turned aside. Edges looked at the broken blade and smiled. There was no disappointment in it. He acknowledged simply that the sword had broken and admitted to himself that he still had a great deal left to learn. The Cerberus family head, even after watching his stone get destroyed, remained calm. A smirk found its way back onto his face as he admitted that Zeke had somehow managed to break it. He looked around and understood that only Zeke remained standing between him and the outcome he wanted. He concluded that the result was already decided. Zeke simply smiled back at him. The family head charged forward at incredible speed, determined to see this through to the end no matter what it cost him, and launched a final attack directly at Zeke. Zeke did not move. As the man closed the distance, Zeke smirked and drove a single punch into his chest. The fight ended in that instant. The Cerberus family head collapsed, groaning, and in the last moments before he gave out completely, he admitted that he had never expected someone like Zeke to exist. He compared ordinary people to lizards and acknowledged, with something close to genuine respect, that standing among them was a true dragon. Zeke returned the respect plainly. He admired the way the man had kept fighting until the very end without ever backing down. With the battle finally over, everyone rushed toward him. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 reached him first, checking him over with real concern. Zeke told her, calmly, that he was completely fine. Edges looked at him in open disbelief. Even knowing what Zeke was capable of, the idea that someone at his level had just defeated a 5-star opponent was difficult to fully accept. 𝗬𝗲𝗁 showed no concern at all. In her view, worrying about Zeke had never made any sense, because the man was simply insane. Alan remembered that Zeke had only been at 2-star level not very long ago at all. 𝗥𝗁𝗁 congratulated him on reaching 3 stars. Sandy, putting all of it together at once, finally understood why people called him the Lin Monster. Zeke laughed at that and remarked that it was a fairly cruel way to describe a person. He did not dwell on it. Instead, he turned to the group and praised every one of them for how well they had fought. Nearby, his bird disciples looked thoroughly pleased with how the battle had gone. Zeke noticed and praised them too, pointing out that the results of their training were now plain to see. The compliment made them visibly happier. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 turned her attention to the birds as well. She admitted she still did not fully understand them, but she was sincerely grateful. Because they had handled the monsters, the rest of the group had been free to focus entirely on the real threat. She walked over and gently patted them, thanking them for everything they had done. Afterward, Edges picked up a locket from where the Cerberus family head had fallen. He examined it and identified it as a Lena ID tag, the kind meant for dogs. The name engraved on it read Jack Rock. Sandy reacted the moment she heard it. She remembered hearing the name from her father, connected to one of the elite figures within the Cerberus family, a figure known as Luna, also called Sunhound. She wondered aloud whether that was who they had just defeated, and the thought led her towards something darker. That this had not been an improvised encounter at all. It had been a planned, secret strike. Venial grew irritated and asked why anyone planning something secret would carry an item that exposed their identity so easily. Lila wondered the same thing, questioning whether they could really have been that careless or that foolish. Edges dismissed both ideas. They had simply never expected to lose. Venial asked him to explain. Edges laid it out. The mission, as far as anyone knew, was meant to only involve 3-star opponents. Instead, the Cerberus family had deployed 4-star and even a 5-star elite unit against them. With that kind of overwhelming advantage on paper, they had every reason to believe victory was already secured. Losing in terms of raw strength had simply never been part of their calculations. 𝗏𝗏 agreed with his read on it. Their true objective had been to eliminate everyone in their path. They had simply, badly, underestimated who they were dealing with. Edges added that much of the credit for surviving that miscalculation belonged to Zeke. Zeke laughed and said there were still plenty of things he could have done better, but called it a magnificent fight overall and praised everyone's effort one more time. The bird disciple seemed just as pleased with the outcome as he was. He pulled them into something like an embrace and asked if the hard part was finally behind them. His friends watched the whole exchange in stunned silence. Venial remarked, almost to herself, that Zeke was the kind of person who simply crushed complicated strategy under sheer brute force, and that this probably made him the single worst kind of opponent anyone could face. 𝗏𝗏 brought the conversation back to the practical question hanging over all of them. After everything that had just happened, how were they even supposed to get back? Zeke told her to wait. There was still one more thing left to do. 𝗏𝗏 looked at him, confused, wondering what could possibly still be missing after all of this. Zeke told her plainly. They still needed to drink the magic water. That the entire mission had been to retrieve the magic water and bring it back. 𝗏𝗏 agreed and pointed out that drinking it was precisely why it should never have even entered the conversation. Zeke calmly reminded everyone that he had not forgotten the mission. He knew they were there to recover the magic water and seal the rift. And then he pushed back on the assumption everyone had been operating under without examining it. No one had actually decided they were forbidden from using it. They had come here on a mission, yes. But the people who had truly earned what was sitting in front of them through actual combat were the ones standing in this room. That argument left the group momentarily silent. He continued. The El Dragon family's wishes had nothing to do with who deserved the reward. They were the ones who had risked their lives and obtained the magic water. Simply handing it over because the mission said so felt wrong to him in a way he was not willing to ignore. Alan stepped in and explained the practical danger. The magic water was an extraordinarily valuable resource precisely because it could produce more mages for the El Dragon family. Acting on their own initiative without authorization could bring down the family head's wrath. Venial agreed with that assessment and added that drinking the magic water without permission could result in severe punishment. In the worst case, execution was not off the table. Zeke dismissed all of it without breaking his expression. Venial stared at him, briefly at a loss for words. Zeke went on. Within the El Dragon family, strength was what mattered above everything else. Seeking a new source of power through the magic water was not wrong under that logic. It was consistent with the very values the family operated by. Edges acknowledged that the reasoning had some validity, but reminded everyone that without this mission, they would never have been permitted to enter the rift in the first place. That point made Sandy even more anxious. Zeke remained unbothered. He argued that if the family head wanted the magic water badly enough, he should have come to retrieve it himself rather than sending others in his place. The mission had been to clear the special rift and recover the magic water. And yet the family head had been unable to even pass through the special domain. To Zeke, that was simply a demonstration of insufficient strength. Anyone who genuinely desired the magic water should have possessed the power to make that happen. Without them, the family head would never have had any chance of obtaining it at all. Then a confident smirk settled on his face. The mission required them to recover the magic water. Nobody had ever said they were forbidden from drinking it first, and no specific instructions had been given about exactly how the recovery had to be carried out. From where he was standing, drinking it, and then claiming they had recovered, it was a completely reasonable interpretation of what they had been asked to do. 𝗏𝗏 looked completely startled by that line of reasoning. Sandy insisted furiously that he was twisting the meaning of the mission entirely. Zeke simply smiled and said that if the El Dragon family wanted to prevent loopholes, they should have explained every detail from the beginning. He even suggested it would serve as a valuable lesson for the adults involved. Then he told everyone not to waste such a rare opportunity and waited quietly for their decision. 𝗏𝗏 held the bottle of magic water and sat with the weight of the decision. If they did not drink it now, they might never have another chance to become mages. Years from now, or perhaps never. If they completed the mission and handed it over, the magic water would go straight to the El Dragon elites. But if they drank it here, the family head's punishment could follow them home. She looked towards Zeke. He was watching her with that same quiet, confident smile. In that moment, she imagined what it would mean to become stronger, truly stronger, the kind of strength she had been reaching toward since before she could remember. She made up her mind. She declared that she wanted to become stronger, and she was going to drink the magic water. Sandy panicked and grabbed at her, unable to believe she was actually serious. 𝗏𝗏 explained to her, calmly and directly, that becoming stronger was her goal and that drinking the magic water was the only path to it available to her right now. Sandy stared at her, speechless. 𝗏𝗏 smiled to himself and admitted that he had always wondered what magic actually felt like from the inside. Curiosity was enough for him. He drank. 𝗏𝗏 said the same. She wanted to experience it for herself. She drank too. Sandy looked around at all of them, completely at a loss. 𝗏𝗏 revealed the full depth of what was driving her. She needed magic because she was going to become the head of the El Dragon family, and she was not prepared to let anything stand between her and that goal. For that dream, magical power was not optional. It was necessary. Sandy moved to stop her. Before she could, 𝗏𝗏 stepped forward. He declared that he would drink the magic water as well. 𝗏𝗏 would never become the family head, he said, because that position was his. He was going to surpass every one of his brothers and master magic himself. Alan stepped forward immediately to stand with him and made the same choice. 𝗏𝗏 looked at Sandy with a cool smirk and told her that if she did not want to drink it, she was welcome to stand there and watch. Sandy exploded. She reminded all of them, at considerable volume, that if the family discovered what they had done, every single one of them could be killed for it. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged the danger. She understood it fully. She was not going to let the opportunity go anyway. 𝗏𝗏 said the same. He understood the risk, and he chose strength regardless. Sandy grabbed her own hair in pure frustration. Then she gave in. She was not going to let 𝗏𝗏 and the others walk into that danger without her. 𝗏𝗏 smiled when she heard it. Everyone stood together and drank the magic water at the same time. When it was done, 𝗏𝗏 checked that everyone had taken it. 𝗏𝗏 admitted that she did not feel any different. Zeke smiled and told her that the change had already happened. He could sense it within their source power, something new running alongside their aura, a completely different force that had not been there before. The presence of magic itself. There was nothing to worry about. Then 𝗏𝗏 realized something and turned toward Zeke. He had been the one who encouraged everyone to drink. He had not done so himself. She asked him why. Zeke told her not to worry about him. Then he flicked a massive boulder with a single finger. The boulder launched across the distance at incredible speed, covering the ground faster than anyone present had time to properly track. Everyone stood very still for a moment. Zeke told them the technique was called rock cannon. 𝗏𝗏s could not understand how that was possible. Zeke had never consumed the magic water. 𝗏𝗏 was equally lost, pointing out that Zeke should not have even known how magic worked in the first place. Zeke explained it as simply as he could. The same way he had come to use lightning aura and wind aura, he had begun using magic naturally after absorbing enough of it through his aura over time. He was not entirely certain how the mechanism worked himself, But the truth of it was that Dragon King's breath had been continuously absorbing magical power from every spell he had taken head-on in battle. Over time, that accumulated energy had gradually transformed his source power into something that carried the nature of magic within it. As for actually using it, he had copied the way magical energy moved through other people when he observed it. Like it could only stare at him. Venial, on the other hand, found himself more irritated than impressed. He had arrived at the same conclusion he always did when Zeke explained something like this. The man was an absolute monster. Zeke then pointed out that since he had not drunk the magic water, one extra portion remained. He framed that as a better return on the family head's investment than the original plan would have produced. 𝗏𝗏 admitted he had a point, then decided that there was no use in arguing with Zeke about every single thing because the conversation would never end and everyone had already made their choice. It was time to focus on getting out of the rift. Edges agreed and immediately raised the problem that had been sitting at the back of his mind. They had been told the only way to close the rift was by destroying the Chaos Stone, which they had done. But the time it took for a rift to fully close after the stone's destruction depended on its size. For a special rift of this scale, the process would take a minimum of 3 days, possibly an entire week. 𝗏𝗏 noted immediately that this was deeply inconvenient timing. 𝗏𝗏 said it was worse than inconvenient. It was dangerous. If chaos creatures blocked their path on the way back the same way they had coming in, escaping within a week would be nearly impossible. And even if they somehow reached the exit point, there was still no clear way of getting back up into the sky from inside the rift. Sandy went quiet as the full picture assembled itself in her mind. They might not be able to escape at all. Then the birds arrived. The giant birds descended around Zeke, making loud, urgent calls, clearly trying to communicate something to him. Zeke listened, and whatever they told him, it landed with the effect of a solution rather than another problem. A confident smirk crossed his face. A moment later, every single person in the group was climbing onto the back of a giant bird and lifting off into the sky. Sandy screamed the entire way up. The birds were fast, faster than anyone had been prepared for. Sandy could not stop screaming and admitted that lowering her voice was simply not possible given the speed they were moving at. Edges smiled and explained that this was exactly the point. The birds had grown so fast that even the chaos creatures that had been chasing them earlier in the rift could no longer keep up. At this rate, they would reach the exit before the crack sealed completely. Venial found the whole thing incredibly boring and made no effort to hide it. Our boy, meanwhile, was standing on top of his bird without sitting down, arms relaxed, looking like someone who had done this 100 times. 𝗏𝗏 watched him from her bird and quietly concluded that his capacity for absurdity had no visible ceiling. She had not imagined, at any point during mission planning, that the escape route would involve domesticated rift monsters. And yet here they were. 𝗏𝗏 laughed and reached out to touch the feathers, calling the birds fluffy and adorable. 𝗏𝗏 shyly agreed that yes, the birds were cute. Then she admitted, more seriously, that this mission had shown her just how extraordinary Zeke truly was. Because of him, they had survived something that should have ended them several times over. 𝗏𝗏 smiled and listed it out quietly. Defeated a 5-star enemy. Built an escape route using monsters from inside the rift. Destroyed an impossibly hard chaos stone with a single strike. Absorbed the enemy's undetectable poison and expelled it like it was nothing. Every single one of those things had been Zeke doing what Zeke did, which was making the impossible look like a mild inconvenience. 𝗏𝗏 acknowledged all of it, but one thing still sat heavy. She had been the official leader of this mission, and she did not feel like she had led it. 𝗏𝗏 immediately pushed back on that. She told her that without 𝗏𝗏, the team would never have held together through everything they faced. That was what a leader actually did. 𝗏𝗏 held on to that, pulled 𝗏𝗏 into a hug, and thanked her. Inside that moment, quiet and firm, she made herself a promise. She would become strong enough to truly lead. And one day, without fail, she would become the head of her family. Our boy was busy being proud of his birds. He told the mother bird that she had become significantly faster compared to the time she had kidnapped him out of the sky, which he considered impressive progress. The bird disciples reacted with visible excitement at the praise. He looked at the younger ones keeping pace and declared that they all had a very promising future ahead of them. It had the energy of a coach watching his team win a championship and barely being able to contain himself about it. Then something stopped everyone cold. Two powerful auras appeared directly in their path. One glowing yellow, one shining green. Zeke stared at them, trying to understand the source. Then everyone realized simultaneously that both auras were coming from Zeke's own body. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 screamed. Our boy looked down at himself with genuine confusion, patting his bird disciples on the head as they cried out around him, and told them that their beeping was not giving him the information he needed to understand what was happening. Before anyone could make sense of it, Lila spotted something ahead. The crack leading out of the rift had finally come into view. Venial looked at it and immediately noted that it appeared far too narrow. Alan agreed. The crack was almost completely closed. Edges understood the situation in an instant and knew it had become very dangerous very fast. As they flew closer, the crack kept shrinking visibly, second by second. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 watched it and felt real fear crawling in. They were approaching the limit, and she could not tell whether they would make it through. Edges did not waver. He said that reaching the exit was no longer a matter of chance. The birds would make sure everyone got through. Sandy immediately understood what he meant and looked horrified. In the next instant, the birds accelerated beyond what anyone had thought they were capable of. With everything they had left, every last reserve of speed and strength, they launched the entire group directly toward the shrinking gap. Our boy reached out and gently patted his bird one last time as they flew. He said he still did not fully understand the mysterious auras that had appeared from his body, but he understood that this part of the journey was ending. The birds responded with emotion that needed no translation. He smiled and told them that as long as they were alive, they would meet again somewhere down the line. Until that day, he told them to keep training, to live strong, to keep moving forward no matter what. The birds cried out happily. He told them to take good care of themselves. Then everyone passed through the crack. They hit the ground hard on the other side, the momentum of their flight carrying them into the impact before they could slow down. When the dust settled, Edges looked around and asked whether they had actually made it. He confirmed it quickly. They were back. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 looked at the world around her and noticed something. The darkness felt the same. Zeke carefully read the surroundings and corrected her. The black fog that had surrounded the area before they entered the rift was gone. The presence of chaos had vanished with it. The rift was closed. The mission objective was complete. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 said they needed to move immediately. They were not out of danger yet. Then everyone felt it at once. An overwhelming presence closing in from outside their position. The group went still. 𝗥𝗁 recognized the aura and felt her stomach drop. Zeke concluded that the approaching force was almost certainly Cerberus family soldiers. 𝗥𝗁 urged everyone to move before it was too late. She tried to take a step and her legs gave out beneath her. Her entire body was trembling and completely refused to respond the way she needed it to. Edges explained it plainly. The recovery potions had closed the wounds. The strength behind them had not come back. Even standing was difficult at this point. 𝗥𝗁 finally relaxed now that the immediate escape pressure was gone and promptly discovered she had a swollen bump on her head from the landing. 𝗥𝗁 admitted that in their current state, they could not fight anyone. But if they could reach El Dragon territory, Freya and the others would be waiting. Alan pointed out, gently but directly, that escaping in their current condition was practically impossible. Edges agreed that trying to fight here would simply mean dying here. Sandy's fear was visible and immediate. Venial cursed the timing. Our boy assessed the battlefield quietly. Several 5-star and 6-star enemies approaching, accompanied by monsters. Even at full strength, escaping from that kind of force would have been extremely difficult. Exhausted and depleted, it was essentially impossible for the group. He made the decision and announced it calmly. He would stay behind. Everyone else would go ahead. In their current condition, they would be caught regardless of which direction they ran. The only option that gave them a real chance was a decoy, and he was it. He would buy as much time as he could. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁 refused immediately. He had felt the level of the approaching presence, and he knew it was on an entirely different tier from anything they had faced inside the rift. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁 agreed. She could not accept leaving him behind against something like that. Our boy reminded her of her goal. He told her that a true leader needed to know how to assess their own abilities, understand what deserved priority, and make the right call without hesitation. Her job right now was to complete the mission. With her current strength, that was the most important thing she could do. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁 still could not accept it. She said she would stay with him. Sandy panicked at that. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁 apologized to her and said that no matter how important the mission was, she could not abandon her comrades. She could not abandon him. Sandy watched her with helpless concern as she held her position. Our boy looked at her, remarked that she was incredibly stubborn, and then hit her in the stomach hard enough to knock her unconscious before she could argue further. He handed her carefully to 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁, apologized, and asked him to take her. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗁 accepted without hesitation. He asked one more time whether Zeke would truly be all right. Our boy smiled and told him everything would be fine. He urged them all to go immediately. If they wasted any more time, they would fail the mission on top of everything else. He told them to stop worrying about him and move. 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗁 made him one promise before leaving. He would come back with help as fast as he could. The group moved out together. Our boy watched them go until they disappeared into the distance. He smiled and wished quietly for all of them to survive, no matter what it cost. He thought to himself that in his previous life, this kind of feeling had been completely foreign to him. Worrying about other people, wanting them to make it. He had not known what that felt like for a very long time. He stood with it for a moment. Then he stretched, cracked his neck, and turned to face what was coming. Even at his current level of exhaustion, he had never intended to simply buy time. That had been what he told them. The whole truth was something different. The entire Cerberus group came through the crack together, monsters and soldiers in formation, closing the distance toward the single person standing alone. The Cerberus family arrived through the crack and immediately understood two things. Jack had failed, and the other students had already escaped. Only one person remained standing in their path. They ordered their wolves to chase down the survivors. The wolves launched forward immediately, closed the distance toward our boy, sensed his aura from a few steps away, and stopped completely. They would not move another inch. The Cerberus members stared at their own wolves refusing to advance and could not account for what they were seeing. Our boy noticed them ignoring him and found it personally disrespectful. He smirked anyway. One of the members demanded to know who he was. He introduced himself calmly. The name meant nothing to the man. Looking at him, all he could read was something around 3-star level. But the pressure surrounding him felt like something that did not belong in that category at all. Our boy stretched his arms casually and admitted that maintaining whatever technique was running through him was more exhausting than he had expected. The Cerberus member mocked him, assuming he had stayed behind simply to buy time while the others ran. Our boy told him that assumption was wrong. He explained that he had been unable to use his full power inside the rift, and he had never intended to simply stall. Every single one of them was going to stay right there until he was completely satisfied. The Cerberus member stared at him and genuinely could not place what he was dealing with. Then the instructor arrived. 𝗲𝗏𝘂𝗁 descended with her subordinates and immediately activated the 4 winds kick technique. Typhoon Whirlwind Kick. A massive whirlwind tore into the ground and slammed directly into the Cerberus members before she moved to support our boy. He thanked her. His expression made it obvious he was not remotely pleased about the interruption. She noticed the dissatisfaction and found it baffling. He set it aside and asked the only question that actually mattered to him right now. Were 𝗥𝗲𝘁𝗂𝗁 and the others safe? 𝗲𝗏𝘂𝗁 told him they had all been rescued. The moment she confirmed their safety, she had come directly to him. Our boy said he was grateful in the flattest tone possible. 𝗲𝗏𝘂𝗁's patience shortened considerably at that. Meanwhile, one of the Cerberus members had been processing the arrival and reached a conclusion that visibly unsettled him. He recognized something about this situation. He recognized the boy. 𝗲𝗏𝘂𝗁 confirmed it before he could finish the thought. She declared that the boy standing in front of them was something far beyond what their intelligence had prepared them for. The Cerberus member challenged her. He asked what exactly changed about the situation just because she had arrived. Freya told him to look behind them. A man stepped out from behind the Cerberus formation. His presence hit the battlefield before anyone saw him clearly. The kind of aura that does not announce itself loudly, but makes the air feel different the moment it enters the space. He looked at the situation with mild interest, remarked casually that things were not bad at all, and let out a relaxed yawn. His name is 𝗤𝗲𝗁, known as the Wandering Shadow, and the moment the Cerberus members registered who was standing behind them, the calculation on their side of the battlefield changed completely. Freya identified him formally. The subleader of the Black Dragon squad had arrived. Whatever problem remained, she said, there would no longer be one. Our boy studied 𝗤𝗲𝗁 from where he stood and felt something rare. Genuine amusement. He could not sense the man's presence, could not read his aura, could not detect his energy at any level. The concealment technique he was using was superior even to Freya's, which was already in a category most people could not touch. On top of that, his dagger handling was exceptional. This was a genuinely interesting person. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 had been hearing stories about the family head's illegitimate son for a while. The rumors had described him as unusual. Standing here now, he found that word was doing a lot of heavy lifting. Unusual did not begin to cover it. He decided Zeke was far more interesting than anyone had given him credit for. He turned his attention to the Cerberus members and told them not to mistake his restraint for weakness. They were still standing only because he had deliberately held back. If he had genuinely intended to fight from the moment he appeared, he said he could have ended every one of them in a single instant. The aura that came with those words was not subtle. It spread across the battlefield like a pressure system moving in from every direction at once. Several Cerberus members felt it in their bodies before their minds caught up to what it meant. One of them refused to back down regardless, and demanded that 𝗤𝗏𝗁 prove his claim through actual combat. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 smirked and pointed out that he was not the only powerful fighter on this side of the field. Then a dragon-like aura swept through the area that made everything before it feel like a warm-up. The educator had arrived. Teach Men Tricks stepped onto the battlefield, and the Cerberus members went still as the presence of him registered. The balance had shifted so completely and so quickly that the math was now impossible to argue with. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 looked at the Cerberus side and gave them one final chance to reconsider. If they still wanted to continue, he said he would personally be their opponent. And the only people who would be leaving this battlefield after that conversation were not going to be from the Cerberus family. One of the members ran the numbers and admitted the truth out loud. Even with their numerical advantage, facing both the Wandering Shadow and the Educator simultaneously was not a fight they could win. He swallowed his pride and called the retreat. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 laughed. He told them he had no intention of letting them leave that easily after everything they had done here. Then one of the Cerberus members reached into his robe and pulled out a small crystal ball. The entire battlefield went still at the sight of it. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 moved instantly, crossing the distance at full speed to stop him before he could activate whatever it was. He was a fraction of a second too late. The crystal shattered in the man's grip. A mysterious power enveloped the entire Cerberus formation, and in the next instant, every single one of them was gone. No trace, no residue, just empty space where a group of fighters had been standing moments before. Nobody moved for a moment. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 broke the silence by explaining, with the tone of someone commenting on the weather, that the enemy had used a teleport sphere. Our boy had never heard the term. Freya explained it. A rare magical artifact filled with concentrated magical power. When a sphere was broken, it transported every user instantly to a location set in advance. Extremely rare. Effectively irreversible once activated. Our boy stared at the empty space where the Cerberus family had been and found himself genuinely fascinated by the existence of such a thing. He was also genuinely annoyed that they had escaped. Freya shared the frustration for different reasons. Capturing them would have men information, leads, intelligence on what the Cerberus family was planning next. Instead, they had vanished cleanly. Our boy's complaint was simpler. He had just wanted to keep fighting. 𝗤𝗏𝗁 burst out laughing at that. He found Zeke more interesting with every passing minute. The educator noted calmly that the Cerberus family had managed to escape and reminded everyone that their territory was located nearby. Lowering their guard was not an option. Freya agreed immediately. With that settled, 𝗏𝗏𝗀 announced cheerfully that now that the teacher had arrived, he would be heading back to get some sleep. Freya turned on him fast and tried to stop him. He was already gone. No warning. No transition. Just absent. The educator watched the empty space where he had been standing and remarked that 𝗏𝗏𝗀 was still as carefree as ever. Then he turned to our boy and told him that from this point forward they would remain by his side. He could relax. Our boy said that did genuinely give him peace of mind. Freya immediately noticed that despite the words, he still looked vaguely unsatisfied and could not work out why. Then the educator said there was something important he wanted to discuss. He wanted to talk about the magic water. Our boy went quiet and turned his full attention toward him. Whatever came next, it was going to be that kind of conversation. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 saw him, and the worry that had been sitting in her chest since he knocked her unconscious finally had somewhere to go. She looked at him with a concerned expression and asked if he was all right. Our boy noticed her face and answered with a calm smile. He was completely fine. He looked around and confirmed that everyone else had made it out safely too. 𝗏𝗏𝗀𝗏 let herself breathe for the first time since the rift. Sandy was not breathing easy at all. She was visibly upset and made no effort to hide it. Our boy had deliberately sent everyone away and stayed behind alone, knowingly walking into danger to buy the group time. Sandy could not wrap her head around why anyone would make that call without a second thought about what could happen to them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 felt the same way. The relief and the anger were sitting right next to each other, and the anger was not quiet. She scolded him for the recklessness of it. He did not argue back. He simply smiled and apologized. The apology caught her completely off guard. She had expected a deflection, not that. He explained that he remembered hitting her during the chaos and wanted to know whether she was in any pain because of it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 hesitated, said she was fine, and then the tears came anyway. She told him the truth. She was not upset about being hit. What was actually hurting her was the fact that she had left him behind and run. He had stayed to face the danger alone, and she had escaped. And somehow he had still made it back standing in front of her. She could not stop blaming herself for it. Our boy did not argue with any of that. He walked toward her and gently patted her on the head. He told her that nothing bad had happened to him. He was right here in front of her, and that meant there was no reason to keep carrying the guilt. Then he gave her something simple to do with all that feeling instead of sitting in it. If she did not want something like this to happen again, the answer was to get stronger. Not to regret what had already passed, but to grow so that next time she could face it herself. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 said nothing. She stayed quiet and let the words settle. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was the first to speak after that. He said honestly that he was genuinely glad nothing had happened. Sandy described the moment our boy had announced he would stay behind as the moment she had concluded he had completely lost his mind. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 said she was just thankful the rescue had arrived when it did. Our boy appreciated that everyone had been worried. He understood their frustration came from concern. But he did have one small complaint about the situation. He said the rescue had arrived a little too early. Just as he had been about to properly engage the enemy and fight with everything he had, Freya and the others showed up, and the moment ended before it began. He had never actually gotten to start the fight he had been preparing for. Sandy stared at him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 could not find words. Venial concluded out loud that our boy was completely insane. Even Freya remarked that this was genuinely the first time in her life that someone had been upset because she had arrived to rescue them. Then the educator shifted the conversation to what had brought him here. The magic water. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 remembered immediately that everyone had already consumed it themselves. But before anything else, she confirmed that they had managed to obtain it, took it out, and handed it over. The educator looked at what she was holding and went completely still. This was not ordinary magic water. It was rainbow magic water. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 did not understand the significance. He explained it carefully. As everyone knew, the color of magic water determined which magical attribute the person who consumed it would gain. But rainbow magic water operated on an entirely different level. It possessed the unique ability to draw out the most suitable magical attribute for whoever consumed it, blooming from within them like something that had always been waiting. Normal magic water was already considered precious. Rainbow magic water was rarer than all of it combined. Something so valuable that even the 8 gates of the supreme path would want to possess it. Everyone in the room went still after hearing that. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 felt the weight of it land on her as she realized what they had casually consumed inside a rift without understanding its true value. The educator gave them a serious look. He had already suspected they must have drunk some of it. He confirmed it quickly. He could sense traces of magical power still remaining within their bodies. The proof was already there for anyone at his level to read. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 said nothing. He had expected this moment was coming the instant they handed the bottle over. Freya turned on our boy and began scolding him immediately. He looked back at her with genuine confusion and asked what the problem was. From where he was standing, drinking the magic water had seemed completely acceptable. The mission had been to retrieve the magic water. No specific method had ever been mentioned. No one had told them it was forbidden to drink it. Freya was furious. She dismissed the explanation as nothing more than a ridiculous excuse. Our boy told her he was not making excuses. Everything he said was simply the truth. He also pointed out that they had brought back an entire bottle alongside what they had consumed. He genuinely could not understand why everyone was making such a large issue of this. Freya stood speechless for a moment. She had not expected him to have such a straightforward answer for all of it. The educator stepped in. He acknowledged, with a calmness that cut through the tension, that there had been a mistake on their side as well. The mission instructions had not been communicated to the group accurately. Because of that, they had never known that the magic water was meant to be left untouched. He apologized for the failure in communication, sincerely. Freya still could not accept the situation so easily. She insisted that anyone with basic common sense should have understood that something this precious was not meant to be consumed mid-mission. The educator was not particularly troubled. He pointed out that regardless of how it had happened, they had still secured an entire bottle of rainbow magic water. And there was another factor worth considering. The fact that 𝗥𝗏𝗁 and the others had consumed it meant that its power now resided within members of the El Dragon family itself. That was not necessarily a loss. He admitted, however, that he was not certain that reasoning would be enough to satisfy the family head. 1 week passed. When the news finally reached 𝗏𝗏𝗁, it carried everything. The mission outcome, the Cerberus encounter, and the detail that 𝗥𝗏𝗁 and her team had consumed the rainbow magic water themselves rather than simply retrieving it. An instructor stepped forward immediately and took responsibility for the miscommunication, apologizing and making clear that the failure to properly convey the mission parameters had been his error. He also reminded 𝗏𝗏𝗁 that the mission itself had still been completed. The Cerberus family's elite fighters had been defeated. The conquest had been carried out despite extraordinarily difficult circumstances. He asked 𝗏𝗏𝗁 to consider a reasonable and fair response. The atmosphere shifted without warning. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 summoned his dragon. The moment the creature appeared, a terrifying and overwhelming aura spread outward across the entire room. The pressure was immediate and total. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 and her teammates felt it hitting them before they could brace for it. Blood came from their mouths. One by one they collapsed to the ground, unable to hold themselves upright beneath the crushing weight of it. 𝗥𝗏𝗁 heard 𝗏𝗏𝗁's voice, even through the pain, speaking about the magic water. He considered whether cutting open their bodies and extracting the blood from them might allow him to recover what had been consumed. He decided he might actually try it. One person was still standing. Our boy had not moved. The same aura that had the rest of the group on the ground was not touching him. He looked at 𝗏𝗏𝗁 and said, in a tone that carried more exasperation than fear, that the way he expressed himself was unnecessarily violent. He was not cowering under the dragon pressure. He was mildly annoyed by the phrasing, and without making any particular effort about it, he extended his own power outward to shield his fallen teammates from the aura pressing down on them. Then he pointed out to 𝗏𝗏𝗁, calmly and directly, that he was doing exactly what he always did, trying to intimidate people, and after all these years he had still not grown past that. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 turned his death glare on him. Our boy casually picked his ear and asked what exactly 𝗏𝗏𝗁 was so unhappy about. They had completed the mission. They had recovered the magic water. As far as he was concerned, 𝗏𝗏𝗁 should be thanking them. 𝗏𝗏𝗁 told him plainly that drinking the magic water was not the same as recovering it. He explained what the magic water had been intended for. It was meant to go to the strongest and most worthy members of the El Dragon family, those capable of using its power to grow the family further. In his view, Zeke and the others were too weak to have deserved it. Consuming it themselves had been a waste. He looked at 𝗏𝗏 and the others on the ground and added that they barely qualified as contributions to the family's future. Our boy pointed out that they had still brought back an entire bottle. A whole bottle. He could not understand why that did not matter. The instructor tried to intervene before the situation pushed further. 𝗏𝗀𝘁 turned his full attention onto our boy, and the suspicion that had been building in him surfaced openly. He wanted to know who Zeke actually was. Our boy looked at him and thought to himself that this was the same conversation happening again. He smiled and showed no interest in answering. 𝗏𝗀𝘁 accused him of twisting the mission through absurd logic. He said their actions had interfered with the family's growth and constituted a serious transgression that would not simply be dismissed. There would be punishment. The room went tense. Our boy stepped forward and told 𝗏𝗁𝘁 that if he was so determined to punish someone, the punishment should fall on him alone. He was the one who had encouraged the others to drink the magic water. The decision had started with him. There was no reason to bring the rest of them into it. 𝗏𝗏 immediately told him to stop. She insisted that consuming the magic water had been a choice they had all made together. Our boy acknowledged she was right, and then turned back to 𝗏𝗁𝘁 and made the same offer again anyway. He would accept whatever punishment 𝗏𝗁𝘁 had in mind on behalf of all of them. He asked whether that arrangement would be satisfactory. Silence. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 agreed. But his version of agreement came with conditions. The punishment would fall entirely on our boy. 𝗏𝗏 felt the relief move through her. Then 𝗏𝗁𝘁 continued. Since 𝗏𝗏 and the others had already consumed the magic water, they would be required to prove their usefulness to the El Dragon family going forward. They would be treated as assets that needed to demonstrate value. And if they failed to become useful, they should prepare themselves for the consequences that would follow. The word consequences settled into the room and stayed there. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 issued his final order. They were to be taken immediately to the second floor of the Dragon Hall. The instructor was visibly shaken and asked if he was sure. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 clarified that this was not a reward. It was to ensure that the magic water they had consumed did not go to waste. Our boy smirked and quietly wondered to himself whether this counted as being rewarded anyway. He mentioned casually that he had already visited the second floor and even seen the dragon's treasury. Since he was already familiar with it, he suggested that perhaps he should be allowed to visit the third floor instead. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 grinned. He told him he would not be going to the third floor. He ordered our boy to go to the abandoned Dragon Valley. The room went completely still. Everyone who understood what that place was reacted immediately. Our boy simply smirked, the expression of someone who has just been told he is going somewhere dangerous and has decided that sounds about right, alone in their path. Our boy smirked. Our boy was wearing the most relaxed smile in the room being the family head's chamber, the order being the abandoned Dragon Valley. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 had just assigned him to one of the most notorious locations in the entire El Dragon family's history, and the response on our boy's face was the expression of someone who had just been told their favorite restaurant had a table available. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 looked at him and asked, with the weight of someone who genuinely wanted to know the answer, whether our boy had any idea what kind of place the abandoned Dragon Valley actually was. Our boy said he had absolutely no idea. He continued without missing a beat. The unknown was precisely what brought him pure joy. The less he knew about a place and the more dangerous it was, the better. He looked forward to visiting it. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 held an unreadable expression as he listened. Our boy looked back at him with calm confidence and said it simply. It did not matter what kind of place it was. The simplest truth was that he was the strongest of all. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 glared at him. Then he dismissed everyone from the chamber. Everybody moved toward the door. Our boy was still staring at the family head as the others filed out around him. The educator had to physically call him out of the room before he finally turned and walked away. His teammates were waiting in the corridor. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 stepped forward the moment she saw him, her face carrying that particular combination of worry and frustration that only appears when someone you care about has done something simultaneously brave and infuriating. She demanded to know why he had chosen to shoulder all of it alone. He brushed it off and pointed to his cheek with a grin, reminding her that he was the one who had started the whole thing by encouraging everyone to drink the magic water in the first place. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 refused to accept that. She stepped closer, her voice carrying the weight of real emotion, and insisted that even if he had sparked the idea, the choice to drink had belonged to every one of them. They should all share the punishment. She was not going to let him carry it alone for a decision they had all made together. 𝗟𝗁𝗀𝘀 kept smiling. He reminded her that if she truly felt regretful about any of it, the only sensible thing to do was focus on becoming stronger going forward. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 said strength was not the issue. He redirected her. He pointed out that the rest of them had been granted access to the second floor of the Dragon Hall and the family treasury. That was an extraordinary opportunity, by any measure. He asked whether she genuinely thought he was wrong about that. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 had been watching the entire exchange quietly from the side. Something settled in him as he processed what he was looking at. 𝗟𝗁𝗿 had deliberately taken the fall to protect all of them, making sure they received the reward while absorbing the full weight of the family head's anger himself. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 looked at him and felt something he had not expected to feel standing in that hallway. Genuine respect. He acknowledged to himself, privately and without making a show of it, that 𝗟𝗁𝗿 carried a natural capacity for leadership that went well beyond anything he had expected from him. While the rest of the teammates were still talking among themselves in the corridor, the educator pulled 𝗟𝗁𝗿 aside. He told him plainly that the abandoned Dragon Valley was not a simple place. 𝗟𝗁𝗿 looked at him with utter curiosity. The educator continued. It was a place that most people had never even heard of, a location so removed from ordinary knowledge that its very existence was barely acknowledged. But what it actually was, beneath the silence around its name, was an execution ground. Countless El Dragon family criminals had been sent there as punishment over many years. Nobody came back from it. Everyone nearby went still at that. Sweat ran down more than one face as the weight of what the educator was describing settled over the group. He continued with a worried expression, building toward the full picture of what 𝗟𝗁𝗿 had just agreed to walk into. He never finished the sentence. 𝗟𝗁𝗿 cut in before the last words could land and said that it did not matter what kind of place it was. He was simply going to be himself. That was all there was to it. He said it with a smile so settled and so complete that the educator could only stare at him. The confidence on 𝗟𝗁𝗿's face was not bravado. It was the expression of someone who had absolute trust in their own power and had never once found a reason to question it. The educator had no follow-up for that. Then 𝗟𝗁𝗿 turned toward 𝗬𝗏𝗈. He said he was still sorry about one thing. 𝗬𝗏𝗈 looked at him with visible surprise at that. 𝗟𝗁𝗿 placed a hand on his shoulder and told him that with this assignment, he would not have many chances to personally oversee his training. 𝗬𝗏𝗈's expression went slightly flustered, and he told him it was not like he had wanted his instruction in the first place anyway. 𝗟𝗁𝗿, completely unbothered by that response, told him enthusiastically not to worry. He would prepare a full training course so that 𝗬𝗏𝗈 could continue training properly even when 𝗟𝗁𝗿 was not present. The rest of the team looked at him with a collectively annoyed expression. The educator was also visibly surprised by this kind of treatment coming from their boy. He was standing in a corridor having just accepted a potentially fatal punishment, and his follow-up concern was making sure 𝗬𝗏𝗈 had a training plan. 𝗟𝗁𝗿 turned to address everyone. He told them clearly that what was decided was decided. All of them should focus on getting stronger on their own going forward. He would also make sure to train properly while he was away. He said it with a smile that carried no performance in it, just a straightforward and genuine certainty. Every one of his teammates looked back at him, and despite everything, despite the fear and the frustration and the weight of what had just been decided in that chamber, every single one of them was smiling. Genuinely, proudly. After everyone leaves, Commander 𝗍 and 𝗏𝗍 are alone. Commander 𝗍 tells 𝗏𝗍 he was very sure about sending 𝗟𝗁𝗿 to Dragon Valley. 𝗏𝗍 replies that he said he would take full responsibility, so he is just having him fulfill that role. Commander 𝗍 objects in a calm tone, saying that it is a very dangerous place even for a 7-star individual. It is very hard for them to survive where our boy only has 3 stars. Before he can finish speaking, 𝗏𝗁𝘁 stares at him with his red eyes and aura flaring around him and tells him that he is being tiresome. His orders are absolute, and if he speaks any further he will not spare even him. Commander 𝗏𝗏 had served long enough to know when something did not add up. He turned to 𝗏𝗁𝘁 and asked, carefully, the question that had been sitting with him since the punishment was declared. If the intent had truly been to send the boy to his death in the abandoned Dragon Valley, why had 𝗏𝗁𝘁 also granted him permission to enter the dragon's treasury beforehand? 𝗏𝗁𝘁 replied that regardless of whatever outcome awaited in the valley, an organization could not continue to function if it failed to acknowledge the people who had completed their mission. Commander 𝗏𝗏 showed his understanding with a slow nod. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 continued. Whether the boy could actually carry anything out of the treasury was a completely separate matter. He elaborated on the nature of the place. The deeper anyone went into the treasury, the stronger the influence of the power dwelling within the artifacts became, making normal advancement increasingly impossible. Even he himself could not reach the deepest sections. Given our boy's current level, 𝗏𝗁𝘁 estimated that wandering near the entrance was the most that could realistically be hoped for. Commander 𝗏𝗏 was surprised to hear 𝗏𝗁𝘁 say that openly. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 was observing him silently as he said it. 𝗏𝗁𝘁 went on. Whatever our boy managed to bring out from the treasury would be essentially useless to him once he was inside the abandoned Dragon Valley. And that was the true design of the punishment. There was a specific despair in possessing something useful, but being entirely unable to use it because of a lack of strength. He wondered aloud, with a quiet, dark curiosity, how a boy who carried himself on the belief that he was the strongest would react when he finally came face to face with that absolute and crushing reality. He was looking forward to finding out. Several hours later, our boy was sitting in the deepest part of the dragon treasury. The posture was unmistakable, relaxed, settled, the kind of stillness that belongs to someone who has already dealt with everything in the room and found none of it particularly challenging. Around him, the spiritual auras of every past family head lined up in silence, one after another, each of them bowing, not out of obligation, out of recognition. Every patriarch who had ever carried the El Dragon name, every generation of power that had built itself on the foundation he had laid 1,000 years ago, all of them facing the original. Our boy looked at all of it with a mildly disappointed expression and asked if this was the end of it. He had been expecting a bit more. A few hours earlier, our boy arrived at the entrance of the dragon's treasury. The educator dropped him off at the threshold, and our boy stepped inside, immediately reading the depth of the place from the darkness of the hall ahead. He looked at the guards stationed at their posts and noted their presence. 7 stars, same as the Dragon Hall. Both locations, he thought to himself, were treated as equally critical by the family. He turned to his escort and asked casually how far and he was permitted to go. The escort replied without expression that he was allowed to venture as far as he wished. Our boy paused at that, mildly surprised by the lack of restriction. He hummed an acknowledgement and stepped forward. The escort issued one final word of caution before he went deeper. He was permitted to take any single item from the collection of spiritual elixirs and legendary weapons inside. But the guards strongly advised against going too far. The deeper sections housed artifacts once wielded by ancient family heads, objects radiating power so intense that even skilled warriors struggled simply to move within that atmosphere. He suggested selecting the most powerful spiritual elixir available near the entrance and leaving it at that. Our boy nodded politely. The smirk came back the moment he turned away. He told the escort that while he appreciated the advice, what he chose was entirely his own decision. Then he walked in. Based on everything he had been told, he had expected a challenging and thrilling journey. What he found near the entrance was a letdown. Weapons and armor from the past were certainly stored here, but he had no need for any of them. He kept moving deeper. Then he looked back at the wall he had been resting his hand against and stopped. He had not expected this. At the deepest part he had been able to reach, it was not a weapon that had caught his attention. It was the wall itself. A deep slash ran clean through it from one side to the other. He studied the mark carefully. A sword mark. and it belonged to someone who had been at 9-star level. He touched the deep scar in the surface and felt the nostalgia move through him quietly. If he recalled correctly, this wall was made from Emperor's Stone, the same material he had used for training back when he himself had been at 9-star level in his previous life. He wondered whether the sword mark had been left by a past family head. Then, with a slightly sad expression, he thought that if someone capable of leaving a mark like this had still been alive today, he would have genuinely loved to spar with them. He moved on. He passed tools whose original purposes had been lost entirely to time, elixirs, armaments, objects the family had been collecting for generations. He marveled quietly at how much had been gathered here. Then his expression settled back into mild disappointment. He muttered to himself that unfortunately there was still nothing he considered truly necessary for what was ahead. He decided to follow the escort's advice after all. He did not need any of the weapons. He would take a strong elixir near the entrance and leave. He turned to make his choice. Then his attention was pulled to something behind him, glowing, quiet, resting on a nearby display stand as though it had been waiting. Our boy's eyes locked onto it, and his expression shifted into something that had not been there since he first walked through the door. He looked at it and said one word. "This is." Our boy turned to the educator and announced that he had made his choice. The educator acknowledged it calmly. Then our boy reached into his clothing and pulled out a set of green bangles. The educator looked at them with immediate curiosity and asked what exactly they were. Our boy smiled and said he had taken them from the dragon's treasury. The educator scolded him on the spot, reminding him that he had risked serious trouble just to retrieve that instead of a proper spiritual elixir. Our boy said he was very glad to have found something good and left it at that. The educator studied the object more carefully. He admitted that he did not know everything contained within the treasury, but he had never seen anything like this among the 4 to 7-star items stored there. He considered the possibility that he simply had no knowledge of this particular artifact. Then he wondered aloud whether it might have come from the deepest section of the treasury. Our boy smiled and told him it had actually been lying right at the entrance. The educator stared at it. At first glance, it looked like either a bracelet or an anklet, something a person might walk past without a second thought. He asked whether our boy even knew what it actually was. Our boy said he knew exactly what it was. Then he placed the green bangle around his wrist and began counting slowly. 1, 2, 3. The educator's expression went shocked. Our boy smiled. He had already confirmed what he suspected the moment he laid eyes on it inside the treasury. This was the Fountain's absorbent mineral bracelet, a training artifact from his previous life. He had created it himself using absorbent fountain oil, a special material with the ability to absorb ether. The bracelet worked by completely absorbing the user's ether and converting it into an aura state, preventing them from utilizing their ether any further. And the longer it stayed on, the heavier it became as it continued absorbing. From a certain point of view, it functioned like a shackle built to immobilize criminals. From our boy's point of view, it was the single most useful training tool he could have walked out of that treasury carrying. He could hardly believe it had been sitting right at the entrance. He wondered quietly who had been responsible for organizing the interior of the dragon's treasury, because whoever it was had very poor judgment when it came to recognizing what was actually valuable. He took a breath and shifted the conversation to the abandoned Dragon Valley. The educator confirmed that he would indeed be sent there soon, and pointed out again that this was precisely why a strong spiritual elixir would have been far more valuable to him in that environment. Our boy made it clear he did not care whether the treasury had contained any elixirs at all. There was something far more important on his mind. He asked the educator if he could do him a favor. The educator asked what kind of favor. Our boy handed him a set of documents. Training documents. Detailed training methods for each of his teammates, prepared and written out in full. The educator took them carefully and began reading through them one by one. The further he got, the more his expression shifted. He had not expected to be trusted with something like this. He had especially not expected to find Leica's training methods inside. The information written on those pages was more surprising than anything he had anticipated. He read further, and a realization formed slowly. Our boy himself had apparently been undergoing this same level of training the entire time. The methods described were so unusual and so demanding that the educator could barely believe anyone was using them voluntarily. He began to wonder whether this was the actual source behind our boy's extraordinary strength. Then another concern entered his mind. If our boy had somehow endured this, could 𝗏𝗏𝗁 and the others survive it too? He sat with that for a moment. Then he stood up, put his hand on the table, and decided there was no point in overthinking it. There was only one thing he needed to do: deliver the documents to 𝗏𝗏𝗁 and the others exactly as instructed. He would do that. But the concern that remained at the back of his mind as he made that decision was simpler and heavier than anything else. He could not stop wondering whether our boy himself was going to survive whatever was waiting for him in the valley. Our boy had already started walking. Another instructor accompanied him and eventually brought him to a location that looked nothing like anything they had passed through to reach it. The moment our boy arrived and looked around, he recognized it immediately: the abandoned Dragon Valley. It looked exactly like its reputation, desolate in a way that felt deliberate, like the land itself had given up on something a long time ago. Bones of countless animals were scattered across the ground in every direction, turning the entire area into what looked like a graveyard that had simply stopped being maintained. And threading through all of it was a dense, unusual energy, the moon energy of death. Our boy sensed it the moment he stepped into the valley and understood immediately why this place carried the name it did. Land of Death was not dramatic. It was accurate. The instructor explained that they had originally planned to travel here by carriage. Everything had gone wrong from the moment they tried. Every time our boy attempted to get into the carriage, the wheels broke. The horses could not move forward. No matter what was tried, they could not take a single step. The carriage became useless, and they had no choice but to walk the entire way on foot. Our boy was not listening to any of this. His attention was on the valley itself. The moment he saw the depth of it, the sheer unbelievable drop disappearing into something that had no visible bottom, excitement appeared on his face. He started walking forward immediately, pointing at the enormous drop, noting that the bottom could not even be seen from where he stood. He remembered, turning it over in his mind, that a place like this had not existed 1,000 years ago. That alone made it more interesting. Everything dangerous in this valley was new to him, and new meant worth exploring. He ran toward it with the particular excitement of someone who has just spotted the most interesting thing in the room, his footsteps landing with a weight that had nothing to do with how he looked. Each step hit the ground with a force that left deep impressions in the earth behind him. The instructor stared at those footprints after he passed and wondered quietly to himself how a slim young man produced marks like that in solid ground. He cleared his throat and said nothing further on the matter. He told our boy that from this point forward he would remain inside the abandoned Dragon Valley until graduation. No food provided, no lodging, no basic necessities of any kind. Survival was entirely his own responsibility. Our boy showed no hesitation about any of this. He simply asked, how long does he have to stay here? The instructor confirmed that he will have to stay there for 3 years until the graduation is completed. Our boy processed that calmly and said he understood. The instructor was quietly horrified by how casually that had landed. 3 years. Inside this valley. The private reality he kept to himself was considerably darker than the neutral expression on his face. He genuinely believed that surviving 3 days would be an extraordinary achievement. In the worst case, our boy might not survive the day. Nobody who had ever been sent into the depths of this place had come back. That was not an exaggeration. That was the actual historical record of the abandoned Dragon Valley. He pointed toward a long set of stairs carved into the cliff face. He told our boy those were the only route down to the bottom. He also told him to examine them carefully before attempting the descent. The stairs were old, damaged, and already close to collapsing from neglect. One wrong step, and the entire structure could give way beneath him, sending him straight into the depths with nothing to break the fall. He made clear that he could not guarantee our boy would safely reach the bottom. Our boy thanked him sincerely for guiding him all the way here. The instructor was confused by the gratitude and had not yet found words for a response when our boy turned around, stepped to the edge of the cliff, and jumped. The instructor screamed after him. Our boy was already falling. He did not look panicked. He did not look concerned. He looked like someone who had chosen this deliberately and found it completely reasonable. As he descended, he called back up casually that they would see each other again in 3 years. The instructor stood at the edge and stared down at him in complete shock. As our boy fell, he noticed something. The energy of death around him was getting denser the deeper he dropped. The closer he got to the bottom, the more concentrated it became, thick enough to feel like something pressing against the skin. He was curious about what would happen once he actually landed. He prepared himself and hit the ground with tremendous force. The impact shook the surrounding area. The ground beneath his feet cracked and shattered on contact. Our boy smirked. He was eager to see what this place had in store. He took his first step, and the ground cracked again. He analyzed it as he walked. Part of the impact was coming from the bracelet. Its weight was already contributing to every movement in ways that went beyond what he had expected. He also wondered whether dropping from that height, without using any ether, had been slightly excessive. The force had reached all the way down to his bones. He filed that away and kept moving. The valley floor was a different world from what it had looked like from above. Everything around him felt bleaker, heavier. The atmosphere at the bottom had a particular lifeless quality that sat differently from simply being dark or cold. Our boy admitted to himself that he welcomed dangerous places, but he did not like this feeling. If he had been given the choice, he would have preferred somewhere bright and pleasant. He noted the preference and kept walking anyway. Then something hit him. A massive whale came from nowhere and struck him with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air and crashing directly into the nearby wall. The wall shattered on impact. As the dust settled, the source of the attack revealed itself. A gigantic red dragon. A second dragon circled overhead, watching. It remarked that fresh prey had finally arrived for once. Then it warned the red dragon not to finish him too quickly. The red dragon told it to shut up. It looked down at our boy and dismissed him entirely. A small human, no real threat, would not even be enough to fill their stomachs. The ground shook. Our boy appeared with overwhelming force and drove a devastating punch directly into the red dragon's body. The enormous impact sent it flying backward into the distance. Both dragons went completely still. They stared at the small bleeding human who had just sent one of them across the valley floor with a single strike and was now smiling. Our boy said this place was an excellent location for training. The dragons could not make sense of that statement. The red dragon decided it was time to show this human exactly what kind of place he had walked into. A powerful red aura surged from its body, and the atmosphere around them changed immediately. The dragon told him not to be confused and began explaining. This entire location, everything around them, including the ground they were standing on, was part of something far larger and far more dangerous than our boy had imagined. Our boy's expression shifted as the implication registered. Then movement started everywhere. One after another, dragons began emerging from the depths of the valley. From every direction, rising from the ground, descending from above, filling the space around him until the number of them was simply beyond counting. Our boy looked around at what was surrounding him and finally understood the true nature of the abandoned Dragon Valley. The educator had already delivered what our boy had asked him to. Individual training regimens, one for each person, handed over exactly as instructed. Everyone became confused the moment they received theirs. Alan wondered aloud why our boy had prepared something for him as well. The educator explained that according to our boy, since he was putting together a training plan anyway, he might as well include everyone. That was the instruction. Sandy was equally confused. Lila wondered whether following the plan would actually make them stronger. The educator admitted honestly that he could not say for certain. He had no way of knowing how effective the methods would be for each of them or how far they would take them. But he pointed toward the two people in the room who had already trained directly under our boy. They had become stronger because of it. That was not a theory. That was already visible. Venial remembered something as everyone processed their documents. Our boy had given her a weapon once. That weapon had allowed her to develop even greater power. Despite that, she still carried complicated feelings about him. The two of them had once been enemies. That history did not dissolve quickly, and the feelings around it were not simple. Leica looked up from the documents and asked the educator how long our boy would remain in the abandoned Dragon Valley. The educator told them, 3 years. until the graduation ceremony from the dragon's nest. The room went completely still. Nobody had expected that number. 3 years. Leica sat with it quietly. Venial turned to the educator and asked him to explain exactly what the abandoned Dragon Valley was. He understood it was dangerous, but wanted to know the real reason it carried that reputation. After a brief pause, the educator told him the truth. The abandoned Dragon Valley was the place where dragons who had lost the great power struggles among their own kind had been sealed away. Everyone's expression changed at the same time. Edges, visibly alarmed, asked what kind of dragons could be sealed inside a place like that. The educator confirmed what they were already starting to fear. Dragons were beings whose mere existence carried extraordinary power. Even the weakest among them could stand against him on equal terms, and he himself possessed 7 stars. The abandoned Dragon Valley was filled with countless beings of that level, sealed away and gathered in one place. That was what it was. That was why nobody came back from it. Sandy could barely believe such a place actually existed. Edges felt the fear move through him as the image of our boy, alone inside that valley, assembled itself in his mind. Everyone began wondering the same thing without saying it. Whether our boy would actually be able to return alive. The educator admitted, after another silence, that returning from such a place would be extremely difficult. It might even be difficult to recover his remains. That landed and nobody moved. Sweat ran down faces around the room. The atmosphere became the kind of heavy that sits on the chest rather than in the air. Leica kept her eyes on the documents and went through each one quietly. Her expression shifted as she read. Then she stopped. Tucked inside the training papers was a letter. Written for her. Hidden there deliberately. Our boy told her in that letter that he was looking forward to seeing just how much stronger she would become by the time they met again. A loud cry broke through the silence. Leica had surprised everyone, including herself. She declared through the tears already forming that if it was our boy, he would definitely return alive. She told everyone not to worry and not to become sad. The smile she wore while saying it, and the tears falling at the same time, did not cancel each other out. Both were completely real. She told them that until the day he came back, they needed to become stronger. Strong enough to surprise him when he walked through the door. Strong enough that he would actually be astonished by what they had become. Edges smiled first. He agreed. Our boy had surprised them too many times to count. He had shown them what determination and strength looked like from someone operating on a completely different level. This time they needed to grow enough to return the favor. They needed to become strong enough to leave him genuinely speechless when he finally came back. Venial stayed quiet through all of it, listening without offering anything. Alan smiled and mentioned casually that by the time our boy returned, they would probably have already finished their time at the dragon's nest. Sandy immediately rounded on her and told her not to throw cold water on the moment. Alan argued back that she was simply stating facts. Sandy grew more irritated. The two of them started arguing at full volume. The educator watched from the side and felt something ease inside him that had been tight since the moment he read those training documents. He smiled quietly. His earlier warning had apparently achieved nothing whatsoever. And looking at the room, he realized that was perfectly fine. Deep in the abandoned Dragon Valley, the scene was something else entirely. Our boy was standing alone in the middle of a vast battlefield completely surrounded by dragons. His body was covered in injuries. He had already taken more damage than most people would survive. And he was laughing, loudly, almost madly. The sound of it echoed off the valley walls and through every corner of the space. And every dragon surrounding him could not make sense of what they were hearing from a badly injured human trapped in the center of their territory. The laughter was the Dragon Ball Z kind of laughter. The kind that means whoever is making that sound has just realized they are exactly where they want to be. For our boy, the overwhelming pressure surrounding him from every direction felt strangely familiar. Like something his bones remembered before his mind did. He had not felt this kind of sensation in a very long time. His fist tightened slowly as the dragons around him raised their heads and unleashed simultaneous roars that shook the valley floor. They charged all at once. A massive green dragon swung its enormous tail toward him with tremendous force. Our boy reacted instantly, dodging using nothing but his bare hands and raw physical ability. The moment he stepped forward, the ground beneath his foot cracked and shattered from the force of the movement alone. He reached out and grabbed the green dragon's tail before it could pull back. The dragon let out a furious roar and struggled desperately to free itself. Our boy's grip did not shift. He lifted the enormous creature higher and higher by its tail, completely ignoring the difference in size and weight, wearing a smirk that said he found this deeply satisfying. Then he swung its massive body downward and slammed it directly into the ground with everything behind the motion. The impact shook the battlefield. The green dragon let out a pained roar from the crater it had been driven into. The dragons watching went from confident to panicked. Several of them spread their wings and flew higher to create distance. A red dragon stared down at the scene below and could not process what it was seeing. A human had grabbed one of their own and used it as a throwing weapon. The dragon that had been slammed was not a small creature. It was one of them, and it had been handled like it weighed nothing. The red dragon launched a full-force attack directly at our boy. He raised both hands and blocked it without visible struggle. No strain on his face, just a grin forming as he held the impact back with his palms. A thunderous fiery aura erupted from his body. Lightning energy and blazing power surrounded him, and the pressure of it radiated outward in every direction, making the space around him feel fundamentally different from a moment before. He looked at the dragons with genuine excitement and told them they were exactly what he had expected from dragons. He pointed out that the amount of ether inside them was barely equivalent to that of a 9-star being. But compared to human standards, their actual physical power reached 7-star level. That gap, the difference between their ether output and their raw physical capability, was what made them such excellent training partners. The red dragon trembled. Its hands shook. The blue dragon's eyes went wide with something that looked less like anger and more like the particular horror of understanding something it did not want to understand. Both of them attacked again, with full strength anyway. Our boy activated his thunderous fiery aura in response. The moment it erupted, both dragons felt the pressure change beneath their wings. Sweat ran down their faces. Their eyes stayed wide. The blue dragon stared at our boy's immense power and felt a terrifying possibility flash through its mind that it could barely bring itself to accept. Our boy stood calmly in the center of it. He said that none of what he was mattered right now. At this moment, he simply wanted to enjoy the battle. His expression shifted into an excited grin as he looked at them both. Then something rose behind him. It started as a presence, then it became visible. A gigantic glowing dragon shadow emerged into the sky, its massive body stretching far above our boy's human frame, enormous sharp horns cutting into the air at the edges of its silhouette. It felt less like a technique and more like something ancient recognizing itself through him. The red dragon stared at what was standing in front of it with absolute horror. Sweat dripped down its face. It could not understand why dragons, beings feared by countless creatures across every world, were feeling afraid of a human. The blue dragon was equally shaken. It realized that if they allowed this to continue, there was no predicting what the elders would say. Our boy activated even more of his power. His fist tightened slowly. Thunderous, fiery energy surged around him with devastating intensity as he prepared to drive a punch directly into the red dragon. He noticed the two of them communicating with each other and looked at them with a slightly troubled expression. He complained that something was happening without including him, and that being left out made him feel lonely. The red dragon clicked its tongue in frustration and suddenly moved away from him. Our boy glanced toward where it had gone. Before he could react, a powerful burst of fire struck him from behind. The impact drove him into the ground. The earth shattered beneath him as cracks spread outward across the battlefield. Both dragons were shocked. They had not expected someone else to interfere. An enormous black dragon descended from the sky above them. Its massive body cast a shadow over the entire battlefield as it flew toward them. It looked down at the two younger dragons with fury and demanded to know what was happening. It condemned them for creating such a scandal and called them fools. The two dragons recognized who had arrived immediately. Their expressions changed. Elder dusk had come. Both dragons went still. The red dragon asked nervously why their senior had come here. The atmosphere shifted completely the moment 𝗥𝗲𝗁 arrived. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 looked toward the other dragons and demanded to know what was going on. He was furious that a simple human had made dragons look like complete fools. The red dragon began trembling and apologized, desperately explaining that our boy was not an ordinary human. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 shouted immediately and refused to hear excuses. His voice froze both dragons where they stood. He reminded them that they were dragons who had been abandoned in this place, beings of genuine power, and yet they could not kill a single human. He warned them that their failure risked disgracing the dignity of Lord 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. The blue dragon went silent out of fear. The red dragon lowered its head and assured 𝗥𝗲𝗁 that they would never do anything to disgrace Lord 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 ended the matter there. He reflected that fewer dragons had been falling into the valley lately, which had caused the ones already here to grow too relaxed and comfortable. He declared that he would personally take responsibility for training them again soon. The red dragon accepted the command respectfully. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 turned to leave. Something rose from within the flames behind him. Our boy stepped out of the fire 𝗥𝗲𝗁 had just unleashed. Still alive. Not only alive, but smiling. Covered in raging flames that were still burning across his body. He looked toward 𝗥𝗲𝗁 with genuine interest and said that the plans he had been hearing sounded like something different. Something he wanted to be part of. 𝗥𝗲𝗁 turned back around, completely shocked. The human had survived his flames, but what shocked him even more was the reason why. Our boy had not simply withstood the fire. He had absorbed it. The tremendous flames that were supposed to reduce him to nothing had instead been drawn into his body and converted into additional power. His strength had increased further from the attack. He slowly clenched his fist as an even greater force gathered inside him. A bright and confident expression appeared on his face. He made it clear that he also wanted to participate in the training. The atmosphere changed completely. What had begun as a battle between our boy and two dragons had just become something far more dangerous. He had absorbed the flames of 𝗥𝗲𝗁 and come out stronger. And as he stood there covered in those same flames, something lit up inside him that had not been there before. The fourth star, glowing, alive, burning into place as though the valley itself had finally given him something worth the effort of arriving. He was ready to challenge yet another level entirely. A man was lying on the ground with blood pouring from his mouth. The scene around him told the story of what had happened before he got there. Elite members of the lizard family, scattered and broken, taken apart by a single woman. The head of the lizard family arrived and took in the scene. His name is 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, and the expression on his face as he looked at what had been done to his people was somewhere between rage and the particular discomfort of someone who knows they are responsible for what has happened to the people around them. The woman approached him calmly. She identified him by name and accused him directly. He had been secretly conspiring with the Cerberus family and leaking information about the El Dragon family. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gasped at the accusation. She handed him a letter. His voice was unsteady when he denied knowing what she was talking about. He turned the accusation back at her and insisted that the lizard family had supported the El Dragon family for generations. She had pushed them to this point. The woman was not interested in that framing. She said he had clearly underestimated them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 felt the fear move through him at the confidence in her voice. She released several documents into the air and let them scatter around him. He recognized what they were the moment they fell. Evidence. The deal he had made with the Cerberus family, documented and now in her hands. She told him she had confiscated other evidence as well, but did not believe she needed anything more than what was already surrounding him. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 gritted his teeth. His secret was gone. He drew his sword with no other option available to him. The woman declared that according to family law, he was to be executed. She released her mana. The ground beneath them began cracking under the pressure of it. Her mana spread outward and froze the entire space around them. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 was frozen where he stood. She drew her sword and with precise, unhurried movements cut through his frozen hands, his waist, and his legs. She said that no matter how prestigious a family was, anyone who broke the laws of the El Dragon family had no choice but to disappear. Her name is Gilfus El Dragon, leader of the Silver Dragon Squadron. Afterward, she was found smoking and the second leader of the Silver Dragon Squadron, 𝗏, was praising her for the work. 𝗏 remarked that although the lizard family had now lost much of its power, it was extraordinary that Sylvana alone had managed to bring down a family that old and that established. Sylvana responded with a dismissive grunt. 𝗏 pointed out that the lizard family was no longer a serious threat, since its current head had only been at 6 stars. Then she shifted to what she actually wanted to report. Everyone who had gone to the special rift, including Laika, had returned safely. Sylvana was surprised. She had expected the Cerberus family to make a move. 𝗏 confirmed that they had intervened exactly as expected. But Laika and the others had repelled them and come back with the magic water. Sylvana acknowledged this, and then remarked that it was a shame. If the students were truly as capable as 𝗏 was suggesting, she would have considered selecting some of them during the graduation ceremony. 𝗏 agreed and explained that almost all the members of this class came from prestigious families. During graduation, they would most likely be assigned to units led by their respective family heads. There was one exception, the family head's illegitimate son, Zeke. 𝗏 said the kid was in serious trouble. Sylvana asked what had happened. 𝗏 explained that during the mission, our boy had apparently encouraged Laika and the others to drink the magic water. When the family head found out, he had sent him to the abandoned Dragon Valley. Sylvana went serious at that name. 𝗏 confirmed it. The family head had considered what our boy did an extremely serious transgression. Sylvana grunted. She had heard the rumor that the family head's illegitimate son was an extremely tough individual, but she doubted anyone could still be alive after being sent to that place. Then she considered a different possibility. If our boy had survived and managed to escape from the valley, she decided she would take him under her protection. 𝗏 was startled and asked whether she was certain. She explained that from what she had heard, our boy had a very poor relationship with the family head. Taking someone like him under her wing could cause Sylvana trouble. Sylvana made it clear she did not care. She even remarked that she doubted there was anyone who actually got along with the family head. 𝗏 went flustered, trying to stop her from saying more of that out loud. Sylvana asked what was wrong. 𝗏 nervously said she was simply telling the truth. She moved on and asked whether the abandoned Dragon Valley was really as dangerous as people said. She had heard the name many times but had never truly understood the scale of it. Sylvana told her that an ordinary person would not survive there for even a few seconds. 𝗏 went quiet as the full weight of that settled. She could not imagine what could possibly exist in that place to make survival impossible in seconds. The scene shifted to answer the question she had not finished asking. In the valley, our boy was still standing inside the aftermath of Dusk's attack. The flames were enormous. The heat was something that should have reduced a human to nothing. Dusk himself knew it. He reflected that even holding back as much as he had, that blast should have been more than enough to finish an ordinary human. Our boy smirked and acknowledged that it had certainly been a little hot. He clenched his fist and stayed exactly where he was. Dusk watched him and felt something shift inside the calculation he had been running since this human arrived in the valley. Our boy had stood in front of him and made an extremely bold statement. That kind of attitude from something as small as a human, in a place like this, had caught Dusk's attention in a way he had not anticipated. The 2 younger dragons accompanying him were frightened. They could feel how dangerous the confrontation was becoming and desperately urged the others to run. Dusk rose into the air. He looked down at our boy and warned him not to become too confident or act too composed in front of a dragon like him. Without giving him time to respond, he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive stream of fire directly downward. The 2 other dragons watched in shock, recognizing the terrifying heat as something capable of overwhelming almost anyone. The flames cleared. Our boy was still standing, appeared to be fine. Dusk stared at him. Our boy launched himself upward toward Dusk with a confident smirk, acknowledging again that the attack had indeed been extremely hot. He reached Dusk and drove a powerful punch into him. The impact hit harder than Dusk had been prepared for. He cursed our boy for what he had done. The red dragon watching could not understand how the human was recovering from the damage as quickly as he was. Our boy clenched his fist and prepared for another exchange. He was confident in his own vitality and his rate of regeneration, and for good reason. He had activated Dragon King's breath. The technique absorbed the surrounding ether, while simultaneously amplifying his body's natural ability to recover. The speed at which his injuries were closing was not normal by any standard. It was the direct result of that ability working continuously through the fight. Dusk recognized quickly that what he was dealing with was far beyond an ordinary human. He decided to end it immediately. Dusk opened his enormous mouth and swallowed our boy into it. Even inside the dragon's mouth, our boy refused to stop. He braced both hands against the inside of Dusk's jaws and forced them apart, preventing them from closing on him completely. Dusk unleashed fire from inside his own mouth, directing the flames straight at him at point-blank range. Our boy responded with laughter. Dusk then tried to crush him with the full strength of his hands. Our boy grabbed those hands and stopped them. Then he threw Dusk away from him with everything he had. The force sent the dragon flying backward. Our boy was breathing heavily from the effort when he landed. Despite the exhaustion, he did not give Dusk a moment to recover. He moved forward and struck him again with another powerful punch. Dusk groaned as it connected. The two younger dragons watching were shaking. They could barely believe what they were seeing and called out to their leader in alarm. Dusk recovered slowly and fixed his eyes on our boy. He had arrived at a conclusion that should not have been possible. The strength, the endurance, the regeneration, none of it was within the range of what a human should be capable of. He demanded to know who this human actually was. Before the confrontation could continue, another dragon arrived from behind them. It called out to Dusk and ordered him to stop. The battle had gone far enough. Our boy's attention shifted toward the newcomer. At the same moment, something surfaced in the back of his mind, a memory from what he had read and what he knew. Somewhere in this land, a silver dragon had been sealed away. A dragon that had once fought a devastating battle against another powerful being in a long-ago era. Dusk saw who had arrived, and his expression changed completely. The shock on his face was open and unguarded. The dragon who had just descended onto the battlefield was 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, the current Dragon King, the one who held the throne.